Mr. Arul Raj, welcome. Can you share your presentation so that we can check?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I joined little early. I think it is at 10 o'clock only.
No, I know that, but just we wanted to check whether your PPTs are coming properly or not.
Okay, fine, all right.
Just you share your screen and choose
Okay.
entire screen. Let us see.
Okay, okay, sure. Thank you.
Communicate with him. अभी वो एक और है बस आपके पास है ना लिस्ट
ये हिरेन भट्ट सर हिरेन भट्ट अरुण राज
ये तो हमारा
ये तो
ही
हमारा है
ये तो हमारा है केवल ये दो लोग हैं
हिरेन
नो
भट्ट
प्रॉब्लम इनका देख लेते हैं yeah
You are able to see my.
yeah I think this is good thank you
Okay, sure.
So,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Arul, actually, we are starting another session, which is spillover of last day. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
after that, so 10 o'clock, be ready. Okay. Thank you. You can
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank
stop
you.
sharing.
Okay.
A very good morning to all the delegates present here today, physically as well as on virtual mode. As we gather here for the second day of our user interaction meet, we were scheduled to have a half-day program today comprising of one technical session and interaction session on a session on reminiscence and way forward by all the former directors of NESAC, and a concluding session and a concluding brainstorming session. But to start with today's program, we are going to start a little bit before the scheduled time because we'll be covering yesterday's technical session, which was skipped due to shortage of time. So we'll be starting today's program with a technical session 2B on data repository and disaster management services. This technical session will be chaired by Dr. S. Sudhakar, former director of NESAC. Sir has served at NESAC as a director during 2010 to November 2010 to April 2015. Prior to joining NESAC, Sir was heading the RRSC East in Kharagpur, and he was also serving at National Remote Sensing Center, Hyderabad. Sir has led many projects like the land use land cover mapping, watershed wasteland mapping, biodiversity characterization, wildlife habitat plan, natural resource monitoring and modeling, and many of the projects on forest working plan, like remote sensing inputs for forest working plan in northeastern region for the states of Arunachal, Assam, Meghalaya, were all taken up during Sir's time with these initiatives. Sir has published more than 150 national and international publications and co-authored 2 books in remote sensing and geospatial techniques for natural resource management. It's really nice to have you here, sir, with us. I'm requesting, sir, to kindly chair this session, and I'm also requesting Dr. Diganta Burman, scientist NESAC, to rapporteur this session. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all the delegates here and also people attending virtually. I am very happy to chair a topic which is very close to my heart. In fact, it was a great challenge to prove that technology will be of immense use in addressing disasters. I should appreciate the way things happened, especially to deal with flood forecasting. It was a great moment for us to predict the floods within 24 hours to 48 hours. That time it was a great success. even during the visit of Prime Minister. And we have supplied all the inputs to the chairman, and we got a pat on our back. It's nice to say that. In fact, the center was uplifted by the contribution of these flows. My rapporteur, Diganta, is here. He is one of the scientists, Rekha, Kundu. With the team, we could able to give these predictions. When you talk of floods, we always look into the hazards, multi-layer hazard zonation maps, vulnerability, risk assessment. We know that flood forecasting is one of the important. Then comes to assessment of its damage, getting flood layer, overlaying the land use maps, and getting the impact of flood on the various land use categories. This is all part of it. But I was thrilled in one moment of the study, especially the embankment breaches. We could give them. In fact, the user was so enthralled to see this, and he started asking us to give, can you give breaching points, vulnerable breaching points of the embankments? We had tried with using interferometry techniques and also microwave data. To some extent, we could able to do it. And that was the impact of these flows to a large extent. And another aspect of disasters, we have gone a bit more on the forest fire. Not only finding out the pixel of fire, we would be able to identify which pixel has to be taken it in advance for any action based on certain parameters of topography, meteorology, and vegetation type. So these three parameters and sub-parameters, and I think our Sharma will present, and we will be able to say out of this many pixels, 5 pixels, these are vulnerable. So we should attack that to save time. So to that extent, a large amount of work has been done in the center, and the amount of work has converted into repositories. And we are also going to hear, especially the spatial data repository. In fact, at that time, we have generated database in the district resource plans using open source system. That time we went, in fact, to many of the district magistrates and presented to them and showed. They were thrilled to see such a data is available. They may not be knowing it. So my submission is that we have plenty of data, but users are not aware what data we have. In spite of spending so many years here, I left at 2015. Still, people are asking data. And by this time, had it been that initiative of district resource plans goes to the district, then by this time, at least many of them will be having their data on their desktops, because it's an open source system. Anybody can open and use the database. With these few words, I request Dr. K.K. Sharma to present on this disaster risk reduction and highlight certain points. But I was thrilled to say that when I visited the lab of NEDRR, the monitor and different layers are coming into picture, and this is fantastic. It was created by me before leaving it. Now after 7 years, when I saw, I was thrilled. This has really been used. Even I didn't see even NRSA or any of the big sectors such a facility. You should see that. I request all the delegates to see the lab of NEDR. It's a fantastic. Anybody will appreciate that. This is what wonderful work has been done by NESAC. I should appreciate all the scientists, the former directors, and the present director who is going to take up. He will improve further. With this, another addition of my submission, I request K.K. Sharma to go ahead with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, it is an honor to present in front of Dr. Sudhakar sir, because who has conceptualized and initiated this program at NESAC, as just now we have mentioned, sir. So I hope you will be happy to see that the point you have left, there is a little bit of improvement, and also you can guide us subsequently, sir. And also at the same time, I like to inform here is that here we are not going to talking about the technical parts, because we just wanted to see that capability of Northeastern Space Application Center in different aspects. Today I'll be talking about this, mainly the disaster areas, what we are doing. But here main emphasis is that what this NERDRR, that is Northeastern Regional Node for Disaster Risk Reduction, that center is working. And maybe you can give supplement in all of the participants subsequently. So here our thrust areas, when we say the thrust areas for this NERDRR, this is mainly that flood early warning and assessment, landslides, forest fire, HRVR, that is have a hazard risk vulnerability assessment, earthquake studies, meteorological hazards, UAV applications, as well as web portals and apps. These are the main areas where we have been working. See, as just sir mentioned, that this Department of Space has given the approval on 17th of March 2012. That's how the NERDRR has established with few specific scopes or objectives. Our main objectives, what it is setting up, was that to provide a single window delivery system for all possible space-based support for management of disasters. That's where we are targeted to work. Of course, sir just mentioned that we have started with a humble starting with this flood, particularly in a Ranganadi flood early warning system. We have started from there. This NERDRR has conceptualized, and then we have started working in the other disasters too. Then we have supposed to prepare a comprehensive geospatial database. NESDRR we have been talking in different forum, different presentations. That's what is one of the big database that we have generated. That is supporting this NERDRR program. So we have also developed relevant tools and simulations. These are the small applications as and when required as per the specific disasters that we have been generating based on specific criteria, based on specific user needs. Also, we have been generating actionable products, means somewhere you can give the flood inundation maps with a specific village, which are the villages within the village. Again, we can tell what is the portion of village is inundated. That is some examples. So actionable products we could generate under this NERDRR. Then first, and enhanced dissemination space enabled services, means how we are disseminating as fast as possible. I will show subsequently. And then this is the most enhanced and reliable mode of communications that we are also using in addition to email, work, SMS, also by SpaceNet facilities that we have been using. If we see the NERDRR present activities, we can subgroup into some areas like that. Some of we have the operational services like FLUS, flood early warning system, embankment breach monitoring. That's just now sir has mentioned. That is what we have been doing regularly in every year. Then landslide information system. I'll show subsequently at least one slides only I try to keep. Then NEA, Northeastern Forest Fire Information System, that we have been already developed, that is in place. Crop damage assessment, last 2018 onwards we have been trying, and now it is in operational phase. And some meteorological services we are now starting, that is in lightning probable locations that we have been giving. That is what we are telling as nowcasting, thunderstorm nowcasting, also weather forecast. Next 24 hours, what will be the probable rainfall in what areas? That information also we have been populating in the NERDRR portal. And there are many web portals as well as dashboards that has been developed. Some of them also available in our website itself. Then there are some need-based requirements, because everything we cannot run as a operational and a daily basis. So there has to be some specific needs. Whenever there is a need, particularly some user requires, those are activities. These are like city disaster resilience plans. Then we have hazard risk and vulnerability assessment, because we cannot keep on doing for every basis. So based on the requirement, this type of works under NERDRR, it has been working. Then UAV for rapid damage assessment, that has been, as and whenever there is a disaster where normal facilities are not sufficient or cannot do so, that time we have been deploying the UAVs for rapid damage assessment. Industrial hazard assessment, that is also as per requirement, because industrial, now no industry will cooperate if we are to just go and try to do some hazard assessment. So there has to be some requirement. Then epidemiological services that we have done for certain times that also have been operationalized, but not as a part of any at NESAC now. That has been doing by the state government's officials. Then web portals and app development, these are in addition to that operational services that also we have been doing in a customized way for the specific department, specific users. And some GeoWeb services are there. These are all our specific GeoWeb services. Then we also, under this NERDR program, we have some R&D initiative like earthquake precursor studies. We are trying to see whether there is a possible to forecast the earthquakes. That is on of course in a research R&D mode. We have landslide fault mapping for this active fault mapping for NERDR that we have been working now. Landslide early warning system. Of course, there are some exercises done in elsewhere. Also, we are part of this on some of the national programs, but we are yet to be convinced that it is really working. So that's still R&D is working on. And then UAV in disaster management, there are many R&Ds are going on. And then we have disasters for multi-alert disseminations, like all dynamic geospatial data pertaining to all disaster that we are regularly populating to our websites. That is in addition to the specific user, these are also public, means any user, any researcher, any department like to see, they can access the data. Then we have a single window platform for alert dissemination. So like example, flies, when talking about water resources, that time is asked about flues. Flues we are not giving directly to our website because these are very case sensitive cases. So these are, we are populating to particularly to SDMS. As the case for like ASDMA. These are all single, specifically these windows were made for that. Also, we are having monitoring analysis component there. Then on the fly statistics generation for all data for immediate decision making. These are some, that means whatever database we have been generating, there's on the fly you can do analysis. I hope in the next presentation my colleagues will give some demonstration. Then we have interactive virtual analysis and information retrieval.
Excuse me, Dr. Sharma, you can highlight certain things.
Yes. Subsequently it's coming, sir.
Yes.
Just in the beginning first, we have given the idea.
Yeah, it's fine. But
now this, I'm going to some of you the place cases. Whatever we have already discussed, I will not highlight here. This flues has already explained in some way by Dr. Burman. So this flood early warning system has started in 2009 as a R&D component. Then 2012 onwards, it is becoming operational. First, it is started in Assam. If this picture is saying how we have started with some few districts. Then now it is entire Assam is covered under flood early warning system. If you see this here from 2012 to 21, that is what this accuracy we have achieved. That is, this is the failure is 100% failure is only 3% here. For during monsoon time, but as a whole, it is 12% failure. Now, yesterday also,
just I would like to add here, you should appreciate Dr. P.P. Nageshwara, who has initiated this program as R&D. Then only it has moved further.
Right, sir.
After improvement of the model, we could be able to address properly. We should appreciate contribution of
I'd like to supplement that we started with a lumped model during PP and sir's time.
In 2009.
And we used to argue a lot regarding the merits and demerits of a lumped model. Thank you.
Thank you. So here, what we have seen that we have already started for covering entire NER, all the flat front areas. So Meghalaya is already under R&D, means already initiated. Meghalaya, Tripura, here Arunachal we are showing. Means models are being made, but it takes time to mature the models. Lots of information required, lots of calibration required. So that has been in progress. So just mention about embankment breaching. So this is another regular that pre-monsoon as well as post-monsoon. We try mainly it is working for Assam. Before monsoon, we try to immediately after monsoon we flood. What we try to see which are the location there is a breaches, and also we try to see before monsoon, next year before monsoon, whether those are plugged or not. That means we are doing the monitoring wherever there is a breaches, these are plugged or not. That is a regular, means every year this is doing as an operational work, and this is specifically this information going to the government of Assam. So this can be done also if if required for the other areas, because this is specifically user need, user requirement, that so it is operational. And also as an R&D component, though there are many flood mapping methodologies are already available, but still we try to develop for more accurate real-time flood inundation mapping and assessment system. So this has become an almost automatic that we are now still validating. Once it is ready, I hope even it will be giving much more accurate information about the flood inundation. This is about this landslides hazards. So landslide hazards, if we see, we are working in a three specific areas. One is landslide inventory, then hazard susceptibility and risk mapping, also at an early warning. Of course, I mentioned about early warning is R&D mode. Then this is how we are working. This inventory are mainly national as well as some of the R&D programs, and hazard susceptibility and risk mapping is always in user demand. I'll go to the next slide. Here, this is how this inventory is mapping. Inventory is working. So every year, whatever there is a landslide that has been trapped, and it is putting in the in our database. Also, whenever there is a landslide, we are always trying to do the immediate assessment. There, of course, there a drone mapping is done. Here it is a drone mapping is done. UFB mapping is in Meghalaya. So that type of exercise we have been doing on a regular basis. This is our susceptibility. That is a part of hazard risk assessment. For it is done for this example is for Guwahati, but this work has been done in 2012. But subsequently again we have been regularly monitoring wherever there is a landslide, that always we are keeping in the database. So 2020 this information is already updated. This is what one is the landslide hazard generation. This is based on specific requirement for lower Subansuri lower project in the catchment areas wherever there is inundation, that hazard zonation, landslide susceptibility map with hazard zonation has been prepared. This is done in 2013. This type of exercise we have been doing for it at some other areas also. In earthquake, yesterday Dr. Samajit has already explained. This is still in R&D mode. We are working mainly for precursor studies, whether we can do some forecasting for earthquake, of course. So this always still now we are not able to conclude, but this exercise is going on. Crop damage assessment, I think yesterday also it is highlighted that every year due to flood, how much due to flood, due to riverbank erosion, due to pest and damages, how much crop is being damaged. That exercise is regularly now doing and as operational mode, and this information is being sent to the concerned department as well as putting in our website or any other portal. Here, how the previous one is due to flood inundation, due to flood, how much is crop damage, and here it is due to bankline erosion, how much crop area has been eroded. So one interesting one point always everyone used to supplement here is that when there is a erosion, there is always deposition in some other areas. But once it is cropland, is a fertile land is eroded, depositions will be always a unfertile soil, normally is in the form of sand. That's why losses are always losses, but it takes some time that deposited area to convert into fertile land. This is what this Sudhakar sir, Chairman sir also mentioned about this forest fire information system. This of course, sir, in addition to the forest fire locations, along with the value-added services, what we have been doing, sir mentioned about this location with the elevation, wind direction, what is the nearby land use, what is the possible water locations. Along with those information, we have also been working covering for this. Here it's the forest fire vulnerability map of entire Northeast India. It is already prepared. Then this is the forest fire statistics on different states. So like this, and here if you see, this is the burned area map of Churachandpur district of Manipur along with the statistics. So this type of exercise as a regular phenomenon that as under any area it is being worked. And here see, this is one the forest fire incident reporting app has been developed. It is just released it is specifically on request from the government of Meghalaya. It is developed for Meghalaya, but it can be used for anywhere in the country. So it's only we need to relocate the geofencing, or rather it's a shape file or the geographic area we have to highlight here. Maybe separately we have to include it here. So this is this forest fire app incident app means This app can be used by any person, villagers or the official government official who are responsible for mitigating the forest fire. Everyone can use that, and simply on the click of the with the mobile, they can inform just send this information to the server, from where managers can take a very proper decision on how to manage or subsequently the follow-up actions to be taken. This is what hazard vulnerability and risk assessment. Yesterday, Dr. Janita has already mentioned. We have already done for a few of the cities. Now for Meghalaya, almost all 5 small cities we have been doing. So this exercise, this center has the capability, and this NERDR has the full facility for that. This type of exercise can be taken up. This is industrial hazard. Why I am putting this slide, because though it is already Mr. Samajit has explained very nicely yesterday, but I just wanted to highlight is that as a part of disaster, without this, normally city disaster plan is not sufficient, incomplete. So this type of exercise, this center is very capable of. Anywhere it is required, we can take up.
Dr. Sharma,
Yes, sir.
you can go a bit fast.
Yeah,
Time
yes.
is
I think
approaching.
I am already.
Another.
So HealthJS, okay, just highlights here. Yeah, HealthJS means many diseases. Though we say that with malaria or say viral diseases, how to monitor using space technology, but we cannot monitor the virus. But where the virus survives, means the mosquito or the human or some particular cattle, that can be monitored. Based on that, a Japanese encephalitis early warning system has been developed. Particularly work for 2003 onwards, we have worked 2007, we could release that system. That has become a flagship program for this translation research by ICAR New Delhi. So accordingly, same way, we are also working for some other vector-borne diseases. This, I think Dr. Kundu has already explained. This is a part of NERDR program has been working, and this information, whatever we are collecting, we are sending to bulk SMS gateway through email, through NERDR portal, also by satellite phone. This is what is our website. If you just type this nerdr.gov.in, you will get a form price like this. Here it will be all these are active or recent earthquakes. You will get the links. So it means even if you click there, you will get the detailed information. Some of the I put some of the examples here. If you see here, we have some area disaster domain, operational services, new initiatives. If you see disaster domains, these are all details. If once you go again, they click here, you will get all details of all the domains where we have been working. Like operational services, these are the operational services we have here. If you click here, for example, weather forecast, you will get the rainfall forecast for the next 24 hours. This is new initiatives, UAV services, UAV services. Details I have not putting here. This is few examples. I think Mr. Nila will explain subsequently. Sir is telling there is not much time. Then another point I want to highlight that emergency services. Suddenly there is some landslide or there is a blockage. Here is example is a Kameng River. There is a mud flow in Arunachal Pradesh. Urgently, we could be using microwave remote sensing data set and some other informations. Our NERDR team, they could analyze and finally could submit the report, the specific location of the places where there is a landslide. This is another example from this Dima Hausa district near Haflang. There is a mud flow. So there is a havoc in this, particularly in these areas. This is Haflang railway station, new Haflang railway station. Here, because of this. Because of the disasters, no communication, no vehicle could go. So at least we could locate the particular location here, or any team led by Dr. Kuntala could locate here that which is the location which there is a landslide, and then subsequently director and our present director sir has already mentioned that our team is already there to do a rapid assessment using UAV. Also, this center, this NERDR is also work with international chapter, that is the international charter on space and major disaster. If there is a very large disaster in a particular location, we can activate this disaster, activate the charter. Then we can get the free available data set from all the countries. For likely 2015 July 2020, there is a sudden very large floods in Assam. We activated the disaster almost 13 international partners has given, and we could generate almost 3,000 maps within a very 1 week of time for this area. These are some of the examples. You see how we could, and we can immediately kharif crop inundation during the Barpeta district. We could monitor within 15 days. This is how this flood inundation map based on the charter. This is that crop inundation map at particular time. This within that 7 days. This is a very critical time. So that's how this center could work with international charter, under international charter, and can give these inputs. This is how the capacity building. We have not mentioned what we have done, but we organize many seminars specific to the disaster seminars. Also, we have user interaction as per the project specific requirements. We have customers trainees, particularly GIS and disaster risk reduction for NDMA, sponsored officials that for all over India, officials come here. This year, we have around 6 programs already scheduled from June to March 2023. We have the programs. Also, we are organizing we can organize some customized training for the user departments. I think this is my last time. And the team member we have been mentioning everywhere. Here, my team member is the entire NESAC. Everybody involved when there is a disaster. Thank you, sir. I think I took a little more time, but sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for an excellent presentation highlighting the disasters and the contribution of different user departments, and in fact involvement of all scientists of NESAC. I should also appreciate Mr. Srivastava of NEC, who has really helped you during those days.
PP Srivastava.
PP Srivastava. Though he was a bit older, but still he looks to be very young when he comes to NESAC. In fact, he had discussed a little bit of contribution of NESAC towards disasters with the chairman, and impressed the chairman that we should have certainly a node, no center, in fact. So accordingly, team from V. Jayaraman, Dr. Navalgund, all they reviewed, and ultimately it has decided that we should have a NERDRR. That's how it has come into picture, for which some 4 crores were allotted. And also given 8 senior research scientists to start with. This is how the NERDRR has been established. I am happy to see the presentation. After 7 years, we could see a lot of progress. With this, I request the State Remote Sensing Center and Science and Technology scientists to raise certain questions and your requirements in the disaster. It will be highly appreciated.
Mr. Chairman, before that, I just wanted to supplement what the chairman of the session has mentioned. I am only supplementing. There's a small nostalgist. I have gone into those nostalgists quickly. Half a minute I'll take. After I am repatriated from NESAC to ISRO headquarters, Srivastava and myself, I invited PP Srivastava. He and his wife both have stayed in my house, and we went and met Dr. K. Radhakrishnan that day, next day morning. And after that meeting, Chairman ISRO constituted a sort of high-level expert committee, where Dr. V. Jayaraman has been the chairman, and myself the convener of that committee. And it took almost about 3.5 months for this expert committee to draft a proposal and a plan of action for creating this node. I will tell you the secret behind calling it as NERDRR, because I suggested to Vijay, Dr. Jayaraman, who is chairman, and I am the convener of that session. During emergencies, anybody would look for near and dear to save and to protect them.
Yes.
Then I said, we should call this node as a near and dear, easy to pronounce as near and dear, though it is abbreviation is NERDRR, but we always, both me and Vijay Raman, we always call this as near and dear, because during disasters, during emergencies, you need very close people and dearest people to save you and to help you, isn't it? So that's how the, in fact, approval was only given during my time only. That if you remember the date, 7th March, no? 17th March 2012. I retired on March 2013 there. after a year. So what I'm trying to, small nostalgia, what I had in my mind. In other words, what I'm saying is, this was very important program, and the directors, Dr. Sudhakar as well as Raju and subsequent directors, Dr. Agarwal is also here. They have nurtured this baby called near and dear and brought to this operational stage. I congratulate the team working at team and the directors, all directors who have carried the relay race and made this a successful program. In fact, otherwise there was no disaster management at all in NESAC before we started this. So that way, it's a great contribution you all have made now in operationalizing the near and dear. Okay, thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
Yeah, thank
Please
you.
continue.
Now it is open for discussion. And your requirements in future to address the disasters in your state.
Anybody sending a message? Some message you can see. Is there anyone?
Dr. Sharma, I just wanted to know why agricultural drought or stress assessment is not part of near and dear.
No, it is not. If it is done seasonally, that time when there is a requirement. Now it is not as a yearly basis. It is not being done. Once it is done, it will become part of it.
Okay, agricultural drought we started.
Yes.
Janali
Right,
used to work on that.
Yes.
And then sort of okay, and all right, we continue. It's important area that also.
I think we can quickly go to, yes, Pariyar, sir.
One, Mr. Kindly name the parameters used for predicting earthquake.
Dr. Kamini,
Yes.
Parihar Saab wants to say something.
These are very specific questions. Those we need to, because some technical questions we can deal later on subsequently.
Sure,
But
okay.
some general.
I request Dr. Pariyar, sir, to. You can.
And good morning to all of you. One is that in disaster, this area is full of disasters and a lot of work has been done in all the fields. So congratulations to the whole team and the system. Now, as a user, what I would have loved to see in this presentation today, taking example of the recent event of the flood, which took place about 10 days back. There is one small mention of this thing where the landslide, Dr. Sharma, you have shown, but I would have loved to see the day event has taken place till date, day by day. What are the things which we have been able to generate and give to the community? Because this was an example of disaster, the floods which took place few days back, to showcase in real time when we were having this user community here with us, that look, this is what we are able to do in reality. We have talked about all that history part and self-pattern, that's okay. Because that also gives a certificate to us that when things happen in near real time, what you are able to do. So it's a little bit aesthetic what I have said, but that's what in disaster always I expect as a user and as well as a citizen.
No, sir, it is not at all acidic actually. It is totally okay. But the situation, the coincidence is something like that. The team is still working in Dimahasao in the drone team. Had they came back with the data before this conference, then we would have been able to show the data.
This thing has to be geared up that when the things happen, at the shortest possible turnaround time, if I could make NDC work and give me data overnight 30 years back, when it was taking 1 week for generating the satellite data to give, and I was running a project on crop. You are running the system on disaster, it has to be at the shortest turnaround time. That's the way we have to prepare. So the lesson to us is that this kind of things will keep on happening. How we gear up? Yesterday, Chairman has said, you come out with your requirements. So now we have to, after all these deliberations, point-wise put, what is that thing which is needed when this kind of things happen, that at the shortest time or the near real time, I'm able to be there and give the, it should be taken in that spirit. We have to gear up. If not yesterday, not today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow. So we have to create all that. I know all that wherewithal we don't have. Ideally, we should have had helicopters available to us
See,
so that
it
our
is-
teams can be deployed.
Mm.
There are many things. All that this team has to visualize and come out. Right now, I don't want discussion on this. I
Yeah,
want you to be
no,
prepared
sir,
for future.
your point is well taken, sir. Your point is well taken. And certainly, in fact, when I came here and I reviewed this NEDRR, then my first question was this only, whatever you are asking and you are suggesting. It is well taken. We will try to improve. Okay.
Just one small point. While we concentrated more on Brahmaputra Valley, Barak Valley also is important. An early warning system, flows should be extended to Barak Valley also.
We are planning to implement flows in all northeast states.
Okay, good, very good.
I think we should go for the next presentation, and after the second presentation, we'll come back for the discussion again, so that the users can be ready with their questions. So I request to present on Northeastern Spatial Data Repository by Subhash Vyom.
Okay. Very good morning, everyone. I'm Subhash Puyam, a scientist working at NESAC. So I'll be giving a brief walkthrough on the Northeastern Spatial Data Repository, especially on why we are doing this and how we could implement it, and what are the features and functionalities that has been built into this NESDR, and what are the impacts in terms of government and societal benefits that we could achieve. But the first question could be, why NESDR? As you know, the Northeastern region has very difficult terrain conditions, and then a lot of very difficult are there, and therefore the space-based information is critical for any kinds of developmental activities and planning and monitoring activities. But the problem is that data are inaccessible, and when a data are accessible, it is in form of it's not in a usable format. So this could be some of the points which I've listed down. So the first point could be the data are not standardized, which means even if you have the data, you cannot apply some kind of meaningful operations, or in other words, you cannot use this data for creating some kind of meaningful geospatial products and services. And data sharing is important. Why? Because you can maximize the data usage, and at the same time you can minimize the duplicity. And there were no common platform or common ground to share the data for different stakeholders. And there were some kind of limited JS data sharing happening across the state centers and different user segments, and which were some kind of very manual process and time taking. And there should be some kind of ability to search and discover and access the data which the user needs, which is critical for decision making by any decision makers. And there were no mechanism to do this data searching and discovery happening across the Northeastern region. And also with the growing community of the geospatial geospatial research growing up in the Northeastern region. So there's a demand of some kind of own demand processing which they want to do based on their user-defined functions, and they want to create their own data products. And also at the time we didn't have such kind of platform. So we need to resolve all these points so that we can make a real-time decision support system. So we're addressing this by using some kind of open source based data service and applications, so that the data product is interoperable and accessible by different devices and platforms. So we are focusing on some kind of interoperability and standardizations where we're bringing all the data and then accessible to all kind of devices and platforms. And also we're ensuring data discoverable and searchable by and consumable by all kind of applications and software. And once we have all this data in place, then we are designing and developing a very user-oriented and scalable applications which can be scaled based on the user needs later on. And then all these applications, we're able to host it using secure hosting environment, which we have in NESAC. So all this, so these objectives became has been turned into some kind of tangible products where we have now a robust infrastructure and platform for data sharing and a hosting platform for e-governance applications. And then effective mechanism has been established for data sharing across all the Northeastern region to different users. And now we are serving this JS data along with inbuilt JS data visualization and analytical tools. And as a result, many user-oriented applications could be realized. So this is how initially we have established NESDR in all the 7 state nodes and a central node in NESAC. Every state node was given a very high in server storage and connectivity along with the applications. And at NESAC, we have the multiple servers for data cataloging, publishing, and serving these data sets. So since 2020, so we have successfully established and made operational this data sharing platform, which is online now. So if you see the data cataloging point of view, which we are doing it in a centralized node in NESAC, we are so far we're able to catalog about 1,200 plus vector data in different categories, which we have categorized for ease of access into different themes. And about the raster, we have about 8,000 rasters, which can be used, especially which are being used for geoprocessing at the regional scale, at the Northeastern scale level. And then since 2020, we have been increasingly adding data into our repository. So this is how the landing page, home page of NESDR looks like. So the first one is the data discovery and searching tool, where user can do data searching with a simple keyword, just like we do with the Google. And this is where we're keeping all the e-governance applications with the live links onto the dashboard. And state-specific data can be searched with the state portals on the right side. And all the data can be searched using these different data domains which we have categorized. So in a nutshell, we're able to unify this platform in the form of single window platform to access all kind of geospatial datasets for NER. So which we are able to build using open source, which are scalable. And so it becomes the right platform for building effective e-governance applications for planning and monitoring in the Northeastern region. So this is how pictorially how the data searching looks like. So data searching can be done with a simple keyword, and also like you can define different parameters like themes, scale, and time range to drill down the data that you are looking for. And the moment your data is found out, the data can be visualized. Then you have the different options where you can visualize the data which you have searched, and along with the metadata data as well. And finally, if you're interested, you can straight away you can add a data into the cart for downloading the data, physical data sets. And optionally, you can also access this data as some kind of OGC web map service for interoperable data access, which can be consumed in different platforms or applications. And so this is a very some kind of inbuilt interactive map visualizations and query tool which we are giving along with NESDR. So advanced, some kind of basic analysis can be done by the user just by using some kind of browser. A user did not have any kind of software in his machine. So you can do this one map navigations, and you can identify features on the map. And then you can do some kind of swapping on multiple layers, and you can do measurement in terms of length and area. And then we're also giving some kind of advanced geometry tools where you can add and edit some kind of different geometry onto the map. And also we're giving a lot of attribute-based querying, where you can to bring out certain kind of information. You can based on the attribute within the data, you can query into the data sets. So this is so metadata is again important. So we're using about 17 metadata to search and to query into the data sets. And so OGC is open source geospatial consortium. So this is mainly for making our data interoperable. So all the data has been published into OGC WMS format. So right now about 1124 data service has been published into the OGC format. And all this data can be consumed into your, desktop QGIS or into your application, so that you can design this spatial decision support system. So right now we are showing this Megali Rice information system, which we are using the data from the OGC data coming from NESDR. So this way we are able to build a lot of e-governance applications using NESDR data services. NESDR can also do a lot of powerful advanced geoanalytics, where it has a lot of advanced mathematical tools, so that it can perform a lot of vector or raster analytics on the fly. So as you can see on the left side, once you select your domain, what you want to do, on the right side you can select the predefined mathematical functions, and then it will generate the data products on the fly. in case if you want to create your data, customized data based on your different settings, then you can use this raster calculator to get your own data products. So far we were able to serve about 35 user departments, and then a lot of user-centric dashboard and mobile apps could be developed. And all these has been hosted using NESDR hosting platform. So we are from the IT and geoinformatics, so we are working in different domains, but then we work cohesively together so that we do some kind of this thing. We're using some kind of applied research where all the data can be turned into some kind of user-centric applications. Thank you. Yeah. So we'll have a live demo on an NESDR coming up.
Thank you very much. It's an excellent presentation. We expected such database. It should be useful. Only certain things like data sharing is the aspect which can be highlighted at a later stage. The next speaker is on, I think, demo on NESDR GeoPortal by Nishant. Quickly, you can go it. So you have limited time.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present in this event. So I'll just give you a brief demonstration on the NESDR portal, NESDR analytics and its capabilities. Sir, in order to access this portal, the URL is nesdr.gov.in. The moment you enter this URL, this is the page you're logged into. And here, basically, you can search the different data sets. So this is a general search window. You can just type in administrative, and automatically all the administrative layers have been populated. I'll just go back here. I'll just highlight all the other aspects of the page. So similarly, you can see here the second section of the page is basically highlighting the different governance applications. So herein we have already hosted more than 20 governance applications which are catering to different user departments. Some of the major highlights are the e-Atlas, which has been extensively utilized by the CEOs of the northeastern states, and recently also it was utilized by the Manipur CEO for the Lok Sabha Assembly elections, and then the project monitoring portal also. Then we have the Twitter feeds that is coming from the NEC and the MDonor, and the latest events have been populated here. The page also shows that we have 1,226 data sets spread across 8 categories. Now coming on to the different search criteria, like I've searched for the administrative layer, you can further filter out all these layers. Like you can go ahead and click on Assam, and only the administrative layers catering to Assam will be populated. And in that also you can see here Barpeta has 4, Bongaigaon has 4. So you can basically click on any of these filters and you can filter out these layers. Now, in order to basically get the data set, like request for these data set, what you can do is you can just simply click on add to cart. And the moment you have clicked on add to cart, you can see here that on the top, the cart has been updated. And this is how basically you get the different layers that you have added to the cart. And what you can do is you can click on the request layer, fill in the required format and click submit. And the moment you click submit, you can go to cart history. And the moment your request gets approved, you can get the data which has been you can get the data to download here. So further, you can also search for different categories, such as categories in water resources, land resources. But if you want to get a detailed information about any of the specific layers, so what you can do is you can click on this specific layer, and then you can get all the metadata information about this specific layer. So it has information about that this is a Manipur large-scale water body map, then the contact information that it has been cited under Director Marsak, and so on. Further, what we can do is we can also visualize these layers. So you can click on view on GeoPortal, and any of the layers that have been loaded can be visualized in a GeoPortal format. And in GeoPortal, we have many functionalities. We have functionalities in the tool such as we can identify any particular location. So we can click on the I button, and then we can basically, sorry. Yeah. We can click on the I button and we can get the information about that particular location. Then we can further do some other analysis, such as we can swipe and we can pan. We have another important functionality here, that suppose you don't want to download the whole layer. You want only a small area of interest to be downloaded. So what you can further do is you can go to the data download, and here you can draw your area of interest by clicking on this draw polygon button. And once you draw the area of interest, only that particular area of interest will be downloaded. So this is one way that you have your customized clipped area downloaded. Further, you can also, once you're done with your map generation, you can also create a map print here. So you can click on this map printing, and you can basically enter a map title, and you can click on print, and automatically the map will be printed and you'll be able to download it. So this is some basic functionalities of the NESDR GeoPortal. Further, sir, we have one more component under NESDR that is called as NESDR Analytics Platform. This has been totally developed under open source tools and technologies. And herein we can do some time series and advanced analysis on 20 years of satellite images also. So I'll just give you an example. So first you can see here, this is some basic analysis that can be carried out, wherein you can visualize the different LULCs at different timestamps. And the moment if I click at say any district, so I get that for the Nagaland district, say it is 41% under agriculture. And further, if I click on agriculture, I get different classes of agriculture. I can also see under different timestamps how the agriculture has been increasing over the period of time. In addition to this, we have also populated some information on the time series satellite images what we get. So something like we have the MODIS NDVI that has been sending data from the year 2000 onwards, and that data has been continuously being updated in this platform. So you can see all the latest data will be populated here. And this is not only for visualization, you can also do some analysis on this. So if you want to basically compute some anomalies on the 20-year time frame, so that can be also be identified. So we are able to do some anomaly and identify that these areas are specifically showing some negative anomalies over a long range. This is mainly due to a lot of flood events that are occurring in this region. So these are some kind of analysis that you can do on this NESDR analytics platform.
Excuse me, it's all fine. Can you conclude?
Yes, sir. So I'll just show one small thing. Herein, we can see the nightlight images we had captured, and this data set basically shows the Bagjan fire that was detected using this platform. So with this, I would conclude, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Just one, I would like to compliment. I request all the users to kindly look at this website. This is wonder, I can tell you. Whatever data, I am getting hundreds of the requests, and everybody I am diverting to this website. So please, after going from here, I request all of you to kindly look at this website.
One small query. From the three presentations made, it is not clear to me at least, how do you integrate these developments with the NER DRR? That part of, interdependency and use of one with the other is not clear to me somehow. Are you using the NESDR for disaster management services and disaster risk reduction services?
You can tell about the interoperability between the two.
Nilay, just 1 minute.
Okay.
NESDR is a repository, sir. All databases, right from land use, land cover, including the disaster management, all layers are there.
Okay.
NERDR is a public-facing portal. It pulls data from the NESDR and displays on top of the NERDR platform. Data repository is different, only NESDR, but NERDR is a the platform for dissemination.
Very good. I have understood. But which of the NESDR layers
Yes, sir.
are in public domain, easy to download for the goodness of the for the benefit
Yeah,
of
many
the,
layers. Around 1200 plus layers are there.
which are not which are restricted also? Do you have an idea which are restricted?
Restricted are also there.
And they are not to be given to
Not
anybody?
to be given to, yes. Policies are, we are maintaining the data policy.
What percentage of that is restricted?
Restricted, sir, most of the high resolution satellite data plus data generated from the like high resolution satellite data like ComSat and like UAV, those are sensitive data, restricted data.
Okay, all right. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I really compliment the best presentation where we can use this portal for various purposes. In fact, it's an open source system. Even if I remember, we generated district resource plans that is now merged with.
Yes, sir. Yes.
That time, when the unit is small, the way we can handle by the respective districts is very easy. The moment you go into such a complicated, may not be complicated, but you may feel, because we are regularly working, so we may not feel complicated, but you people work in a particular way. I still feel that district resource plans, which was visualized, I feel that is really more or less same, but there should be a module where they can take district immediately. The moment you give district, it has to come. So that facility may be given. I may be there.
Yeah, it is there.
May be there, but people may not be knowing it.
Yes, sir. Yes.
But I request the concerned to make sure that to get the district information at one stroke the moment you put the district. Otherwise, it is very good. Any users want to say?
Good morning. This portal is fantastic. Thing is that from my DRR point of view, I want to access the information at that point of time, and thing is that I have the NDA may have one portal called IDRN, Instigated Disaster Network, where all the informations are regularly updated from the departments. I don't know whether it is possible to collab both the things, because if I want to know, because all the informations are there, and I want to know the particular districts, how many resources are available. So if I able to access to the spatial as well as resources, it will be great help for DRR perspective to get the information. Which is the nearest point to access those bulldozers or whatever. So I don't know whether it is possible or not, because that portal we always update quarterly from it coming from departments, and that is authentic information. So that is my concern to address the thing.
Yes, sir. We will try to do that, sir. But we have to consume the API of that particular portal. Then accordingly, we can put it in our DRR portal. We can do it. We can merge it.
Phenomenal job from the NESDPR. It is a very helpful website. Maybe it will be helpful for our work. So basically, I wanted to know is along with the open source data that is present in the NESDR website, is there a list of the data that is available with you, but it is not open for all, so that we can approach you guys these are the data. Okay, so you have this data, so can you provide us, and we can give our requisitions and ask for something.
Yeah, actually, most of the data are made available in NESDR. Most of the data, whatever generated under by this center as well as the state remote sensing center under the umbrella of NREC and SEC. So all data are here only. Thing is that you just first you go through those data, you just see that data which you are looking for it. If it is not available, if it is available in a restricted manner, then you intimate us. We can do that in full.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
So I'm Abhishek Sarkar. I'm from Aranyak. From Aranyak. No, sir. Aranyak. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, then if there are no questions, next session has to go. I thank the organizers giving an opportunity to become a chairman of session, the topic which is very close to my heart. I really enjoyed conducting this session, and all the speakers done their job very good. I appreciate NESAC bringing out such a portal in a short time. But the utilization of this portal is very important. So I suggest that there should be some workshops, user interaction workshop, highlighting this at the state level. Instead of calling them, some of our scientists should go to the state and explain how they can use it. That is how we can make them to use. Everything we are preparing, but people are not using. How many hits you are seeing, Mr. Nishant? How many hits you are seeing a day on this portal? Can you say anything? Per day, are you getting for 10 hits or 20 hits or 50? That is the thing we are looking into it. So it should be more than 500 hits a day. That is your target. So I suggest that there should be some interactive workshops at the state level so that this portal will be of use to the real users. With these small words, I conclude, and I thank all the organizers and the users here and virtual mode for patiently hearing all the presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for chairing the session. And I would also like to request you to kindly do the honors of felicitating our three speakers of the session. So Dr. K.K. Sharma, sir, then Subhas Puyam, and Nile Nisan, please come forward for. Now, I would like to request our director, Dr. S.P. Agrawal, sir, to felicitate our proper director, Dr. S. Sudhakar. Yeah, and I would like to request our organizing secretary, Dr. Debajyoti Chutia, to felicitate our rapporteur, Dr. Diganta Burman. Thank you, sirs. Now we'll move on to the next session of today's program. It is a technical session on ISRO DOS Geoportal and services. This session will be chaired by Dr. P.G. Diwakar, and rapporteuring will be done by Dr. Debajyoti Chutia. Yeah. So if Dr. P.G. Diwakar, sir, if sir is online, yes, sir is already online. Over to you, sir, for sharing this session.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks to NESAC for getting me into this user meet, the first user meet. Congratulations for doing it.
Excuse me, sir.
And at the same time, having a series of interesting presentations that is going on now. We had a series of sessions yesterday, and we continue that today. The clear fact that you're running behind the schedule clearly shows that there is a tremendous amount of discussions going on. So I wouldn't like to take much time. I would like to stick to the time as much as possible. 45 minutes is given for this particular session. I would just request Divijyoti, if you have anything specific to say from the organizer side, you can say, so that we can stack the presentations now. We have 4 presentations.
Sir, no, sir, we can start, sir, without further delay.
Okay, fine. So we still have 45 minutes or less than that?
45 minutes, sir.
Okay, fine. So we stick to our schedule of 45 minutes. That means 4 presentations. I would still keep. I would still suggest the speakers to keep 5 minutes at least for the discussions, so that it will not become a one-side show. So I would call upon Space Application Center Ahmedabad to make the first presentation. Geo Portal and Services. Shri Hiren Bhatt. Is he available, please? Divijyoti, can you confirm if he is available so that we can go to the next if required?
He is available, but
Hiren Bhatt, yeah, he's there. Hiren.
Hello, good morning.
Very good morning to see you, Hiren. Nice to see you after a long time.
I'm also very happy to see you.
Yeah. So you have 10 minutes, Hiren, to make a presentation, Geoportals and Services. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning to all the directors, current and former directors, and my senior colleagues and friends. Please allow me to share my screen.
So you can share. So top right first icon is for sharing.
Is visible?
Not yet coming, sir.
You can parallelly talk also.
Yeah. Actually, we have this portal. I'll be discussing. We have 2 major portals. It is VEDAS and MOSDAC. VEDAS is actually portal for Earth observations.
Sir, sorry to interrupt, sir, but we are not getting your presentation yet, sir.
Yeah. I think I have to do something else. I was clicked on share system audio.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Then you have to select share entire screen. Share entire screen, and then also you can take that share with system audio, and then you have to click that share.
Okay, I am clicking, but it's not getting.
Hiren, the key thing is share the entire
screen. Got it.
Yes, sir. We are getting, sir, your entire screen.
Yeah.
Now, sir, you have to open that PPT just. Yes, sir. Now go to PPT mode, sir. Full screen mode.
Is visible now?
Yeah. Okay, sir. Is visible.
So we have 2 portals, VEDAS and MOSDAC. VEDAS
sir,
here is
preview, sir, sorry to interrupt you again, sir. Sir, we are getting one preview window, sir, on the right side. So it will be left side of your screen, sir. That if you can close, sir. Part of presentation is yes, sir. Yes, sir. You have to just cross on that, click on that cross. Yeah. Yes, sir. Now you can go on, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for helping me. The VEDAS here is referring to the Earth observation data pertaining to Earth ecosystem, and MOSDAC is the another portal which is working for meteorological and oceanographic satellite data applications. And with time, there is a changing of emphasis. In past, we have a lot of data conversion time and computation going on, and very less spatial analysis. But nowadays, as we have seen in case of NESAC portal also, there is very less data conversion nowadays, and lot of spatial analysis is possible in the current feature. So in past we had 2D and all maps. Now we have CAD GIS, 3D, 4D, 4th dimension is time, as we are already approaching toward it. And there is a lot of user participation and everything. Instead of having on a specialized workstation and limited accesses, everybody is looking for web access. And with the help of GPS and all the other geospatial technologies, with availability of very high resolution satellites, the communication revolution, no question of bandwidth as far as internets are concerned. With this, and with this, it has given rather edge toward WebGIS technology, where we need to have internet and all this basic infrastructure. Now that is also easily available, what we can say now. So using all these services, these portals are being supported. We have a lot of Earth observation missions, as we all of you know. I am trying to save time for all, because all of you know this. And now we are also receiving a lot of near real-time data, not the exact real-time, but the near real-time data are also available. Even in case of our own satellites, even we are getting AWIPS data every pass, almost by same day from NRSC. And so the VEDAS portal, it is having a lot of salient features. It has several applications: agriculture, forestry, wetlands, snow, glacier, hydrology, polar sciences, and all. I'll take one or two examples to have a glimpse of that. And it is basically satellite-based geospatial and archival and dissemination system. It has spatial as well as non-spatial search. Web map services are available. Geoprocessing tools are available. And website is available at, as you know, vedas.set.gov.in. We have 3D glaciers draped on Cartosat DEM. This is for glaciological applications. The DEM of Carto is of 10-meter resolution. Then a lot of overlapping this with the actual work which is being done by the team within our IPSA, and the glacier maps are generated, the overlap of these glacier maps. Then there is another very good application is solar energy, which we developed a portal using more than 10 years of inset 3D solar installation every half an hour, and computed it for, so from 2009-10 onwards, every day half an hour we integrated into a monthly installation, and we are publishing as a monthly available data set to find the solar rooftop potential for at and every individual given location. So this is the tabular data. So given a point, and this is there is also Android map application available. Anybody can download it from our website. Wherever, anywhere in India, if you are standing, just click on the location and activate this. You will have an idea what is the total solar potential available, what will be the darker sides, how many hours the insolation is available, what is the sun path, day length, and what is the incoming radiation available at your given point, and what should be the PV angle also for your solar rooftop panel. This is very useful. And another is solar site selection tool. It is for the basically for the power generation people, where they can find the site suitability, because here we are using power lines, road, and other infrastructure as inputs, then distance from the grid, slot, solar insolation available, and land use. So optimizing all this, one can choose the solar optimum site for the solar plant of the bigger size. Then hydrology, using SCATSAT and all, we are able to find the water level, and using this, the flood detection and all such applications are done using altimeter for all the areas within India. Another is WebGIS based crop monitoring. As it was discussed earlier also, since 2001 onwards, we are having MODIS, as well as in the later stages, we are having last 15 years of AWIPS data and 5 years continuous AWIPS data. We have several tools to monitor the vegetation at a given point, and also we can have NDVI profiles at district or taluka and tehsil levels. Also, we are using OCM data for daily NDVI compositing. This is, and there is also web-based image analysis for two dates. and there is a dashboard also, you can control it. Also, we can generate multi-temporal and first color composite from multi-temporal data to understand the change in the vegetation dynamics. This is using list4 data. And we can do web-based analysis like principal component analysis and all. And the spatial temporal data analysis is also possible. This is on the fly. The user may not download the data. They can completely analyze, and the downloading they can download is the profile, which is NDVI profile using the menu. And you can also find minimum, maximum, average, standard deviations at mathematical computations. Also, we have international charter for major disasters. The call, logging, activation, all these protocols are followed in the International Disaster Charter. As and when something happens, it will just be switched on. And also, we have another on-the-fly flood analysis. This is an example for disaster charter only. I'm not going into details because most of you are very well aware of. Now, coming to MOSDAC application, there is a lot of internal data sets, is meteorological data and oceanographic data are available. In situ observations are also available. Total 8 Indian satellite and 194 products and 23 applications are available. And during these years, 13 million products almost are being disseminated. This platform also allows you to download data after logging it with authentication. And there are 4 major applications: Ocean Eye, Scorpio is cyclone tracking and intensity forecasting, Cloudburst and nowcasting, and rip current forecast for safe beaching. And also data analytics and visualization is also available. So these are the details of this. Now, instead of going into other details, we have a lot of machine learning and deep learning algorithms available. And in the VEDAS side, we have automatic building footprint extraction also using AI, and urban area extraction. This is using list3 data. And I would like to just go live to a VEDAS site.
Hiren, you have exhausted your time. You can just do it for a minute if you want. Only 1 minute.
Okay, fine. I'll just open once. Here we have near real-time data for spatial satellite data visualization also. The latest ABS data acquisition path, this is today's path, is also visible, and the current data is available now on this site. So this is look and feel, and there are so many other applications. Our biggest hit applications are vegetation monitoring and solar rooftop calculator. With this, I thank, and in case of MOSDAC, it is the cyclone tracking and extreme events are the major hits. With this, I want to conclude, and thanks a lot for all.
Thank you very much, Hiren. I'm sorry for hurrying you up. In fact, you have plenty of things to talk about.
I understand, because there was I talked to Dev Jyoti in the morning. There is a lot of overlap, and they were running out of time.
No, but I really appreciate you keeping up with the time, even though you hurried up your slides. I'm very sorry for that. But certainly, it's a good introduction to a large number of people who are listening to you to get into your portal and explore the wide varieties of things, what is happening both in VEDAS and MOSDAC. There are 2 very interesting utility-oriented sites, and I request every one of you to visit those sites and see the wonder of the technology that is doing in various aspects of natural resources management. Thank you again, Hiren, very much for joining us and giving this presentation.
With lot of respect to you.
Bye. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will move on to the next presentation, Bhuvan Geoportal and Services. We have Mr. Arul Raj.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Arul. So you have 10 minutes. You have to really go through very fast, like what you saw from Hiren, and possibly 1 or 2 minutes, we can just have a brief discussion if you are able to do it within time. Please go ahead. Time is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go
Yes,
on,
sir.
sir.
Thank you. Sir, Bhuvan, as all of you are aware that Bhuvan means Sanskrit in earth, and we have released this Bhuvan in 2009 as a simple visualization portal. But today the Bhuvan is being used as a platform by many of the state and the central ministry for various governance related application. And in this journey, we have brought out many visualization like the 2D, 2.5D, and the 3D. And we have,
Arulraj,
yes, sir.
You hide that screen, no?
So you can click on that hide button.
Yeah. Correct. Yes, sir. Correct. In this journey, we have made this 2D, 2.5D, and 3D kind of visualization. And we also have a good amount of open data archive where people can download the certain specific resolution data like sun date, the 23 meter and cursor, one can download it. And a variety of thematic data sets are available, including the disaster and climate related information, which is available as a open geospatial consortium services. So that is the way the journey has been made as a simple visualization. Then we have brought out a map centric application, then the user centric application. Then today we are going more and more on the analytics and the data science related things. So if I put everything as a single slide, we have almost like 60 terabyte of data from the multi-resolution, multi-temporal data sets, and the portals or the information services. We have almost like 195 portals, which includes the state portals. Like today, if you are getting to the NESAC states, you will be able to see all the state specific data, and which also having the connectivity to the NEDRP plan, whatever the district level plan, which has been done by the NESAC team. So that is the way the exchange of the web services is also happening. And many mobile based applications are there, which is contributing almost like 100 million point of interest data into Bhuvan. And Bhuvan on an average is receiving almost like 2 crore hits per day. So this is the quick summary of the Bhuvan thing. And if you see that what all the different features are there, I'm not going for each and everything, and I will simply highlight certain features. One is the different services are available into Bhuvan. The next major component is the planning and the development. So Bhuvan is being used by the various state and the central ministry for the various planning related activities. Today, the very popular example is the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, which is having a component called Yuktadhara. That is the planning portal, which is providing the facility to the user to narrow down the specific action plan, which is which can be carried out in the ground, and which will also go to the next level of discussion at the panchayat level and the block level and the district level. So that is the way the planning component has been put up into Bhuvan. The another very interesting thing is the monitoring and evaluation, where the impact based analysis or the study tools or the techniques is also provided into Bhuvan. When we are doing all these things, we also want to have some kind of a participatory approach from the people. So that way the certain applications are made as a like for example, in the same Manrega, when we are speaking, there is a component called Jan Manrega. So that is the way also we are receiving the feedback, and based on that feedback, the certain other further decision making process are happening. So that is the way the Bhuvan is providing various utilities from the, so that's why we call it as a integrated geospatial information management, starting from the data creation and the decision making and taking to the implementation and bringing the people for again providing the feedback and integrating the data or the inputs to further decision making. All these components are inbuilt, and that is the way the Bhuvan tools and the capabilities are there. So if you are again going into a deeper, it is having major components like the citizen-centric tools, which will be like a basic draw, measure, or you have a routing, or you want to navigate from one location to another location, you want to do the proximity analysis, all those things are there. On the other side, the decision-making tools, whether it is the Bihar Health Emergency Operation Center for doing that COVID-19, or Election Commission application, what we have put it, or Tripura forest plantation monitoring. All these things are made with the certain kind of decision tools, which is being used by the day-to-day operation. On another side, the Bhuvan is having a very powerful the crowdsourcing platform, whether it is the 8 crore assets of NREGA application, or we want to have a customized mapping tool, because Bhuvan is having the 1 meter resolution data in the backdrop. So they want to do a digitization of all the like the beat boundaries, or they want to have a delivery zone mapping under the postal department, or they want to have a school, the neighborhood mapping under the school GIS. Like that, our Bhuvan planners or the Bhuvan mappers are customized and provided to the user. And apart from that, a lot of analytical tool or the geoprocessing capabilities are there. Like, for example, as soon as the NREGA asset is landing to the Bhuvan, it will say that whether the citizen information board is there or not, or whether it is a farm pond, or it is a check dam, or it is a road, or it is a avenue plantation. It will immediately classify and it will provide the information to the user for the moderation. So that is the way that it has been customized and it has been put up. On another side, if you see that the NRSC is having a lot of the bioenergy related map. So based on that one, what is the biomass available in that place? So basically from the rabi, rice, or wheat, or the kharif related information, once as soon as the data sets are available, what is the biomass it is available, and if somebody is planning for any industrial development in that particular area, it will give that what is the nearby railway station and petrol bunk and infrastructure related information, and what is the surplus biomass available. All those things will be calculated, and it is provided based on the raster geoprocessing what we are providing into Bhuvan. And then if you see that the Yuktadhara thing, it is having almost like 10 different thematic layers. The vector layers are taken, all the geoprocessing has been put up on the fly. The user can create a different rule set and apply onto the Bhuvan, or else they can bring their own layer and upload it onto the Bhuvan, and they can customize. Such kind of thing we have provided as a My Bhuvan to the Udhampur district team or the Karnataka district team, so that they will be able to use it. And while doing all these things, all the data sets and the services and APIs also we are enabling to the user, so that the user can quickly customize using our APIs, and they can develop their own applications. So such kind of exercise we are doing with the IIM Bangalore also for the village level development planning. So that is the way the frameworks are available. Or if user is simply they want to connect to Bhuvan and take all the data sets as a service and integrate into that one, they will be having the satellite data as a service, administrative boundary, then the infrastructure, the hydrological data sets, and the point of interest. All these things are available, and it is ranging from the country level to the panchayat level. The informations are organized and it is put up into Bhuvan. So these are all the different data sets, how the country will be looking like, and when you are going to the smallest unit, how the data sets will be looking like. This is the quick screenshot what we are providing through Bhuvan, and the different products which is available for download, which I have already mentioned. That the main important thing is we are also supporting the climate related products. So almost like 62 products are there in Bhuvan, and which can be downloaded from the user point of view. So that data sets are splitted like a terrestrial, ocean, atmosphere, and model derived product or cryospheric product, and the data sets are updated half an hour to the monthly composite. It is available into Bhuvan. Then the thematic data sets are varying from 1 in 10,000 scale to 1 in 250,000 scale. Variety of data sets are there, like the land use, land cover, or wasteland, or the geomorphology or lineament. You can visit the Bhuvan portal and you can get the detail. And today we are speaking more on the location based thing, like even if you see that the COVID time also, we have integrated with the COVID API and provided the vaccination center and the thing. And we have also integrated with the real-time API with the Tamil Nadu Health Department and provided all the COVID bed location and the oxygen bed, or the any other category whatever has been provided, even some certain temporary arrangement what they have provided. All those things are put up in Bhuvan, so that it was effectively used in the COVID war room. So that is the way the location based services are provided. And the latest addition is Aadhaar is onboarded into Bhuvan, where we are providing all the location information and the gap analysis and the facility management system through Bhuvan. So that is another location-based services what we have put it, and the 100 million data what we have put it or what we are having in Bhuvan. So this is the thing. I am not going to detail. But today, the northeastern state Assam, we are every 12 hours we are updating that inundation layer, and it is available in Bhuvan. And apart from flood, the cyclone, drought, and landslide, earthquake, and forest fire, that information is also provided through Bhuvan. And NESAC is also getting forest fire related alerts in the real time from Bhuvan. And if you see that these are all the different sectors which we are supporting, whether it is agriculture or tourism or Panchayat Raj or Ministry of Minority Affairs, Earth Science, almost 43 departments or the state and the central ministry we are supporting through Bhuvan. And recently we have released the Bhuvan Lite, which is a very lightweight application. One can access it through Bhuvan portal. And Bhuvan Wiki is having a lot of information where user can go through that detail, and it is like a small Wikipedia, and where you can get the details of each and every resources what it is there in Bhuvan. And this I have quickly covered in my initial discussion, what we are doing with the IIM Bangalore or the Udhampur GIS or the Swatch auto trolley tracking. So these are all the things. And Bhuvan is also having a very good time lapse which can be visualized in through the tool what is available in Bhuvan. So with this
another
one,
1 minute, Arul. Another
yes,
1
sir,
minute.
Yes, sir. Right now we are concentrating more on the sustainable development goal, where all our data science related activities we are doing. And so we want to map each and every activity what Bhuvan is doing with reference to the SDG. With this one, I thank the organizers for the opportunity, and thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arul. Yes, this is yet another very interesting portal of ISRO, which has a lot of application services that is being rendered to a whole lot of users. There are wide varieties of users who utilize the facilities of Bhuvan. If there are any quick questions, one question we can take, because he could sort of maintain his time. If
Mr.
there is
Chairman,
one question only.
I am PP Nageshwar Rao. I would like to seek one small clarification from Arul.
Sir.
How do you compare the Google Earth Engine G services vis-a-vis the Bhuvan services that are offered from the user perspective? Can you please clarify, Arul?
Sir, as we all know that we started something called on-demand EO services from Bhuvan. So today, the on-demand EO services, as I was mentioning, that it is having the variety of components, both vector and raster-based processing. Today, the on-demand EO processing is restricted, or it is having a limited to certain kind of water body extraction and forest cover identification, the area, and then the building footprint extraction. So such kind of utilities are there. Then apart from that, the site suitability analysis or the automated feature extraction. Only these kind of features are today it is available in the Bhuvan and the Bhunidhi combination. And we are working more to bring more and more the specific features what Google is offering, or much beyond that one. So that way we are working, but we cannot today compare with the analytical tool what is being provided, but we are working towards that one. Thank you.
I sought this clarification because I have been a teacher for the last 8 years teaching the students of MTech in geoinformatics. The students are very apprehensive and not favoring the Bhuvan portal usage, while they all run and use heavily.
Dr. PPN, this will become a long discussion. This is an important point what you have raised, but basically Bhuvan and Google are not comparable, ideally speaking. Google specifically addresses a few amenity facility related applications and also very high resolution images and maps. But Bhuvan is completely a natural resources data provider, and it has a lot of other services related to natural resources data which possibly Google doesn't have. So this particular discussion we can have yet another day, because it will take a long time. We have limited time because 3 more presentations are there. But certainly these two are different type of platforms, and I think we should not compare them the way we are trying to compare. But certainly I can clarify to you separately on this. There are a whole lot of things which Bhuvan does, which possibly Google doesn't do. But there are certain things in Google which possibly Bhuvan doesn't do. So we need to see how both these can be optimally used by a user. That's what I would say.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like
Go
to
ahead.
thank Mr. Arul for answering the questions at the same time, doing a good presentation, crisp presentation. We will move to the next presenter. There are 3 presentations coming up, I think, from NESAC, one after the other. The first one is going to be River Atlas Geoportal of Assam by Dr. T. Barman. Diganta, you please stick to your time so that we are able to do the time management efficiently. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'll just roll over the slides in 5 minutes. Then there will be a 5-minute demo.
Okay, fine. Yeah. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Actually, this particular project was conceptualized during a 17-18 time when the government of Assam raised this question whether do we have a single window access to the entire information system for all the rivers in Assam, which can be utilized meaningfully by the engineering departments for their restoration works as well as others. So basically these are the highlights. It was created in 1:5000 scale. This is one of the database of river in across the country available in 1:5K in the district level and 1:25K in the catchment level. So this particular project actually created the exact source of the origin of rivers, especially in case of transboundary rivers, the mapping detail of LULC as well as elevation information in a nutshell in the catchment level as well as in the floodplain level. So you can see the detailing that is available in the catchment level. We have gone to the source of origin of the various rivers which are in the districts. And we tried our best to trace the origin of that particular river even in the outside countries in the transboundary regions using the open source datasets that are available. Similarly, this is a view of the Lakhimpur district. You can see the catchment area that is contributing to the small valley of Lakhimpur district is so enormous. You can easily understand how much discharge it is a potential. It can contribute to that small valley, and you can easily understand how much flood it can create if the full basin is in high blown so meteorologically. In coming to the district level, you can visualize the importance of 1:5K mapping. Even people are this database has currently been able to replace some of the reconnaissance survey that is generally taken up by the engineers for creating the river restoration works and their planning. So you can see the embankment details, the year of construction, as well as the embankment length, etc. Similarly, various rivers is having the warning level, danger level, etc. This database can be meaningfully utilized for various purposes. Just a roll of all the districts, 33 districts, the entire detailed work has been done. And this is just a roll of all the districts. It will take some time. So here is the highlights of the output. Basically, that is around 33 maps were created in great details, and 264 maps combining A0 and A3 maps combined. And finally, there is a user-friendly River Atlas portal, which we are going to demo. And the River Atlas was released by Honorable CS, and the maps were released by Honorable CM. And finally, the outcome and the impact of the particular project. It is a single window river baseline database for field engineers, input from execution planning of river restoration works by WRD divisions, and accurate and authentic river information database, a potential base for embedding a full-fledged water resource information system for Assam. As in the previous session, Dr. Sudhakar sir has told about the number of hits. So we are also constantly monitoring the number of hits for this particular web portal. And it is not very encouraging as of now because the user community is very limited, only those people related to water resource. but gradually it is increasing. I would like to request my colleague, this is the team actually, there is a large team of JRFs and research scientists along with some of us. And I'd like to request now to my colleague, Dr. Anupal, to give a short demo, please.
Good morning, sir. Neighboring present here. So today I'm going to just give a brief demo on the River Atlas portal. So as you can see on the top right corner, first of all, we have to log in through this website, that riveratlas.nesdr.gov.in. Once we go through this website, this portal will come up. And on the top right corner, we have one option that will registration will come. And once we do the registration with the username and password, we can log in. Now, once we log in, on the top left corner, we can see different map layers we have. So if you click there, so like starting from the district, like you can select any of this district or you can select all. Suppose if I select the one, this Lakhimpur district, once we apply, so it will just highlight to that particular location. Then the features present in that location, that was the railway lines, sluice gates, embankments, and drainages, all these features that is available in that particular location or that district will be come up. So these are basically nothing but the embankments that is available in the Lakhimpur district. If we go down, we also have that major river catchment. So for example, if we talk about the Beki basin or like some other river basins, so we can click here and this river catchment will pop up. And also we have the northeastern boundary revenue circles as well as the district catchments. Now we have the tools as well. So if you click here, then these are the tools, different tools available in this portal. So first of all, this one is for pan the map from here to there. And for zoom in and zoom out, you can use these two particular tool, or you can scroll in and scroll out. And one important feature is the that we can measure the distance. Suppose if we want to measure some particular feature, then we can click here. We have to select this particular unit, suppose kilometer, and then you will get the length of a particular stream or a river that is available in that region. Again, we have this one. Suppose we can also get the area of a particular polygon or particular layer, and also we have this identification tool. So if we click on the embankments in the Lakhimpur district, as we have already clicked, with this identification tool, if you just click here, then you can see the details of this embankment will come up. Suppose embankment feature 1, what is the name? None. That length is suppose 0.5 kilometer of length, and what is the length is almost 5 kilometer. The major river catchment that is available with this embankment, that is in Swansea Ranganadi basin, and the area of the particular basin is suppose 22,000 kilometers square. So like this, we can explore with different tools, and also we can download a particular layer. Suppose embankments we have to download, we can download here. So major river catchment, you have to select criteria names of Barak, and then here we have to go for a request. Means once you request, that request will come to the admin, and then the admin will permit you to go with the particular layer. Also, we can use this particular tool. Suppose this is your statistical report, and suppose you want to get a statistical criteria of a particular river catchment. So here you can click. If you click, suppose any of this basin, Dhonsiri basin, and then you click analyze. So here you will see there might be some. So like this, we can use different tools associated with this particular river atlas. And with this, I'd like to hand over to. Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
That is all from our side. Yeah.
You end your presentation with this. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any questions? I think they have kept the time pretty well. They have managed it very well, I would say. Any questions to the speaker? In fact, this is an excellent presentation and demonstration that has been done by NESAC, and the kind of data and the enormity of the kind of data what they have prepared and demonstrated is really very appreciable. And a terrain of what do you call, entire northeastern region, the kind of databases what you need for disaster management has been shown very well, and it is very difficult to not only create such database but also to manage such databases. I highly appreciate the team for doing this excellent work. With that, we move to the next presentation. The next presentation again from NESAC. It is going to be mobile applications for various user departments of northeastern region. This will be done by Mr. A. Chauhan. Chauhan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir, and good morning, everyone. I'm Avinash Chauhan. I will present on the various mobile application that we have developed recently for based on the request from various user department. So the key points of this presentation around which it revolves is one is the hybrid mobile application, that is like the new concept, like it is the combination of web application and mobile application. So it gives several advantages. So we use that. Then second is the geo monitoring, that is the one step ahead of geotagging. We are we are integrating the flow so that we can do the periodic geo monitoring. Third is the Gagan based mapping, because with the mobile inbuilt sensor, there is a limitation of accuracy, like how much you can get always. So there is always a non-determinism. So to resolve that, we use the Gagan based mapping also. And lastly, only single slide about our recent research work that iteratively we are integrating in our applications. So that is aerial based AI based aerial surveillance. So, sir, these are some quantitative results for our work. So, one is presently we have 22 operational mobile applications and dashboard. So, in the development mode, it is more, but operational is 22. Then at present, the total geotag records or the area, points or the area, it is more than 80,000. And the recent thing is our NEC project monitoring portal is launched by Honorable President of India, and same is the ICAR app that we have developed for Land Record Department Tripura. It is launched in the December by the Honorable Union Minister, and the forest fire application is launched by the Minister of Forest and Environment, Meghalaya. And one more achievement is sir, the application and the portal that we have developed is e-Atlas. It won the e-Northeast Award 1920. So this is these are some results. So now I slowly go few of our applications. What are the things that we have integrated there, and then I conclude. So the first I will present is our NEC project monitoring application. So here what we did is we integrated the workflow that is given by Northeastern Council to monitor the project funded by NEC and donor. So we successfully did that. And the specific thing that we integrated there is the geo monitoring thing. So we developed that component, and apart from that, other project monitoring tools also we have developed as a form of mobile application and the dashboard, and we handed over to the user department. And last thing is it is the finalist for the National E-Governance Award 2021. The second of our application is the Vanadhikar application. So based on the request from the Land Record Department Tripura, so we developed this application. The main challenge or the main request from the user side is basically they have procured GNSS device, the external GNSS device, and they want to develop one application that has the capability to interact with that device for getting the location, and that device is only having the Bluetooth thing. So we develop the interface to communicate with that device using the NMEA protocol, and later on we integrated all the workflow, and this is actively used for the land demarcation in the Tripura. And presently thousands pattas are already geomapped. So this is the second application, sir. Third is the fever tracker application. So we developed this application on the request of ICMR RMRC Dibrugarh. So basically the main requirement from the end user side is like they want to do the complete offline survey. So there is no internet. So basically we need to develop our workflow in such a manner that it should run mostly in an offline manner, and mostly it is used by ASA workers. So we need to take care of that. So what we did is we develop in a like multilingual thing. That is one thing. Second thing is we integrated mostly a picture in the application so that the ASA worker will find it easy to use. So we developed this complete application and handed over to the department, and they are using actively for the malaria mapping. And the significant achievement of this work is like ICMR is exclusively applied for the copyright of the workflow of the project, and they got also. And the paper also recently published in the Journal of Medical Internet Research regarding the workflow or the working of the project. And this is another application. This is e-atlas and tracker application. So the main request from the end user side is like we need to develop two applications. One is like application for the like mapping of the workflow that is happening on the election or polling day. So we did that in the e-atlas application. And second is the tracker application. So tracker is like one already open source application is there. Only thing is we customize that application according to our end user need, and we did that. So like in the tracker application, all the polling officers are getting tracked like on the polling day, obviously, so that where they are moving. So accordingly, like the electoral officer can manage all the events. And this application is like actively used in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha election, and this won the E-Northeast Award 1920. And sir, this is our one of the recent applications. So this is forest fire mapping application under NERDRR. So it's a very simple incident reporting application. So the basic requirement is they want in a multilingual thing so that the local people also can use. Second thing is like what I present in the previous application, those are exclusive and login based application. But it is here the end user wants is like it should be the crowdsourced application, so anyone can use. So like that we integrated all the flow, and it is like recently launched by the Honorable Minister of Forest and Environment, Meghalaya. And this is our recently like running project, geotourism. So under that project also like we are developing one dedicated mobile application. So like we can geotag if some tourist locations are if not already mapped. And second thing is if already mapped records are there, so that we can do the remapping and other kind of analytics, and some related information also we have integrated in this application, and still this is under development mode. So this is about all our mobile application, and this is the last thing. So like basically we also actively involved in the AI based application or deep learning based model development. So like only I have selected one dedicated slide for this also, because this session is for mobile application development. But thing is like we are also doing this AI based research also. So here we are showing the example of AI based aerial surveillance. So like whatever UAV data we are getting, so we have developed a dedicated algorithm or object detection algorithm, and like we applied or we trying to showcase that okay, we can do the surveillance or related activities also using this kind of thing. And this is only one slide. Apart from that also we are doing several other like computer vision task where fortunately we are getting state of art result also. So that also actively we are doing, sir. So, sir, this is from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a good, crisp presentation where you have shown diversified applications of mobile tools. I appreciate you for keeping up excellent time, and you do have a couple of questions that can be answered by you. So, are there any questions from the audience?
Divakarji, this is Raju speaking.
Yeah, Raju.
Yeah, what is that geo monitoring you said, Sohan?
Yes, sir. So geomonitoring is, sir, like in the geotagging, what is happening is, sir, like we are simply going to the site and taking the point. So in the geomonitoring, we are going one step further. So we are integrating the flow where like we are alerting the user like periodically you need to go to that site, or this site is not surveyed recently or till last 3 months. So they can periodically go and do that.
Letting the user to go and collect the data.
Yes, sir. In the NEC project monitoring, sir, we are doing, sir, that.
But if they don't go, what further action?
Sir, actually, look, they are supposed to go actually for monitoring, but that's why we are alerting.
But no, but what you also.
But we
has
made
to
the
take
system
action,
automatic actually now, because instead of I call them to go, please go in there. But system is alerting them that the time has come, you should go and monitor.
No. What I suggest is, if they don't go, you should escalate to higher authorities like NEC. Though the project is coordinated, but there is some problem from the user side.
Yeah, we are using satellite data also, sir.
I know. I think this is a good suggestion. Actually, let me tell you very frankly, we are facing this problem. Some people are not going. So, in fact, we are sending them mail. We are alerting through WhatsApp. We have WhatsApp group also. We are doing it. But yes, if it is not done, then certainly we have to talk to the higher authority.
Yeah, managing the no-go situation is important. That's the summary of this particular point, and that's a good point raised by Raju. Absolutely, yeah. I think it was.
I would
Yeah,
like
yeah.
to say, I would like
Yes,
to ask
yes,
you, the forest fire incident. You get it, no? But how far it is useful when until unless you get Moody's satellite data for analysis and all that to find out its impact and all that. How you get it into? How you are going to use that for information? Is it reduce your prediction of spread?
Sir, mostly is for the incident reporting. So like the response can be like initiated. So for that, it is presented.
Crowdsourcing, sir. Crowdsourcing.
So,
Sudhakar, what I understand is Moody's data is the primary thing. Based on this, let us say a guard goes to the field, he uses the mobile and actually does the incident reporting. That is the second stage. That's what I feel. So it's more of data sending or data collecting from the field after you know that the fire has taken place. That's it.
Yeah, getting information early. Is it so? Moody's also will get online, no?
No, decision makers get the field information about the fire and extent and things like that. That's
we can
we can make it as more incident reporting services.
Validation of severity.
Severity also you can
Yes,
get
sir.
from.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much, Chauhan, for that excellent presentation and diversified output. And you showed one very interesting thing. You might have all observed that ASHA workers got the WHO award yesterday, and I'm so happy that ASHA workers were given your mobile applications under the ICMR project. Highly appreciable, I would say. Thank you all very much for this excellent presentation, and we will move to the last presentation of this particular session. We go to Mr. S. Bhuvan for governance dashboard for users department.
Hello, very good morning to respected chair of this session, Rapporteur Dr. Dibojyoti, my fellow colleagues and esteemed participants and dignitaries. So my presentation is on governance dashboards for user departments. I will be having a lot of images in my slides so that it's easy for you to understand. So without much ado, let's start. Okay, so the very first thing, it has already been covered by my colleague Shri Avinash. So this is basically project monitoring portal. So essentially what happens is it is often it is difficult to check the status of the development of infrastructure projects. Funds remain underutilized and it takes time for them to get completed. That's why we added this intervention in the form of the NEC project monitoring dashboard. So in the field, there is a mobile with which a person, the official, can send the data. It goes to the portal and it is easily viewable for decision making. We also provide the interoperability with Gagan Bluetooth dongles for high precision. So, and then we also have these photos and videos, satellite as well as UAV photos, as well as this drone videos. So it is very easy to see the kind of progress that is happening for a particular project. Then the other thing which he has already mentioned, my previous, my colleague, the previous speaker, so is that many applications are built on top of the data that is collected. So it's like you can consider it to be a project of projects in a way. And it was recently launched by Shri Ramnath Kovind. So the important point is, in addition to the monitoring part, so many times, like, you need to fulfill certain project objectives. That itself, it drives a new solution. So that is, I think, one of the key points here. Next one. The next one that I'm going to talk about is the e-Atlas, more specifically the Manipur State Assembly Election 2022 dashboard. So e-Atlas, as already has been discussed, it's an app for monitoring and managing elections. Pre-election, we get some data from the CEO office, Chief Electoral Officer's office, like polling station attributes, like, facilities, whether they have ramps or how many voters are there, male, female counts, etc. So, and then all this is fed to the database or the system, and then we can visualize and make live decisions even before the election. For example, if I see that a particular polling station does not have your wheelchair ramps, then maybe a directive can be given to construct one, so and so. So, and then the ability is also there because we have an app. So there is an ability to live track polling officers, and then if there are any incidents or any malfunctions like VVPAT machines or EVM machines breaking down, or if there is some kind of a riot or disturbance outside the polling station. So all of that, it can be tracked near real time, almost near real time, through using this mobile combination of mobile and dashboard. Then, in addition to this, one point which I'd like to mention is that Manipur office, CEO office, they made a special request for this PWD, persons with disability, and 80+ voters. So we had developed we have developed two systems for them specifically, that app and then one dashboard for monitoring. So they tried to be more inclusive, basically. Yeah, next one. So the next one is the integrated WebGIS platform. So this is basically a portal that we are currently making. It's in process, but the beta version is already there. So it is being made for the Assam State Disaster Management Authority, ASDMA. So basically what happens is it offers a common platform for disaster management, and it serves the users by providing them near real-time disaster updates for different disasters like landslide, earthquakes, then thunderstorms, etc. And then in addition to that, we also have the ability to call for help or assistance, like SOS calls, like, somebody is in trouble or somebody is in danger. And then this gets directed to the district or the SDMA officials. So, and it serves the administration because it helps them direct resources appropriately. So there are also 23 different products. You will see that I have written 23 products. So what it means is geospatial products like forest fire prone areas or thunderstorm nowcast, weather related information, base layers like administrative block boundary, district boundary, etc. And then we also have some archive data, historical data. Then in addition to all this, we also have like other facilities, like routing is one of the very important components. So we can see the alternate routes, and then we can search for locations, A to B navigation, that kind of thing. And then we can do some on-the-fly analysis using this. And then also we have the facility to have this geofencing alerts while moving to high-risk zones. For example, there's a landslide-prone area, highly landslide-prone area. So when the official is moving or when the civilian is moving there, he gets an alert. Yeah, next one. So next is the geotourism dashboard. So this is also a new initiative. My colleague had actually mentioned about the app. So basically what happens is why this came up is because there's an absence of a common platform for inventorying different tourism assets. Of course, you get it scattered, like, you have these Make My Trip and Go Ibibo and all this. So they do some amount of it, but then most of the cases it is dated and it is not 100% accurate. So that is the reason it came up. So it serves users by providing this very information, by providing this, and it also has very detailed updated information in the form of photos or videos, etc., captured by drones and then high resolution imagery basically. And then what this leads to is that previously undiscovered tourist locations or will also come out through the use of this portal. This is also, of course, it's still under development. And then we also have captured the tourist circuits, very important when you're planning a journey to some place. And then another thing, one of the core objectives is the development of the what is called as the TPI, Tourism Potential Index. Okay, so basically what this means is that it is a kind of an index or a score that is used for the for promoting or boosting tourism in a particular location, both as an industry as well as an economic revenue source. So that is one of the things. And then because of this crowdsourcing kind of a functionality, we are able to gather all the information, as well as we have social media trends and dynamic itinerary generation. Yeah, next. Then this dashboard is the Meghalaya Rice Information System dashboard. It has gone live. So basically it was developed for the government of Meghalaya, and it provides a very comprehensive information source for different soil properties and suitability for rice cultivation, like, fertility and then resource type and etc. If there is a watershed. And then there are many different layers, and what makes it stand out is that there's a multi-criteria analysis that is possible to do using this particular portal. For example, for growing rice, you require certain nutrients like phosphorus or potassium. So this information is present in this portal, and the persons or the officials that use them, the users, all they need to do is they just need to successively provide filters that what if I want so and so percentage of potassium and etc. So they will get to see the areas. So you can see actually in this lower right corner. So there you can see like high phosphorus, high potassium, or high zinc. So that way you can see which are the areas suitable for this cultivation. And then it also has field data collection through mobile apps, plus the report generation facility is also there for the convenience of the government officials. Next slide. Then these are some of the user departments we have served. Actually, the list is much more numerous, but I've just highlighted some of the ones. Yeah, next. So then there are a few other dashboards. I wanted to put them all, but then I've just mentioned them in a very cursory manner. So the first one, Seri Geotech. So sericulture, it's a very well-known portal. So it is basically for geotagging and mapping of the sericulture assets, like which regions are suitable for soil silkworm cultivation, etc. And then the number of farms or the number of locations where it is grown, etc. The next one, right beside that, is the ICM, the malaria dashboard. It's a fight fever dashboard. So basically, it tracks the people who are suffering from malaria, different stages of malaria. It offers them advisories on the medication. Then it provides a very useful way of capturing the spread of malaria or the extent how it has spread. The next one, the third one, is the ROFR portal. So basically, there are a lot of forest pattas that are there. This was developed for Tripura. So we have provided a way of mapping, geotagging those forest land assets, patta lands, and we are also able to edit changes in this. So it provides the way to get the users to see the land which they actually have or which they need to have if it needs corrections. Then in the second row, the first one is the this ASMAN portal. So basically African swine fever. So this is being actually expanded and currently being developed in a much bigger way. So this ASMAN, so basically it tracks the spread of this infectious transboundary animal diseases. Like many diseases are there which cross over from our neighboring countries like Myanmar or like the China and all that. So we provide a way of mapping and managing the spread or the status of the different diseases that happen in different parts. So this is one of that portals. Then the next one is the portal that is currently being developed for cancer, basically mapping the cancer patients in the districts of Assam. So it is a collaborative study being done with the B. Borua Cancer Institute. The prototype is already ready, but we are still incorporating some more districts. And finally, the last one, that is the Meghalaya Forest Fire Portal. So that has been developed very recently, and it is still under development. It has not yet been finalized. So it is basically a dedicated portal for forest fires happening in Meghalaya. Next slide. So these are some of our capabilities.
Bhuvan, can you conclude in another half a minute?
Yeah, sure, sir. So these are the capabilities or things that we can do. We are this is what we do actually. So architecture, system design, any kind of requirements. If you have any specific problems that you want us to solve, you tell us and we'll solve it for you. We'll design the solution, and then we are capable of creating solutions in multiple platforms and technologies.
HR का तुम लोगों के लिए हम कितना नीचे आते हैं, मतलब
software maintenance is one. Bug detection.
मैंने नहीं लिखा
if there are any problems, etc.
और नीचे मेरा नाम लिखा हुआ है.
Yeah, that's it.
No, organizer, somebody is intervening. Can you kindly cut the voice, please?
और ये लिस्ट कल से नहीं है, लिस्ट मेरे पास 10 दिन पहले से ही है, 10 दिन पहले से ही है मेरे पास, लेकिन मैं सिर्फ कंफर्म कर रहा था कि बाकी स्टूडेंट का क्या होगा. दैट्स व्हाई मैं होल्ड में रखा था.
Bhuvan, are you through? Hello? Are you getting my voice?
Sir,
Hello?
I can hear you, sir.
Yes, sir, we are getting.
No response from you. Are you through or you're still going on? Yeah.
It's done, sir. My presentation is over, sir.
Okay. No, there was some disturbance in between, so that created some amount of confusion. Okay.
Right, sir.
Thank you very much, Bhuvan, for that excellent presentation of showing wide varieties of applications, particularly the governance dashboard, what you called, and we could get a glimpse of the kind of dashboards that are being developed by NESAC. I really appreciate all of you youngsters for having come forward and developed such wonderful applications for the Northeastern region. Kudos and compliments to all the team members for doing this excellent work. So with that, we come to the last presentation, and before we conclude the session, I would like to just ask anybody if they have any questions for the last presentation.
I specifically, because you are developing a portal for that asthma.
Yes, sir.
Near real-time alerts.
Right, sir.
Recently, there are what is the district? It is in south. This one, Barak area.
Dima
Hasao. There are landslides and then flooding.
Right, sir.
Whether these portal you are able to integrate those information.
Sir, it is possible to integrate it,
no,
but
not
as
possible.
of it is definitely possible, sir.
To know that because
yes, sir. Actually,
we are going to do it for Assam disaster.
No, I think your question answer is currently no.
No, correct. Yeah.
Fine, thank you.
Currently no.
Yeah, it has to be done in the maybe.
Currently it is no, but Raju's question is whether it can be done so that it will help the center to utilize that particular tool. I think NESAC will certainly say yes for that.
Yes.
That's right.
No and yes, both.
So thank you all very much, and thanks to the audience.
Chair is there. Oh, sorry, chair is there, so I cannot.
Yeah, chair is here, sir. Chair is virtual.
Okay, I wanted to make a small comment.
Yeah, please.
I'm Parihar here.
Yeah, please, sir. Yes, I'm able to see. So nice to see you. Please go ahead.
I see a large number of good initiatives in terms of whatever is being generated, making it available through web. And I did a small exercise sitting here itself that on Android, what is the kind of accessibility. So with some difficulties, I use two service providers. One is the national BSNL and another one private. So they have their own, of course, limitations in this thing. But when we open the site on our Android, some of the things like if I have to choose the functions, the readability of those things are very poor. So, I mean, some of these things, I think all the developers, your NESDR, Bhuvan, and SAC, VEDAS, at ISRO end, perhaps there is a need to look into some of these things that when a user is using it, how easy it is to use or what are the difficulties. There is a large amount of information, a lot of functionalities, but how easy it is to use when a user is using. So some exercise on that may be needed. So the respective centers may look into that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think that's a very important comment from Dr. Parihar on the usability of the applications and particularly the kind of fonts you use, the size of fonts you use in mobile apps as well as in the web portals. That makes it very important for interactivity because all these applications are interactive in nature. So we need to ensure that we use the right fonts and right size of fonts. That's the point coming out from Dr. Parihar. It has to be well taken by all the designers so that you can improve that. That's very, very important. Any other queries or comments before we close the session? I just have one comment. Is there anything from our reporter? If Jyoti wants to make some comment?
No, sir. It's
okay.
Yeah, fine.
Sir, can we share our experience from ICMR Dibrugarh?
Yeah, quickly, if you can quickly tell, it will be of great use to the designers also. Please. Go ahead.
Yeah, so actually we are using this Fever Tracker app, which has been designed in collaboration with Dr. Dibajyoti's group. So Avinash Nilay talked about that. So it's a very useful app which we have found, Fever Tracker. So it's not only for malaria, for other things also. But as you were telling about the user experience, so we can share, we are using it in the very remote tribal villages of Tripura, where people at the village volunteers were using, whoever, even they are not even class 10 pass, but they can use it very, like, it's a very user friendly. So we can see every day a lot of entries, like now more than thousands and thousands entries have been made.
Very good.
By them, so they are finding this is mostly pictorial, and then we have the local language Kokboro Bengali. Those are actually helping them a lot, and it's mostly pictorial, and it's an offline feature also, so that remote area is helping a lot. But now we are going to expand it for whole Tripura in a mission mode project of ICMR, and then also for the all northeastern states, the international border region. So now we have to use the NEVIC technology. Hopefully that will help, because they are getting the geolocation is a problem little bit. Now we are going to explore that area. So if it can be used for like, and the portal with the all kind of facilities, so all kind of health officials from the ground level to the chief medical officer to the health secretary level, if they can access in different kind of hierarchical use, that would be very useful for our malaria elimination and the malaria control in this region.
Excellent. I think this is a very, very good feedback. Thanks to Dr. Ispita Paul for this wonderful set of points. What you have covered. Yeah, you have something else to say?
And also we are working with the other groups with the GIS and meteorology, and we would like to have a now total consolidated thing which can go for now the prediction of the disease. So because we are working with the other two groups also, Dr. Rakibim and Dr. Arup's groups also, and other groups also. So if we can now consolidate the whole data that we are getting with our malaria data, mosquito data, so that we can go for the future prediction of the disease. So that is the next step forward.
I think that's very important comment from you, and also the requirement what you're posing for the designers. I would request NESAC director to take note of this and work with ICMR to see that we take one more step forward, particularly from the prediction point of view, and then see whether we can build some AI tools so that helps them. As it is, we see good usage of the application, like what Doctor has said just now. So we will consolidate the usage of this, the requirements, the means if there are any small shortcomings certainly can be addressed, but at the same time, the next stage, what you are trying to say, I think should be taken seriously so that we can move forward and possibly extend it to the entire Tripura and beyond. I think that's the point coming out from you. We will certainly take that positively and then move forward. Yeah, certainly. Thank you very much for particular.
Thanks. So one small requirement, like we have to map the small water bodies. We had earlier discussed when Dr. Raju was also there, like if we can map them with drone, because it's mostly covered in the forest, those regions, and we need for the mosquito breeding places, small water bodies, which are in
Yeah,
the shaded areas.
I'm sure Director NESAC will take care of this, look into it, and explore the possibilities of getting that done also.
So thank you. Separately, we will discuss with ICMR Dibrugarh. Thank you, madam.
Yeah,
Thank you. And thank you, Chairman, sir.
Thank you very much. I think it's excellent. I think this particular session was really very good. A lot of learning for everybody who has attended this particular seminar, and also the kind of queries and discussions what we had in this particular session. I think the 5 presentation really throws up a very interesting set of points. Be it what do you call the SAC applications, 2 applications were shown. We saw the Bhuvan, and we got into varieties of applications from NESAC. Is there a possibility that we could have some kind of an interoperability between these web applications, so that within ISRO itself there can be a lot of information exchanges, because there could be certain advanced tools developed by NESAC which possibly Bhuvan may not know, or SAC teams may not know. Similarly, SAC has developed something fantastic, let us say in VEDAS, for example, or the AI tools and things like that. And also the disaster management, the way they are working with the charter and things like that. That possibly Bhuvan would like to know, or even NESAC would like to know. So these 3 platforms or the 3 centers could have some kind of an interoperability built as part of an ISRO system, so that the service delivery could be much better. And not only the web portal, even the application portal. I know that Bhuvan has hundreds of mobile apps that has been given to the user community. Similarly, I saw number 22 or 24 being talked about, or even more from NESAC. And SAC has fantastic mobile applications, particularly in the solar field. So I feel there is a tremendous possibility of inter-center exchanges, which will help some kind of a mashup to be built, so that not only internally the ISRO gets benefit, but also the user community gets a bigger benefit across the country or possibly beyond. This is one particular comment which I would like to say. If there could be a coordination between the 3 centers by a senior software person in ISRO, this could certainly happen, and it will be a big benefit for everybody. Thank you very much for patient listening and good interactions in this particular session. I would like to give this particular control back to NESAC, and thank NESAC director for getting me into this particular session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We are very grateful to you for chairing and effectively moderating the session. Being a former director of NESAC, we would love to felicitate you in person, but since you are away, we are sending you the memento by post. But we are also sharing a preview of the memento we'll be sending to you. Our director, sir, has given special instruction to you, because he was the one who was supposed to felicitate you. So we are sharing this preview.
So, sir, this is a small memento to you for your, excellent services you have provided to NESAC always. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. It's valuable for me.
Thank you, sir.
I accept it. Thank you very much.
Similar way, we'll be sending the mementos of our 2 respected speakers, Sri Hiren Bhatt from SAC Ahmedabad and Sri M. Arul Ras from NRSC Hyderabad. Sirs, we'll be sending you the mementos by post. Now, to felicitate our other speakers, I would like to request Sir J.S. Parihar, our former director, to do the honors. And I'm requesting our 3 speakers, Dr. Diganta Burman, Sri Avinash Chauhan, Sri Sridhar Bhuyan, and Sri Anupam. Thank you, sir. Now to felicitate our rapporteur, I would like to request our director, sir, Dr. S.P. Agrawal, to felicitate our rapporteur. Thank you, sir. Moving ahead with the program, the next session is a continuation of yesterday's interaction with various users from different states. Today, we'll be interacting with users from the states of Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim, and Tripura, and listen to the feedbacks about our past experience with them working with the states and the future scope for further collaborations. For this session, Sri K.C. Bhattacharya will be chairing and Dr. Kasturi Chakraborty will be rapporteuring. I would like to request Sir K.C. Bhattacharya to take the chairs and also request Dr. Kasturi Chakraborty to join Sir. Sri K.C. Bhattacharya was our director here at NESAC from 2002 to 2007. Prior to serving NESAC, Sir was at VSCC headquarters, VSCC Trivandrum for 35 years and contributed on inertial guidance system, real-time software, mission reliability, etc. During his tenure at NESAC, he has taken up a lot of initiatives on telemedicine and tele-education network in the region. And the construction of the present-day office building was initiated during his time. Subsequently, Sir was also post-retirement. He was advisor for Science and Technology, Government of Tripura, and also advisor, Assam Electronics Development Corporation. Sir? And Dr. Kasturi Chakraborty is a scientist at NESAC in forestry and ecology thematic area. Sir, Bhattacharya, sir, please. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be to conduct this session. Actually, I feel that I am not the right person to conduct this session because for quite some time I have been away from the technology development side, and I have associated myself more on the utilization side. But still, I have to maintain my connection with the development, technology development, otherwise I myself will become obsolete. So my sincere thanks to Director NESAC for giving me this opportunity to be once again here to address the people who are more familiar with the latest technology development. So you may sometimes notice that I am somewhat yet to be updated on latest technology, but what I see from yesterday's and today's presentation that tremendous amount of work has been done by the technology developers. Today, I am very proud of being associated with NESAC, that it has been really in a position to deliver almost all the latest technology services to the users community with the sole objective of accelerating the economic, social developments in the northeastern states. But what I see from outside of this technology development circle, that the utilization has not really progressed at the same rate as the technology is being developed and offered for utilization. There are number of instances I can quote, but in general, what I observe is that for economic development, which is the ultimate objective of our space program, there are certain basic services which are needed, essential, such as all-weather road and rail connectivity, communication, health, education, agriculture development. These are all specially required for the northeastern region because all our northeastern states somewhat lagging behind in the general progress of the country. And today it has become more important because the impact of climate change is almost visible. We have seen that happening here and there. So reforestation, renewable energy, then water resource development, groundwater conservation, wasteland management, and also Swachh Bharat, and very important thing, municipal solid waste disposal, environment protection. These are all issues we are still not able to sort out appropriately. And space technology is available today. We have to use it to the best of our capabilities. I will just quote one example without naming, giving the proper names. I can tell you that there is one state in the country where a particular department, mining department, the revenue income of the government from this department was at the bottom. By using the latest technology, space technology, communication technology, computer technology, etc., today it is one of the highest department with the highest revenue income in that state. I have also seen a large patch of marshy land within a few years converted to a beautiful water body, which has become a tourist attraction with water sports, etc. So these are all possible things. We can do it. In Northeastern region also, we should be able to do it. So in this users meet, what I expect is that already you are exposed to all the technology that is being made available to you. NESAC in particular and ISRO in general is dedicated to that work. And it is up to us, the users, to make use of these services and go forward in our development activities. So with this brief introduction about myself and my relevance here, I would like to invite interaction from the delegates from the various states, namely our states, Mizoram, Nagaland, Manipur, and Tripura. So how do we start? Mizoram, yes. Are you on the visibility now? Samuel, hello, yeah.
Sir, in person, we have come here to the meeting. Okay, let them have their time first.
What's happening? Technology problem.
Is Mizoram available? Are you audible? We are not hearing. Somebody from Mizoram?
Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes.
So I'll continue after you. I mean, the Science and Technology Department is there, I believe so, in person. I'll continue after that.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, the DST.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Since colleagues from
Can
home,
we put the microphone closer to you so that we can all hear loud and clear.
okay, so since our topic is understanding user needs and feedbacks, I am from Mizoram.
Sir, you can also remove the mask if you so feel, so that we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is H. Lalsomyan, Member Secretary of Mizoram, Mizoram NIRSAC, and next to my left is my colleagues, ATI, we call it. And I have not the background of this NIRSAC, in fact, but I am looking after the administrations there in Mizoram. However, I have gone many projects which we have done, and especially going into the plan of actions. We have submitted 8 projects. We were not so ambitious as to get the project. we are being realistic to be able to complete within those three years up to 2024. So we have submitted 8 projects, out of which 3 projects will be spearheaded by Mizoram NESAC, in which we are supposed to take a lead role. And being the collaborative projects, NESAC and NEC and NetFi also will be in collaboration with the project. So we may supply any information as and when required when the project is being implemented to those 5 projects, which will be spearheaded by the whether it is NESAC, NEC or NetFi. And the other 3, as I have said, will be spearheaded by the NESAC Mizoram. So in this regard, we do not have much to share, whether it is feedback or user, as we are in the initial stage. As we go along to implement the said projects, we may come across, or we may have shortcomings on the way, which we do not expect to have it. We'll inform each other as to how to tackle the problems together. And once again, the problem we usually face is that the fundings is to come to be very late, which will ultimately lead to the completion of the project not in time. So I would like to request the authority to fund the project in time, provided that we have to do some submissions of SE and UC and all. Of course, that we will be taking care of it. So those are our problems and our way forward, which we have to do regarding the plan of actions which we have submitted to the NEC. And those 8 projects, in fact, have undergone 2 stages of review, I think, which we have already known before it. So those are the things I would like to present here only. Thank you.
Any other speaker from Mizoram now, till we get the connectivity?
Hello. Am I audible now, sir?
Now you are audible.
Okay. So I'm actually from SCERT Mizoram. We were planning to attend the program with the director and the other joint directors, but then due to some other prior, obligations, we could not attend in person. But then I'd like to thank the organizers for this great program. I mean, I think it'll be beneficial for all the Northeastern states as well. And specifically, we are the EduSat users. Educational Satellite EduSat Hub is in SCERT with 50 SITs in Mizoram. But the thing is that we have various problems regarding the same, because we have been communicating this with NESAC many times, and they also know our problem as of now. And the thing is that the system that we have right now, that is the the equipment which is being provided, it's kind of obsolete at this stage. I mean, at this day and stage. And in the age of internet, wherein we can use Zoom and Google Meet for education, use of EduSat is not, a little bit of the signal quality is not up to the level of what we have at this stage. When you compare it with Zoom and Google Meet. So we were planning to upgrade the system with an internet-based system, but then even Etsil India and other companies came up trying to help us to increase, make some development, make some changes in the network. But then there was a reservation regarding the bandwidth of the satellite system that we have, the channel that we have, since it's ISRO's bandwidth, and that question was there. And we had also raised the same problem with NESAC as well. So hopefully in the coming years, coming days, something we will be able to work out regarding the educational system of that. I mean, the network system. of EDUSAT system. And at the same time, I even raised the question yesterday regarding Starlink, the kind of internet that is being provided by the very famous Elon Musk in the US. And sir yesterday told me that it is in the discussion stage, and it is not possible for them to share the details as of now. And I think that that kind of internet system, low orbit satellite internet-based system, if it's provided in the northeastern states and the hilly areas, I think it will be very beneficial for all the northeastern states. And that is my one point that I think that I'd like to raise. And I think all the services that were shared in the technical sessions, I think they're very important. But the thing is that the people, the general public, and even the stakeholders, many of the stakeholders are not informed regarding the systems that are being provided by ISRO and NESAC. I think if there's a proper sensitization program for all the people, it will be very important. It is usable, especially in the northeastern states wherein landslide is prone, earthquake is prone, being in the zone 5, earthquake zone 5. I think the previous session, they mentioned about the website that in Northeastern Regional Note for Disaster Risk Reduction. Such websites are very important in this, for the stakeholders and for the general public as well. And we believe that if proper sensitization programs are being held for all the northeastern states, I think better utilization will be there, and we will create demand for the people wherein more utilization could be generated in the same. And I just wanted to request NESAC as well, wherein a common point of contact maybe for the different states, so that we could utilize the systems which are being provided by ISRO and NESAC. And NESAC being an institute in the northeastern state, catering to the northeastern states, I think many of even the stakeholders of each of the states in the northeastern region, they may not be aware of the same. I think sensitization program is very crucial at this stage. I think that's all from my side. Thank you very much, sir, madam.
Thank you very much. Now, Director, sir, would you like to comment on all his points raised?
Yeah, so thank you very much. You have raised very valid and relevant points. Regarding this SITs, we are working at ISRO side already, 2-3 meetings already we have done with the ISRO headquarters as well as with the space application centers. So we are working on it. However, what is yesterday also, it was told that broadband is the future. So it is correct, broadband is the future, and that space-based broadband is the future, especially in North region. So that regarding this Starlink, I don't know how much time it will take, but I'm sure even at ISRO side also, we are also planning to provide the broadband through space, technology. We will come back to you soon. Regarding this more interaction, so actually that now we understood this is the first NESAC user interaction meet, which is at the center place, but there are 8 states. So now that could be one recommendation, probably others can support me. There should be a state specific user interaction meet every year, and this can be organized not at NESAC, it should be organized at the state headquarters, so that all people can come and join. So this we will work out and we'll come back to you. And regarding common point of contact, so as you are aware that I would like to inform all of you that from NESAC side, we have identified state coordinators. So for each state, there is one coordinator. So for Mizoram, I think Rocky is Mr. Rocky Pebam is the coordinator. For Nagaland, Dibyajyoti is the coordinator. Like that, for each state, we have the coordinator. So they are your focal point. But then other side also. So that from other side also, from state side also, there is one, focal senior IS officer, senior, secretary, who is the focal point. So already these things are in place. Only thing is there is a need for more dialogues, more, interaction among, coordinators of both the states. Sorry, states as well as the NESAC. So this is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Kind permission, sir. Shall I update something on broadband part?
Yeah, please. So Mr. Ramani, who is heading this satellite communication, would like to say something.
Yeah, regarding that broadband part, actually, you may be aware or I don't know. The GSAT-29, which satellite is the high throughput satellites. This is basically meant for the Northeast only. So in Guwahati, the hub is coming up. It's already completed. So actually, it will be done on some different user mode only. Some services given to the users. They will be mainly service providers. So some still now it is, we have achieved all regional testing and all. Still some processes are going on. So on commercial level, this thing will be available. Like whatever talking about Starlink thing, it will be almost similar thing. So the VSAT can be put to the remote end, and you can give some cost for the installation part and all. And after that, some recurring cost for the data rate part, and you will get net using the satellite bandwidth. So this thing is coming up. I think we're hopeful maybe within 3 months this will be realized, and this service may be available whoever like to take, sir. And on this service, we can think of any other like tele-education or telemedicine project also considering the internet through this SATCOM, sir. This is my.
Okay. Thank you, Ramani, for the latest information. Dr. Raju, would you like to make a point?
To add what Ramani said. So it is, as he said, no SCRT, but with this satellite-based one, we're having a good bandwidth. And then only thing is not like earlier what ISRO is giving freely, but I think you have to invest on the VSAT terminal establishment, and all the remote areas you can establish. So this is also tested. The bandwidth wise, it is good bandwidth. So
yes.
Utilize those services. Yeah, already in place. So the bandwidth can be increased on demand based.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, we will have one more question from this side for Mizoram.
Good afternoon to the chair and all the participants. I am Mrs. Tiwari, General Manager with BSNL, Northeast 1. I would just like to tell Mr. Samuel that though the talk is going about satellite-based education system, but recently the government of India, like 3-4 years back, they have had a project by the name BharatNet, wherein optical fiber links have reached to around 1.5 lakh gram panchayats. So if you can just get in touch with GM Mizoram, he will be in a position to tell you which are the schools which can be covered on the optical fiber links. By the time something like Starlink comes, or as Mr. Ramani said, that some system is going to be in place wherein you will get higher bandwidth. So you can get over that problem based on the promoting the education through the optical fiber FTTH connections. Just get in touch with GM Mizoram, and the government of India has allocated, recently I have seen a letter wherein Ministry of Expenditure has allocated lots of funds to all the northeastern states for promoting the digital connectivity, and a letter from CMD has gone to all the chief secretaries in this regard. Just get in touch with GM Mizoram, and I think at least 50% of your locations will be covered by optical fiber.
Madam, thank you. Villages covered in Mizoram, so that will be help. Maybe you may be having at least.
Yeah, GM Mizoram and
I think
Mr.
Ramani,
Samuel.
you have that list of villages covered?
No, sir, no.
So if you can give the list, then it
Yeah,
will be
yeah.
useful for them. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I think one of the benefit of this users interaction is that some information exchange, very valuable information has been exchanged now, and work can proceed in all direction. And if there is no more question from,
Excuse me, sir. Since my secretary at home, from home, is busy in attending the online mode because he has another meetings with the chief ministers and the others. So he has sent his message to read it out. So I'll take the opportunity to read out on behalf of my secretary. In verbatim, I'll read it out. Greetings, NESAC first user interaction meet. NESAC and Mizoram remote sensing application have been working together closely since its inception in the year 2000. Various projects have been carried out together and completed successfully. Comments from background notes for the 17 NESAC governing councils in agenda number 6, overview of NESAC activities. Number 18, it has been mentioned that mapping of shifting cultivation area at a scale of 1:10,000 and estimate of Jumia population depending on shifting cultivation in northeastern area has been completed. We'll be very grateful if you could kindly share the data for Mizoram state. Number 37, geotagging and geomonitoring of NEC, Ministry of Donors sponsored project sites. This has been very useful for planning department, and I would like to compliment NESAC for taking up these projects in collaboration with MIRSAC and request to host another cycle of monitoring and geotagging of the same in the future. Number 44, NESAC has developed election e-Atlas system for Mizoram in the year 2018. I would like to request NESAC to upgrade or develop a new system for the next year upcoming election. Number 45, utilization of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning techniques for different applications. Since all these are emerging technologies, I would like to request NESAC to conduct capacity buildings for MIRSAC scientists. Regarding plan of action on user space technology, I am aware that NESAC and MIRSAC will be working on several projects for the development of Mizorams in different fields. I wish NESAC and MIRSAC all the best in future projects and hope they will have a remarkable and significant outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Kindly pass on this message to Director's office, and he will be very kind enough to take all necessary action on this. With this, we close from Mizoram and go to Nagaland. Can you get connected to Nagaland? Or physically available?
Yes, we are here.
Yeah,
Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you, madam. Please.
Okay. Greetings to you all from Nagaland, and good afternoon to you all. Respected Chair of the session, Dr. Kisi Bhattacharya, and Repeater, Dr. Kasturi, and other dignitaries present here. In fact, I'm so glad to see Sir Kiti Bhattacharya, because through your support, with your initiative, we have been associating with the NESAC, and with your support, Remote Sensing Center under the Nagaland Science and Technology Center has come up. And I am Dr. Nesatale Hesse, Remote Sensing Center from Nagaland Science and Technology Council, and I work as a scientist D, and these are my team. Behind, I don't know whether we are all visible or not, but these are my team. So to begin with, I want to share a short PPT.
Yeah, please share it. Share it and go for entire screen.
Yeah, sorry. Where's the...
Yes,
is my screen visible?
Yeah, visible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So before I go into the detail, the user needs and all, I just want to briefly highlight about the Science and Technology Council, the work that we do here. So this is the genesis of the council. We have registered as a society in the year 1999. So this is with the direction of the Ministry of Science and Technology. So this council has set up, and with that, the Department of Space also feels the need to set up the Remote Sensing Center in all the states. So that is how the Remote Sensing Center was established under the NESAC in the year 1999. So with that, with the inception of the NESAC in 2000, we have become the partner. After that, Pattern Information Center Biotech Hub has been established. Then the State Riverine Water Lab has been established, followed by State Climate Change Center, followed by State Spatial Data Infrastructure in the year 2018. So basically, the council has been set up to fulfill the mandate of the Department of Science and Technology, that is basically to carry out the R&D activities in the state, and also to popularize and promote the latest science and technology development, and also to identify the priority area, the specific need in the state. So right now we have the various center and the division, which I will go in detail. Yeah, so we have been partnering with NESAC since the inception way back to 2000, under the guidance of K.C. Bhattacharya, the former director of NESAC. With his support, the first project that we have taken up in coordination with NESAC is the urban sprawl study of Kohima town. So with that, we have carried out a numbers of projects, which I won't go in detail, but these are the list of the projects. Yeah, all these, and these are some of the list of the completed project. So right now, these are the project that is ongoing. Some of the project we have use of geoinformatics in rural roads project. Under PMGSY, this we have completed. And for this National Wetland Inventory Assessment for the second phase recently, we have completed. And for monitoring of the IWMP, this is ongoing. And the rest other two for the Chamand and for the water quality mapping under Rajiv Gandhi drinking water mission, this is completed for the water quality part. So these are some of the, so those are the projects we have taken in coordination with the NRC and with the NESAC, and these are some of the user feedback. So most of the data, like land use land cover, the cycle analysis, 5-year analysis, that is very useful to the whole state. The land use land cover, land degradation, and also the water prospect map. This is one of the main user requirements. Here we are, as of now, we are providing in a JPEG and PDF. Now the question is that whether they can avail the shape files and the satellite data or not. So I just want to highlight whether discuss more, whether this can be shared to the user. Yeah, that is one issue, because people have been asking so much, so we have written to NESAC and also to the NRC. But we got the feedback, since it's the property of the Department of Space, that shape cannot be shared only in the PDF. So what are the steps that we should look into this issue? And also, like we have set up this state spatial data infrastructure, and under this we are coming up with the policy of the data sharing, state data sharing policy. So can we share in this? That is one. And another one is the ground prospect mapping. We have completed at 1:50,000 scale. So that is useful, but since the scale is too small, the user wants in a larger scale, say at least 10,000 scale. Because for the past few years, and at present also, there is an acute water scarcity. So they want to go for the packet wise also, they want to go for the large scale mapping, which will help the user department like groundwater resources, PHED, for them to take up the water harvesting structure, or for the alternative groundwater drilling and all. So how do we address this issue? Can we take up a larger scale in collaboration with NESAC? That is one point. And also another is the probe acreage estimation study, or the terrestrial cultivation study for the Dimapur state. Basically, that is the area where the maximum terrace cultivation is taking place. So if we can take up this study, it will be very good. And also the climate change that is happening at present. It will be good if we can, in fact, in the last meeting also, I've been insisting on this, like assessment of the socio-ecological vulnerability and risks study in relation to the climate change in the forestry sector. Under the Nagaland Science and Technology Council, we have a State Climate Change Study Center. Under that, we have already done some preliminary work in every sector. So in collaboration with the NESAC, if we can take up in each sector wise, this will be really helpful to the state as a whole. And also one of the interesting is the bamboo resource mapping. We have a vast bamboo resources. I think if I'm not mistaken, this was taken up way back in the year 2010 by NRSC also. So if we can take up this again, what are the change that is happening and all, if we can look into this, this will be very helpful. And also like our collaboration work, the first project that we have taken up with NESAC, that is the urban sprawl study. We have studied from 1995.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you kindly come to the conclusion because we are running out of time. So kindly emphasize on the main points. If there is any issue regarding the services offered from NESAC and any difficulty on your part in implementing your specific projects, kindly highlight those issues.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, these are some of the things where we can take up, and yeah, so these are some of the points that we want to take up also. But here we need more capacity building and training and infrastructure development, and we need a better coordination. Yeah, so and also here we have taken up long back village resource center, but because of the internet issue and all, it couldn't materialize. And also, I mean, is this issue going to be taken up again, or what is the status that we need to know? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Dr. Dibyajyoti, would you like to give any response to whatever she has presented on all the issues she has presented?
We'll take it up later on, sir.
Okay. So I am sure, Dr. Agrawal Sahab, you are well aware of whatever issues they are raising. So
yeah, I think in GC meeting also she has discussed, and we are aware, much aware about it, and we'll come back to you. Okay.
Yes.
Probably there is a need of interaction between separately between your center and NESAC. So we will organize one meeting. Okay.
Okay. Okay. That will be very helpful.
So thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Very much.
Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Khitan, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Can you give me 5 minutes? I am from Nagaland GS Remote Sensing Center, and I have just not a presentation, but to outline some inputs from our end. Can I have the time? 5 minutes, sir.
Kindly proceed.
Yes, sir. A very good afternoon to all. Kind regards to the chairperson of the interactive session, Shri K.C. Bhattacharya, and our representative, Dr. K. Chakrabarty. Sir, I have 2 officials attending offline there, and I think if there is something more beyond what I am going to present, I think they can complement and supplement me, sir. As we are aware, that space technology application has emerged as one of the leading technologies in the modern era, sir, present era. Today, there is a growing expectation of space science contribution to societal well-being, economic growth, and better public formulation by means of knowledge, utilization, and valorization innovation. Sir, today's meet, we have a very innovative and interesting topic subject that has been highlighted, sir. And there are lots of takeaways for all of us who are part of this meet. Few inputs that I would like to share in this interactive meet and understanding users' needs and feedbacks. So I wanted to highlight on this SysDB project, one of the very important initiative that has been taken up towards generation of geospatial database in 10K scale, sir, for Northeastern region. Sir, the demand of SysDB data is huge in our state. That is what we have experienced, and one of the main data used by the state for necessary planning and developmental activities. Say for instances like roads and bridges departments, they have using this data for road realignment. Agri and department are using for site suitability analysis, crop suitability study, and then for dam simulation, the digital elevation model simulation. And then we have taken up for this power department, and then for hydroelectric potential, study for pre-feasibility of hydroelectric potential, and then we carry out study for 3D modeling. So SysDP has become so important for our state. So there is one suggestion or submission that we would like to make is that, and again, the DEM has it's a very important in its application. So we would suggest that if SysDP can come up, or if NESAC, NREC, ISRO can come up with this suggestion to further make it from 10 meter to 5 meter, because the present dam that we are using in SysDP is 10 meters. So we would like to submit that if we can take it down up to 5 meter. Of course, likewise in others, that we also have a pocket of area where there are cloud cover issue and data issues are also there. So that is the first point I would like to. We would like to request NESAC. Second point I want to stress on, like, the utilization of NESAC training and outreach program. Like, we want to propose that NESAC to introduce a refresher course for senior officers of northeastern states, and then to take up this training and outreach program in a big way, so that will really benefit the northeastern states. Now, third point I wanted to submit is introduction of healthy competition among state, different users level and data sharing. It may be suggested to NESAC, ISRO, and NRC to bring out regional level award amongst the state application centers and users departments, say an award to the best performing space application centers, users department, or any other. This, I believe, will give a good importance to the development and use of this space application. Another humble submission, point number 4, is to have this. We would like to put forward this NESDR program, and this to be reactivated in the state note. As you are aware, when I say reactivated, presently the NESDR program for the state, within the state, our server are all kept on hold. So we would suggest that if a program can be brought out, so that we can once again reactivate. And to supplement this, I would like to go with my last point, that I would like to make a mention on the plan of action, and then we would be requiring continuous support of NESAC. The plan of action input will enrich NESDR portal that could be used for various planning and developmental exercise. To come to my end, I would like to especially thank NESAC for having this first user interaction meet. The Nagaland GIS Center had this opportunity to work closely with the former director, like Dr. Sutagar. I was so happy to see PLN Raju was there, and then we have senior scientists like KK Sharma, Debojit, Somarjit, Victor, Piam, and all others. Tremendous effort has been put up by NESAC to elevate this space application center, and the outcome is what we see today. As an outcome of this NESAC users interaction, I do see a systematic technology-driven space technology approach will evolve in coming days, which will make immense contribution in the growth and development of Northeastern region in particular, and the country as a whole. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. All your points are valid, and it is being taken note of. And thankfully for us, the present director as well as the immediate first director, both are present here, and they will be taking care of all the things. My request is that apart from directly speaking to them in this conference, it will be also good if you continue correspondence in the official channel also, just to keep the directors are aware of your problems, and definitely I am sure you will be taking all necessary action on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Now,
there is a message online from Sikkim.
I see. Sikkim is online.
Yeah, I've seen it.
What is the message?
Yeah.
He is now also is there. Sikkim.
This is Sikkim.
Very good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. We can hear you very well. Thank you.
And I'm so happy to see all previous directors, Sudhakar sir, Nagesar sir, Abhi Bhattacharya sir, and Pariyar sir. My regards to you. In fact, I was attending a parallel meeting with DST. So whatever needs to be said, I think my Dr. N.P. Sarma and Pema, in fact, my entire team is joining this program. I would like to begin by congratulating NESAC for initiating this kind of program, because you have facility for both online and offline mode. So thank you very much. By doing this, people from far-flung areas who are in fact who are not in a position to travel still can avail the facilities, still can learn the opportunities, the facilities being provided by NESAC and Department Space as a whole. As far as we have listed few points. Okay.
For the support to satellite communication.
In fact, our remote sensing center has also been assigned with the responsibility of climate change program. So we are working extensively on glaciers, on GLOC, and we are also involved in development of state action plan on climate change. So in this regard, we are planning to install around 14 automatic, around 60 automatic weather stations in schools. The state government has approved 60 automatic weather stations being installed in different schools. So we would like to request NESAC for connectivity. We want to have connectivity, real-time connectivity, so that sitting in my lab, we will be able to download data. So once everything is installed, we'll certainly let you know. Other thing is, like whatever the latest data that we get, these are all on project mode. But we would like to request that why not data are supplied to state centers regularly, free of cost, so that as and when our needs or whenever there is a need from my line departments, we try to provide the latest data to them. And there is a demand for soil data. In fact, we have been using NBSS soil data of long time back. So if some mechanism is done for the latest data, that is also required for the state. Okay. I think now my scientist, Dr. N.P. Sarma, would also like to add something.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, thank you for the support from NESAC in number of projects we are doing right now. Right from the beginning, and we have associated with the NESAC in every project, and now we are looking further support for glacier study and others high, since in any northeast region, Sikkim is having a number of glaciers, and we have associated with the SAC to mapping the glacier. Now work is stopped, and we are planning to continuous study of glaciers and glacier monitoring in the state of Sikkim using the satellite data. Another NESAC is ISRO is provided 14 automatic weather stations in the state of Sikkim in last time, but now all the weather stations are not in function, and we thought that ISRO is now providing the good automatic weather station, which we need more support from the NESAC to more automatic weather stations with bigger bigger issue. And others issue, we have planning to install the early warning system in Globe, and for that we need support for the real-time data transmission from NESAC. This is from my side.
Sir, in fact, I've already told you that we are working on Globe. So now SDC is helping us design early warning sensor. So we will certainly look for the NESAC support for its connectivity. How we can who can connect for real-time data. The other thing is we had spent a lot of energy on preparation of that plan of action. So number of DPR, number of project proposals were submitted. In fact, the sanction is awaited. So while preparing that DPR, we also got support from, in fact, we also involved our 9 department stakeholders. So we have been constantly being questioned about the status. So I would like to request Director NESAC for its speedy early sanction from NEC or Ministry of Donor. Lastly, we have been supported one UAV by NESAC, but now all of a sudden this has gone out of order. So if you can help us in replacing the UAV, it will be great help for us. I think that's all from Sikkim. As Dr. Narpati has also said, that we have been associated with NESAC since long, and we have been taking up joint projects since long, and we have been taking up very successfully, and we will continue to do it with the support. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. I think you people are doing a very good job there. And I still remember our association with you long back. It is a good memory for me personally. And all your suggestions and requisitions, I think Director Sir is well aware of that. And if he is not taking action, definitely he is going to take action very shortly. There is no doubt about it. It may be only a question of time. If you have any new ideas, new requirements, I think you can submit a revised proposal also. And definitely it will be considered with all importance by Director. And on my side, I only thank you for giving me this opportunity to interact with you all. And with that, any more suggestion from Sikkim side?
Sir, since NESAC, we have been in.
So in that case, we can.
I think somebody's there.
Is there?
Saxena Saab.
Yes, if I may
please.
speak.
Yeah.
Yes, greetings to all senior officials and experts from NESAC. I am Kshitij Saxena. I am a member of the Indian Forest Service and serving as field officer as Assistant Conservator of Forest in the territorial subdivision of Chungthang. I hold the charge of the 3 territorial ranges, Lachen, Lachung and Chungthang. I am a field officer and I would like to submit that this is my first interaction with NESAC. So there I have listed some points which I thought may be of relevance to my particular jurisdiction and especially to Forest Department in general. So in that context, there was one incident reporting app which was displayed to us for Meghalaya. I was wondering if a similar reporting and action taken portal may be developed for Sikkim as well in the future. And in the same breath, so far as to going further as to better managing the forest fire incidents, UAV support for handling such cases are also important for us due to difficult terrain. And thirdly, we face a case of acute water shortage, especially in winter, because of freezing of our water sources, especially in areas of Lachung and Lachen. So if some remote sensing applications may be helpful in mapping such water sources, which may be tapped during such seasons. In the same breath, as the previous speaker had mentioned, in my particular jurisdiction for Chungthang, there are some GLOFs vulnerability papers also in many research papers. And if NESAC can help us identifying such critical glacial moraines which face accelerated melting due to climate change, that is one domain. And I would like to also take the suggestion of the session coordinator forward for hosting a interaction meet for Sikkim, as there are many avenues in which we can work together. And finally, I would like to compliment NESAC on many wonderful initiatives taken. And today's session with NESDR was especially helpful. And I thank you for your kind cooperation and help. Tashi Delik. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think all your suggestions are well taken. And if necessary, you can submit it in written form also to our director, sir. He'll definitely take action. With that, can we close? One more? Yeah. Tripura, yeah. So as we are running out of time, so we'll go to Tripura now. So are we connected to Tripura?
No, I think secretary is there already. Tripura.
Our train is running very late.
Can you hear us? Tripura, can you hear us?
Any delegate from Tripura? None.
Secretary was there, I've seen. Divyo, Tripura secretary, you told me it was there. Huh? No, अभी change हो गए. Okay, if not, then please from audience only. So please.
Thank you, sir. Myself, Anjan Monik. I am representing Directorate of Secondary Education. First of all, I would like to congratulate the NESAC for organizing such a tremendous user interaction meet. It's the first time in Tripura under the guidance of NESAC and even Chairman Sir K.C. Bhattacharya Sir is also served Tripura government as a advisor. There is a under the Department of Science and Technology, there is TSEC also, and in as far as it is concerned with our department, there is a SCRT, and we are using EduSet and 50 SIT also. Apart from this, this forest department is also doing something with Ban Adhikar and all these things. And but whatever I saw there here, whatever I learned from this session, there is a vast opportunity for Tripura to collect all the data, for using all the data under the guidance of NESAC director and former directors all, and all the 40 scientists. So there is a vast direction, and if we go through from department wise, we can treat NESAC as a not only a instrumental hub, also inspirational hub, because as an instrumental hub, we can for our state we can utilize this unique UAV for local or state level surveys, as well as an inspirational hub, because in our education department we have observed that students have now craziness after this mission Mangal and other possibilities. They have a craziness of having or to be a ISRO scientist. So we are conducting so many programs such as Super 30 programs to encourage them to be scientists. In a simple way, we can connect them with science education or mathematics education, because in our state also there is a problem of education. Maximum students, due to socio-economical problems and other geographical problems, they are taking interest with simple subjects such as humanities and arts such as, but though they have some talents, but there is a opportunity of nurturing is so low or so poor. they are not taking science education. So we are trying enough to convert them, to encourage them. So in this field, we can take the all the guidance from NESAC in various way. This time also I have met two students in Yuvika participated yesterday also, and they are taking part in Yuvika program at here. And apart from this thing, I would like to convey this NESAC can guide us and our department and state government also, because they are who are the main decision making authority. Just all the departments, secretaries, and our chief secretary is very much scientific minded. So we can go to NESAC can convey this message, and they can involve them in a user interaction meet also, and can conduct a very good user interaction meet with those department heads and department secretaries, even including policy makers, chief secretaries also. It will be more, because whatever I seen, so many datas and so many vital things are there. They are you all are evaluating, but at ground level it is remain untouched. So we can utilize this opportunity through them, because they are the decision maker. If we convey in a fruitful way, it will be more better, sir. And if it had been conveyed from your side, sir, it will be more fruitful also for the people who are. And another thing, sir, because Tripura state is most integral state and corner state. If we connect Tripura with the rest of the main territory land of this India, so we have to connect through Meghalaya and Assam. And I have seen that these two states are getting maximum support from, and they are most coordinated with NESAC. So we can do one thing. It's a suggestion also from my side for the benefit of my state and state people, that we can do one thing, that we can coordinate with those Assam and ASEC and Meghalaya side also, so for the benefit of the, because nowadays this landslide is done and totally we remain in untouched. Our complete railway system, our roadway system has been disturbed, and we are almost not in a position to connect the rest of the India. So it is the, and on the other side, we are not connected with the rest of the India because of Bangladesh also. There is an international border, and some forest is another problem in our forest department, and along with other departments such as disease related department, that is health, can also be coordinate with you, because forest is the base of insects. And as Ipshita madam also told that there is a surveillance, there is a problem of malaria also in our state. And to combat such disease at the grassroots level, if they can work with NESAC, with the datas of forest and insect population, etc. So it will be more beneficiary for us. So overall, sir, it's my request to our director, sir, to help the state in all such ways. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Raju, would you like to comment on whatever he has been saying, what we have been doing for Tripura state in these issues?
No, already I had discussion. I told him whatever the support, other things are required.
Okay. So if there is any deficiency that we have to make up.
Yeah. I'm not specifically any specific point I did not follow. No, I was just writing points for my own talking. So I did not. I did not follow. Yeah. Any specific? Yeah.
Basically, your interest. What I understood, your interest is in all the gamut of areas. You have not left anything. So basically, it is urban, it is horticulture, it is agriculture, it is roads, it is health. So everywhere. So that Tripura, we are having very good linkage. Now your current secretary also, we are in touch, and your previous secretary also, we are very much in touch. So certainly we will look into it and we will work forward. Okay.
it is also addressed as part of POA also.
Yeah. So in POA also, you know that you may not be aware, but your state remote sensing Tripura State Application Center, they are aware about it. So many things will be covered under POA only.
Yeah. I was about to request you to say your experience.
Thank you very much, Chairman, sir. This particular issue of vector-borne diseases, there is a lot of good work done by the Malaria Research Center under the ICMR. Even the RMRC also has in Dibrugarh also has a strength. And there are a lot of collaborative projects between the ICMR and NESAC. And there is a rich experience of, understanding the distribution of vector-borne diseases, their hotspots, assessing where the hotspots are likely to come up and where were they. This type of spatial data analytics of epidemiological factors that contribute to vector-borne diseases, occurrence of what encourages which ecological or which epidemiological factors favor the predominance of vector-borne diseases is a well-known subject here. NESAC will extend all that support for you. Okay, right.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rao. Now, before we come to the end of the session, Dr. Parihar, would you like to say something?
It is good to see that there is a lot of demand coming from the states, and some are very specific, like case of Mizoram, case by case, there is a specific requirement. Tripura, your requirement has not been very specific. So look, one is simple thing is to ask, I need everything, but we all have limitations. So it is better to be specific in terms of the requirements. In terms of the potential use of this technology, no doubt, right from the states realizing up to the highest level in the government of India, and this very genesis of the plan action program, this itself is the testimony that geomatics has a very definite role in developing the projects, monitoring them, and also the post-execution, keeping track of it. So let us all use it to the best of the possibilities, but let us be specific to the requirements and generate the requisite support from your state, and also so that they can be implemented also, because some of these maps and all that generated is all right, but they should be put to use. And overall, I find that all the states they are using. I was very happy to see that in Nagaland, a lot of development which I was not fully aware. So a lot of developments have taken place over the decades. And thank you all, and thanks for giving me this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parihar. From the honorable delegates present here, anybody would like to say anything towards enhancing this interaction program? Any suggestion?
If somebody else is there and from Tripura.
From Tripura?
Tripura, if somebody is there online, they can tell anything.
Sir, good morning, sir. And very thankful to our honorable chairman and former director of NESAC, sir, and other dignitaries, sir. I am representing as Deputy Director Land Accords, sir, for Revenue Department Government of Tripura, sir. Sir, in 2018, the honorable CM on the assembly floor, he was announced the vision document, sir. In that vision document, sir, it was decided that the ROFR patta land will be demarcated and some patta document will be distributed to the beneficiaries, sir. So accordingly, with the help of NESAC, sir, we have developed a mobile app, sir. And still, sir, we are having some technical problems, sir. So we are thankful to NESAC for development of mobile apps. Besides, sir, we are requesting to ensure some modification in the mobile app, sir, enabling visualization of collected polygon in a single window, sir, and report generation on survey parcel that has to be, sir, done, sir.
So,
sir, these two aspects, sir, that will have to be resolved so that the mobile app can be operated and functional for demarcation of forest park land, sir. So I am requesting to the NESAC to see the issue, sir, and to resolve this technical aspect so that the government revenue department we can run the mobile app, sir, for demarcation of forest park land, sir. This is our issue, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think there is some link problem. We are not able to hear you so clearly. So kindly be in correspondence with Director NESAC, and I think all your requirements will be taken care of, and the relationship between NESAC and Tripura will grow from strength to strength again. So is there anything more you would like to say?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, before we conclude this session, I will request Director NESAC to say a few words. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. I think you have nicely organized. And in fact, for us as a NESAC and as a part of NESAC user interaction meet, this is one of the most important session because we wanted to know the feedback from the users. What is the need and what is the requirement and what are the gap areas? So we have listed down all the issues and certainly we will work into it with our NESAC team. And in future, we will give you reply, and not only reply, we will try to resolve all the issues, whatever you have raised. So thank you very much.
Oh, now we come to the end of this session. What is the next agenda? We stop here. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for chairing the session. Now I would like to request our director, sir, to felicitate our chair with a memento. It's a special memento, sir. Thank you, sir. And I would also like to request Dr. Debojyoti, sir, to felicitate Kasturi Madam, rapporteur of the session. Okay, sir. Thank you, sirs. So we'll be starting the next session. We are going to the brainstorming session on space technology for governance, academic, and research interface and plan for collaborations. So this session will be chaired by Dr. P.S. Roy, former director of NESAC. So sir is online, I think.
Yes, I am already switched on my camera and speaker. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So sir will be chairing the session, and Dr. S.S. Kundu, scientist SF at NESAC, will be rapporteuring this session. Dr. P.S. Roy was our director from 2001 to 2002. He has served 35 years in ISRO from 1977 to 2012 and retired as Director, Indian Institute of Remote Sensing and Director, Center for Space Science and Technology for Education in Asia and the Pacific, SESTEP. His contributions has been instrumental in shaping national policies in the field of forestry, biodiversity, conservation science, and landscape ecology. He has published over 380 research articles, authored 4 books, and have guided 27 doctoral researchers. He was chair professor at the University of Hyderabad from 2012 to 2018, advisor and senior fellow at ICAR, senior scientist at ICAR from 2018 to 2020, and presently he is senior fellow at the World Resource Institute, Hyderabad. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir, for chairing this session.
Very good afternoon, I must compliment Northeastern Space Application Center for organizing this meeting. Users meet. And I also see there is a galaxy of uh, uh, past directors who have, taken the center to the such a height in last 22 years. I also thank the organizers for giving me opportunity to be chairing this session, especially, and since it is a brainstorming session, I would look for advice from Kundu or from organizers how it should be done. It should be, are there fixed speakers or
Sir, it is basically open forum. The
Okay.
idea, sir, I would like to, if you permit me, sir, as a chair,
Sure,
I
sure.
would like, yeah. So basically the idea was there was a recommendation of Governing Council of NESAC that there should be an interaction between all academia as well as the industry as well as the users, what kind of collaborations we can have. So like, for example, there is a wealth of knowledge in IIT Guwahati. There is a wealth of knowledge in different universities, which includes NEHU, Northeastern Hill University. Even today, I am having with me Professor G.D. Sarma. He is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. And then, that we are having officers from IIM Shillong also. Then we are having from officers from ICAR nearby to our institute only. So they looks after agriculture system of this Northeast region. Yeah, state council members are also there. So sir, it's up to you. You can give them opportunity that what kind of collaborations they can have, academic collaborations they can have, or research collaboration they can have with NESAC. Thank you, sir.
Okay, this was very useful, Dr. S.P. Agrawal. I think what we have seen in last 2 days of deliberations, there has been a very good input coming from government sector organizations and state remote sensing centers. So I would like to give preference in this order: academia, the industry, PSUs and research institution, and then last again, if any government and state government institutions can put some views and start generating certain kind of discussion on collaboration with NESAC. So may I request from academia if some inputs come from there, and then we can have discussions.
I have Honorable BC of USTM, Dr. Sarma.
So, yeah, please.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And at the outset, I would like to thank Dr. S.P. Agrawal, the Director NESAC, and the galaxy of former directors. And we have a galaxy of officers from different organizations who have assembled, and this is for the first time that we are getting this opportunity to interact and also get an exposure of various applications in different resources mapping, as well as how it can help in conservation. We have signed MOU with NESAC, and the former director, Dr. S. Sudhakar, was there at that time. And I was just talking to Dr. S.P. Agrawal Saab that we have to renew this our MOU. We had a number of activities with this, and what I was thinking that recently now the NEP 2020 has been announced by the government of India, which gives more flexibility to all educational institutions for choosing the courses by the students, because so far we are having program based education, which is very tight system where there is no flexibility to choose the courses. So this course based education system is American system, where UGC has allowed 40% this flexibility. So it will help us to provide opportunity to the students that they can use this technology in selecting some of these courses. So what I personally feel, sir, if NESAC and university can come out in developing credit based some courses where lot of applications, particularly in sustainable development goals, which have been given by UN in 2015, and we have to achieve by 2030. These goals are having direct application related to climate change, related to the biodiversity conservation, related to how these educational institutions and the government and NGO can work together in making our living sustainable. That means as educational institutions, we have to bring changes in our content. So when we talk about the contents, these can be developed with the help jointly with NESAC and our university located in Northeast, particularly to deal with the problems related to bioresources as well as the physical resources. They are not only the quantification, etc., but how to use sustainably and how the research can help in developing technology, and then therefore ultimately we can bring out more IPR or patent filing. Because what we are seeing that in spite of so many resources, so many institutions working together, compared to other part of the country, our patent filing is less, whereas we are having so many research publications and all these things. Our IIT institution has been very much advanced in this direction. We have our collaboration with the IIT, and just 2 days back, we had the Northeastern Research Conclave organized by the IIT, where we were also partner, and we have signed the MOU with Biotech Park. So it is going to help uh, to bring academia and industries and technological institutions together so that unitedly we can work out and create the opportunity to make it available, to make it part of the educational institutions. So I have this proposal, sir, that we will work out in detail to develop contents at different level, because now the government has allowed that if it is a degree course, even after first year, the student can go out and they will get certificate course. After 2 years, if they want to go out, they will get diploma course. And after 3 years, degree course. Earlier, this system was not there. If any students by chance goes out after 2 years, he will be equal to class 12 only. No use of these 2 years of his degree course studying and all those things. So this will also help in reducing the dropout rate, making it to zero dropout, and making the students more skillful and as per their interest potential. So this space technology is going to help, particularly in drone technology, in many other technology, because what we are seeing in the war of the Russia and Ukraine, that they are mainly handling with this drone and all these things. So in coming years, I feel that this technology is going to play a very major role in our even this defense and also conserving resources of Northeast.
So that is my opinion, sir. And since we have very good interaction with the NESAC here, since when I remember when I was in Assam University, Dr. Rao was the director, and we planned the GIS and other courses for this Assam University in ecology and environment science. So here also we have this department. Our physics department teachers and some students have already visited NESAC, and they are working out some contents that how they can make use of this technology in their studies, particularly in developing either diploma course or certificate course, and making more useful for the youth. So this is only my opinion, and I think we can work out through this MOU after renewal of it. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think one round we will take from the all academic institutions, and then I will request Dr. S.P. Agrawal to respond to all of them in what can be done in the academic sector by the NESAC. Anybody from IAM here?
Yeah, I think he's online. He called me just now. Dr. Sanjeev. Dr. Sanjeev, he's there. Dr. Sanjeev.
Otherwise, anybody else from the academic institution? Here.
Dr. Roy, chairman of the session. I am PP Nageshwar Rao, former director of NESAC, but right now for the last 8 years, I have been a faculty member at the Visvesvaraya Technological University. I had also the good fortune of being chairman of a board of studies for the Karnataka State Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University at Gadag. With the last 8 years, serving at different academic institutions, I find the curriculum is very heavy, syllabus is very well structured. I'm talking about geoinformatics, MSc Geoinformatics at Gadag, KSR DPRU, or MTech at Visvesvaraya Technological University run by KSR SAC. Syllabus is very well structured, curriculum is well planned out. But if you look at the Bloom's model of imparting education is not fulfilled by any of these, currently running syllabuses and structured courses. So the NEP 2020, again, I had the good fortune of serving. In fact, Karnataka is the pioneering state to implement the NEP 2020 recommendations in the country, whole country. Is a pioneering state to implement it. And Higher Education Council of Karnataka is promoting the, as early as possible, realize the NEP implementation across the entire state. All the geography and geoinformatics departments of several universities in Karnataka embarked upon this program of NEP 2020. The point I am trying to convey is, while the theory part of it is well structured and well taught, skill acquisition and taking them students to practicals, to conduct practicals, taking them to field surveys, show them how to collect ground truth, instrumentation, and then data collection, point data conversion into polygon data, some of these interpolation techniques in, particularly kriging, which is taught, but the practicals are very poor in many academic institutions. Maybe the lack of facilities, etc. So what I am trying to convey here is, NESAC also should, in a way, promote these academic institutions through MOUs. And also, one example I will set here, running a 4-year honors course, BSc, with geoinformatics and computer science. The way it is integrated and started at Karnataka State Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University at Gadag. At a graduate level, computer engineers and geoinformatics engineers study separately. But I would suggest adopting the NEP recommendations, NEP 2020 recommendations, Some institutions.
Dr. Nagesha Rao, please, can you summarize it now? Because I see there are about 3-4 names have come up who want to speak.
To cut it short,
yeah,
as per the recommendations of the 2020 NEP 2020, a BSc honors in geoinformatics and computer science integrated together can be started in Northeast region, and NESAC can play a very important role in providing those hands-on experience for the instrumentation and facilities can be used by any academic institution, so that they also have enough skilling, enough experience, field experience, and the skills are available. Employable skills is what I am advocating. That's what is my.
You have made your point very vividly. I think now I see that Dr. Sanjeev has raised, and he is from IIM Shillong. Can I request him to give some input how NESAC and the various academic institutions in Northeastern region can be benefited with the experiences of NESAC in developing an educational program? Dr. Sanjeev, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity being provided to me. Sir, I believe I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, you are audible. Yeah. I think he has lost contact. Maybe we can move on to Tejpur University. If meanwhile, when he joins again, we can take him. Tejpur University, somebody is there here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
This is Professor Bhavish Deka. Actually, I am very thankful for respected chairperson and the NESAC for providing me the opportunity to speak a few words. We are working on some drone-based project. So actually, we have purchased some drone, and now we are seeking some support from NESAC regarding the some practical applications. So we are doing some research, a PhD based this project, and we want to apply for these type of this real-time application like crop health detection and monitoring. So may I request the authority of NESAC to provide help in terms of database and their practical application, where actually how the data can be handled and how it has to be for real-time application, what are the requirements from the industry side. So we are doing some research, but that is laboratory only, and say we are working on some deep learning based techniques. But this is again for some curriculum. So whether we can have some practical collaboration with NESAC. So that is I have to make request.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. I think we'll have one round of views from the academic institutions, and then we will try to summarize with the help of Director NESAC. Assam Agriculture University, there is somebody. Assam Agriculture University. Anybody from NEHU? Anybody from Assam Don Bosco University?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Respected Chairman, sir, respected Director, sir. I am Nupur Chaudhary. I am from Assam Don Bosco University from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. So I have a few points to discuss here. So we have been working in collaboration with NESAC since Raju sir's time. We also had a good opportunity of meeting various scientists here and Dibyajyoti sir in special, because we have been working in a collaborative project with his team. So here I would like to focus three main points. First is we know certain theory about this domain, and we do teach it in our classes to our students. So I second what Nageshwar sir has already pointed out. The practical implementation of it is unknown to most of the teachers. So how can we impart them to our students? So I would like to request Director Sir and the team NESAC, if they can help us with some capacity building workshops or trainings where practical implementations with various softwares which are strictly belonging to this domain could be imparted to us as teachers, as well as the students also. The second one is due to the availability of various high-end computation systems and infrastructure in this organization itself, if we can have remote access to some of the HPC or other such nodes. Because building up of infrastructure, something like this kind in our university would take up a lot of time, and by that time the students go out batches after batches. So if we can train them from the very beginning, so in a course of 4 years time or 3 years time, they will build up good knowledge about this domain, and we can build up a good student workforce. Because to testimonize it, we already have a few students who are working in this organization. 4 of them are already there. And in the last 2 months itself, Abha from this organization, she went to our university to train certain students regarding this technology. So we would appreciate if we get an opportunity to work remotely on the available infrastructure which is here. And the third one is, this is at an administrative level, we are already have a discussion of having an honors course regarding GIS and geoinformatics in BTech, as well as we are also thinking of taking it forward into the MTech level as a vertical of MTech. So for that, we will definitely approach Team NESAC for their guidance in helping us in their curriculum. Lastly, I would like to thank all of you for inviting us to join in such a wonderful event and helping us share our views. I really hope that in these three areas, we get assistance from this organization. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you made very valid points. Now I see that Dr. Sanjeev has joined back. Can you put forth your views quickly in crisp manner?
Yes, sir. My apology for the disconnection in between. Sir, as widely discussed by all the seniors members present in the meeting today, I will quickly put my point. Sir, NEP 2020 has correctly, very rightly suggested about the integration and the institutional collaboration. In this process, we as an IIM, the only IIM in Northeastern region, we have been working in collaboration with various national institutes and the central universities. What I feel very apt to be present here, sir, is considering the potential of NESAC and the management expertise of IIM Shillong, our center which is working for the development of Northeast region. One is Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Center for Policy Research and Analysis. One is Center for Development of Northeastern Region and Incubation Center. So these three centers primarily focus on the development of Northeastern regions. So in APJ Abdul Kalam Center, we work very closely with the government of India and the state governments in policy development of policies, mainly handloom, handicraft, horticulture, logistics, BPO, and tourism. So considering the uses of technology and expertise of NESAC, I believe that we can provide short-term courses on how do we integrate the satellites use of technology, space technology on GI integration in the agriculture things, and definitely we can give certain recommendation to the government with having the knowledge dissemination program. We'd have like roundtable discussions, workshops, and short-term programs. We can collaboratively work on this. And mainly on higher side, we can also do some collaboration on research collaboration, sir. These are a few areas that I wish to put up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think, is there any other institution, academic institution would like to contribute?
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. This is Sujit Pradhan from Indian Institute of Geomagnetism.
Okay, very good.
Sir, first of all, I would congratulate NESAC team for giving us this wonderful opportunity to learn many things and to have idea about our future domain of research. So in this context, just I would like to say, though we are known for our geomagnetic data, IIG is known for our geomagnetic data, but being in Shillong in northeastern region, we have started our research, expanded our research domain to like crustal deformation studies and earthquake precursor studies. So in this way, we have, I would like to mention, we have already in collaborative discussion with some of the NESAC scientists, like to mention Dr. Gopal Sharma sir. And after this meeting, so I feel like if we can extend, we are at present, we have started these new tectonic studies using morphometric and morphotectonic parameters. So if I feel, if it can be extended up to like delineating the active lineaments, so that would add to more information, and it will be valuable for this.
Okay.
And like today we have, so quickly I'll just tell you in half a minute. So today we have two of our colleagues, like Dr. Rajesh, who works on GPS techniques, and Dr. Srinivas, who works on this TEC. So if this can be integrated together and we can exchange our expertise and this thing, so it would be of great help. So this is my suggestion. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think in last 1.5 days deliberations, we have seen that there is a lot of expectations from the state government, for the research institutions for incorporating space technology in improving the quality of life in northeastern India. So hence it is a capacity building is one of the important aspects to a multiplier effect to build such kind of a capability in the institutions, in the create a human resource in the region, so that a kind of a environment is built up where you have ready-made resources to take up the work in the entrepreneurship mode, or in the as in case of employment opportunities. So I think the opening remarks by the Vice Chancellor was very good, that new education policy gives this opportunity. I will invite Dr. S.P. Agrawal to express his views, how much stepwise actions can be taken by the NESAC to start with, and what kind of options can be made available. Dr. S.P. Agrawal, please.
Okay. In the industry also.
Yeah, it will come later actually. So thank you very much, sir. So in fact, when we go about the NEP, National Education Policy, so in fact, few days back I was at IIT Guwahati, and that a long discussion, Honorable Union Minister was there. And NEP basically provides us the opportunity which earlier we were lacking, that how to collaborate between the industry, academia, as well as the research institution like NESAC. Now, based on this and based on the discussion requirement which I heard from all the delegates, including Honorable Vice Chancellor of USTM, I found out there are 3 places where we can collaborate. Number 1 is the exchange of knowledge and mentoring. So The exchange of the knowledge means it may be through, different meetings, it may be through, faculty exchange, it can be through, various mode of, talking or collaborative research project also. And mentoring is another very important thing which I found it is required in this region. So because NESAC is leading in the space technology applications for developmental activities. One thing I would like to tell here, sir, like as you rightly pointed out, it's a huge, it is very difficult to go each and every place. So probably through, web portals, probably through, different forums, we can, mentor the people, and we can look into the future that how we can work with them. Another one is the facility augmentation. This is really difficult task, facility augmentation. However, NESAC has certain facilities, but the question arises how we can provide this facility to the users. Probably at this moment it is going to be difficult. For example, if I'm talking about the HPC which is available at NESAC, which is very very good, it is 152 core, and with the 1.4 this teraflops is with speed of 1.4 teraflops. But still I found when I am talking to our weather forecasters in NESAC, I found they found it is very, it is not sufficient enough. In fact, we are also planning to talk with the NARL, which is having, up to I think 20 or 25 teraflop system. So the facility is still, I don't feel we can say any facility. Let me tell you very frankly, it is going to be very, very difficult. So, however, if anybody want to work, he come here and work with us, he is most welcome. And third one, which is one of the most important, and in fact, which is the answer of first two questions, that is the capacity building. Yes, we are very few people here in NESAC. There are only 41 scientists, and there are 10 disciplines which we are working. Each discipline only 4 people are there. So it is necessary that we should build the capacity to the user organizations. So this we can do that. What I did when I joined here, I started looking at the capacity building program, and now it is completely choked down. I request all the users, including the academia, to look at our website, go to the outreach of NESAC, and you will find every month there is one regular program, which is of 2 weeks. I request, if it is of your interest, it may be of fundamental of remote sensing GIS, it may be of remote sensing GIS application to water resources, agriculture, geosciences, all type of courses are there. You can, you can join those courses. Okay. So this is one thing which I can offer you. However, if you want to organize particular capacity building program for your institute, then you have to put forth a proposal to us. We will look into it, and then we can organize it. So this is all from my side.
Okay, very nicely you have put forth. And what I was just wondering, the capacity building, already you are running programs and you are offering people to pick up the courses which is and join the courses. You are also offering some mentoring options by the experienced faculty, and probably you are also mentioning that some students can come to your place for doing projects. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you have some kind of internship announcement at the moment? Or interns, can you take something like 10 or 20 intern for 6 months, or maybe a 1-year program, like MTech student can do project at your place and you can mentor? Such kind of facility do you have?
The intensive program we are having, sir, but because of last 2 years, because of Corona, we could not make it. But next year onward, we are planning, and this intensive program may be of 6. We would prefer 6 months at least. Yeah.
Yeah, I think 6 months to 1 year, that could be one good option where students can come to your place and do the project under the guidance of your experienced faculty, and the educational institutions, they can be. Another area I wanted to know, has NESAC been recognized as a PhD center by some university so far?
Uh, I think Dibrugarh University has recognized NESAC as a PhD center.
Okay.
And I think USTM under MOU, this provision is there with USTM also. University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya.
In our university, I am from Don Bosco University.
Yeah, Manoranjan, yes, please.
Yeah. In our university also, your scientists are doing PhD.
Victor
Reverse. Dr. Manoranjan,
Yeah,
it's reverse.
right now.
That is asking actually that your university people, student can come here and work as a PhD student. As a guide.
Yeah, sir.
See, there is a many of the institutions which are if you want to build a capacity from the northeastern region, there are various methods, organized courses, building up, facilitating practical experiences and applications, giving a soiling the hands by the student young. And another one is releasing experienced researcher in the field. So that happens when you have in the research institution recognized and some of the faculty is able to guide students under there, because some of the scientists of NESAC, they are very experienced and they can guide and produce PhDs, and these PhDs can be looking for a job or fulfill the capacity of a future capacity in the northeastern region. Or they can also be entrepreneurs. If for future entrepreneurs, they can have their own industry. So my suggestion is that you should discuss with some of the important institutions to recognize you as, because you have done wonderful in last 2 decades, and you have built up something like about 2 or 3 areas. You have a very good core competence, and in these core competence, your center should be recognized as a PhD for research, and you can guide students. I think. Would you like to summarize, Dr. Agrawal?
No, sir. Sir, Parihar sir has something to say.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A good amount of discussion has taken place about how to impart education related with the space science and applications. And I was expecting something more than that from the academic institutions. You see, there is another segment, what we call how to use the space tools for imparting the education. Particularly the kind of situation is developing, or it has developed in the new normal, what we have faced in the last 2 years. Among all the participants, only one mention came about EduSat system from Mizoram. I expect the Honorable Vice Chancellor sir here from Mizoram Science and Technology University to also consider. He's not listening. He's not listening. Sir, I'm addressing to you. I expect you to also, sir, think about and come with recommendation related to how to use the space technology to impart education. You are trying to impart education about space science and technology applications to the student, but how about using the space technology tools to impart the education, particularly the kind of situation which we have faced during last 2 years of the COVID and what we call now the new normal, this will be more needed. If we further consider, many of the participants have mentioned that students in this region or the educational institutions in this region, they are running more courses on the social sciences and that kind of things. The youth of Northeast region is not getting that much into science and technology education going outside this region. If I just name, let's say, IITs and that kind of institutions, how to enable the youth of this region to be able to compete and get admission in those institutions? Whether space technology tools can be used to do that kind of coaching? If yes, then who will organize? What should be the model? I think that's a very important component in education to enable the youth of this region to be at par with any student from other parts of the country.
Okay,
Students
thank
from
you,
here-
Dr. Parihar.
Yes.
I think, can you just briefly mention, Dr. S.P. Agrawal, about the MOOC offered by Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, which is how NESAC can play and facilitate MOOC programs, diploma and certificate programs offered by IARS.
Yes, sir. So basically that at IRS, the MOOC program is organized in different disciplines. NESAC, we don't have such type of program, but certainly in future, because this, that MOOC, it can be online as well as the offline, both. I would prefer, generally people are preferring that basically offline. But for that, lot of content is required. So content generation will take at least 1 year. If I start now, it will take 1 year. So, but sir, I appreciate this point that MOOC is a very, very good option, where once it is the content is generated and it is available online, and people can really get the certificate as well as the PG diploma through MOOC. So we can look into it certainly.
Okay, okay. I think we will move on to the next group of people.
Can I complete my statement?
Sir, Dr. Parihar wanted to say something.
Can I
Okay,
complete
okay,
my
yeah.
statement?
Yeah, please.
Okay, now the other thing which has emerged here is that the institutions who are starting or who have started the courses on the space science technology or applications, one is they need instrumentation and that kind of support to use facility like computing facility. I'm also sure that they don't have requisite faculty. Now, whether that kind of faculty support has to be generated, if how to generate it, because there again, NESAC alone may or may not be able to take that burden or the load. So creating the faculty who are able to impart meaningful education in these education institutions, like your Basco University, many others will be there. Recently, I got associated with one of the university which is upcoming, and they are also thinking of these things. It should not happen that you come to only to NESAC and say that all this faculty support also you extend, computing facility also you extend. Then what those institutions are doing? After all, these are all, many of them, they are the profit-making institutions. They are charging good amount of fees. So there have to be some initiative and burden sharing. Rather, it is their responsibility to care those things which are needed to impart the education. So all these things have to be considered when we are talking about imparting the education to the youth of this region. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Parihar Sahab. I think, can we move on to the next group? I would like BSNL, one representative is here, ICAR and NIPCO. If they can put forth their views, how NESAC can play their role here to integrate space technology in their activities. So can we have quickly BSNL, ICAR and NIPCO?
Yes, sir. So first, Madam Namrata Tiwari, she's the General Manager of BSNL of Northeast. So please,
yeah.
Madam.
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon to all the participants. Actually, I belong to a central government organization, but I have been here for past 10 months. And what I foresee is 2 points I would just like to say. One was already discussed by the Mizoram person regarding Starlink and communication, broadband internet up to the remotest corner through what Elon Musk is doing. In fact, while coming to this place, that same thing was in my mind, because we are facing problems reaching nook and corner of a difficult terrain of Northeast. So as and when that comes, definitely space application would make available internet to the remotest person down the line. Second thing was that I'm thankful to NESAC for inviting me, because I could communicate to the Mizoram person and to all the other departments who are present here or the users regarding the BharatNet, which is already available to lots and lots of places down the line. So that optical fiber network, which has been built up at crores of rupees, that can be utilized for internet. And thirdly, which I am not dealing with mobile communication directly. I am in charge of the landline communication. But there has to be a scientific planning method for maintenance and planning of the mobile towers. We have a website floated by Department of Telecom, wherein the mobile towers of all the organizations, all the telecom operators are visible. But there has to be a scientific method. That is personally I feel, because whatever planning we are doing, they are by using certain tools and all. But with the space images and all, some data can be generated. It may be available, I really don't know. But in case it is not there, the terrain and the population density and the hills and the buildings, all such live information must be available for the tool developers to develop the instantaneously. Like if we want, we decide that certain area has to be covered, whether the towers are available or not, what hurdles we may be experiencing, that scientific method, some tools can be developed. That of course may have to be taken at the higher level. This was what all I wanted to
Thank
say.
you. Thank you for making a very pertinent issues. Can I request ICR person to representative to speak?
Dr. Chaudhary.
Sir, I am representing ICAR. Myself is Dr. Bhuvan Chaudhary. And we have been, in a very complementary relationship with NESAC. And here, even my own personal experience, right from Dr. PNS Rao sir, Sudhakar Rao sir, Raju sir, and now Agarwal sir. So every time the door is open for us, whenever we asked, we get everything. But some specific requirement, because ICR Northeastern region, particularly, we receive many parliamentary questions on and off. Yes, tomorrow also parliamentary committee has come. And I am the focal person to represent my institute, and sometimes you have to answer in 1 hour. Parliament session is going on, and mostly spatial information like shifting cultivation, suppose. So Parliament asks every year how it is temporary variation, increasing, decreasing, and all this, current fellow, cropping pattern, like land degradation and all this. So some of the sites, of course, I should be very thankful to NRSC Bhuvan. This is the most preferred site and user friendly. So we go there. Problem is, sir, if you see the land use map even, most of the national organizations, they do at country level mapping. Even your land use map, land degradation, wasteland, everything. By the time it gets published or open access, 4 or 5 years, you lost it. In 2019, Bhuvan published, but data are 2015. And then previous one was 2012. Data were satellite data were used 2018. So 8. So you lost 4 years. Parliament is asking 12 to 19. This is another problem. They are asking every year. We don't have any source. Then there are many classes, because I was also in this field, Westland mapping and all these ISROs, many centers I did. So what the problem is, when you take all India level, there are many unwanted classes for us. Like Zoom cultivation is not needed for IGP, salt affected soil, so many other classes. And when you download it, so many classes, then Northeast is not in a mosaic form. These are small issues state-wise. So those classes you have to filter, and accuracy gets really stuck up. Whatever information, even you check 2019 shifting cultivation, I reported as per NRSC 0.32 million hectare area, they have stated. What ICR is hesitating to accept, they are telling 14,000 hectare. We had argument also. So whatever national organization they comes, they have their different statistics. That part should be checked, particularly for Northeast. There should be one platform, one statistics for us. We are deprived. Second thing, kindly, if you do country level mapping, do it. But we cannot wait. We need for Northeastern, at least 8 states, NESAC should take the lead, so that the temporal gap that can be, we can really fulfill. Third thing, so many unwanted classes, as I told, we really face problem. Fourth problem in that map, only I am taking land use example, You have only agriculture class, but they are asking current fellow. They are asking Kharif season, Rabi season, cropping pattern, crop rotation. You don't have any information. I understand because we did for Punjab and all this. You cannot have entire country level this. So kindly, sir, at least some priority you may not able to cover. I understand terrain features and all this. Some priority districts, if you can identify with respect to land degradation also. Now, you know, land degradation, so much of stress on us coming from PMO. Every month, 2 or 3 meetings, land utility and all this. They ask statistics. What are the prioritized districts vulnerable? Same with climate change. Projection studies like RCP scenarios, what will happen, where the extreme climate event in 2050, short term, mid term, your
Yeah,
scientists will be knowing.
I think
So these are
you
the
have made your
some
point very valid.
Yes.
I request Dr. S.P. Agrawal to take this particular requirement, and you can discuss with the ICR and come out with some kind of a solution specific to Northeastern region. It's basically issues of land use, land cover, specific to Northeast, the land degradation issues, land restoration issues. These are some of the things which you can discuss with them detail.
Yes.
I think
Yes.
I'm sure NESAC will be able to help you. And now we have one representative from NEPCO. Can I request NEPCO to speak on and give their inputs?
This is the DGM NEPCO, Dr. Devjit Das. Sir, I would like to tell you, he is our, that alumni of IRS, first MTech
Okay.
student of IRS.
Okay.
Devjit.
Okay. Good
So
afternoon,
it-
sir. Myself Devajit Das. So we have a long association with NESAC. We have successfully completed number of projects, and number of projects is ongoing, right from installation of hydromet system, inflow forecasting system for number of our reservoirs, as well as DEM preparation using drone survey, etc. So I have some points. Actually, last year we have that all the AWS we have the dual communication system, and we are grateful to ISRO and NESAC that consent has been given to use the AWS protocol network service for this satellite communication. So last year, what happened? Number of substantial time we have lost due to problem in some specific problem with the number of AWS. And when we attend each and every one, finally we detected that there was some problem at MOSDAC center in the receiving end. So we request that there should be some SOPs that's that type of some specific issues at the data reception end should be resolved immediately as soon as the problem is highlighted. Second thing is communication is the backbone of early warning system, and in the Northeast regarding GSM GPRS communication and installation of VSAT system is a challenge because maintaining the VSAT system is in the difficult terrain and poor accessibility. So what happened as per this AWS protocol, now this data reception frequency is 1 hour in MOSDAC. So initiation should be taken to reduce this data receiving frequency to at least 30 minutes from this existing 1 hour, so that to make data access so that we can get the data more frequently for efficient early warning system. And thirdly, that report in the NDMA on this, I think everyone is well aware about the last year that incident happened in the Dholiganga incident on 7th of February 2021. In the report prepared by NDMA, it was mentioned that number of Doppler weather radars is proposed to be installed in the Uttarakhand under integrated Himalayan meteorological program. So why to wait for the disaster? So similar type of action should be initiated And I think in the state of Arunachal Pradesh, so that we can install this type of DWRs, and I think NESAC can play a major role in this regard. And last but not the least, actually that whatever the incident happened in the last year, that's on 7th of February in the Dholiganga, Rishiganga area, that sliding of rock mass created the havoc. So similar, so initiation should be taken to mapping the that vulnerable zones like rock mass displacement areas and approximate volume of the that vulnerable zones by using satellite imagery as well as drones, so that for effective this one to understand or estimate the impact of the slide to the downhill and to plan effective prevention measures. So thank you, sir. These are my points. So
excellent. I think you have made a very valid point that during the disasters, the communication is very important to disseminate the data, and how you have given a good suggestions what are the requirement in improving the communication. For I think we are reaching towards the end of the session. I consider that for the institution like NESAC, you have in 20 years you have done so many projects and you have raised a quite good amount of awareness. But it is also important, this is backed up by industry, local industry, to support user requirement. Everything NESAC cannot do it, or there are many things operational, routine kind of a job where NESAC probably will not be able to play a role. So industry role becomes very important. I understand there are representatives from industry in this particular platform. Can we have input from industry?
So Dr. Harnam Singh is there, sir.
Okay, so Harnam Singh is one of the, yeah, I think Harnam Singh, can you please give your inputs?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. And there is, I mean, I was attending all the session of this user meet from last 2 days. So what I observed basically, sir, they have done the marvelous work, wonderful work, and they have a lot of data repository, and in especially in this space technology. Then I think I thought they are doing so wonderful work. There is no space for industry. They have taken all the space. Then again, I mean, idea came into my mind. NESAC can be a forum, because we were, I mean, listening all user department and other department. NESAC can be a forum between industry and other user department, and that is a, I mean, I must compliment them, because they have a experience of more than 10,000 man months. If you see overall, 40 scientists and more than 21 years. Almost greater than 20,000, 10,000 experience of man months. So in that way, I mean, we are open to collaborate, and you have already set a path. Some basic work should be transferred to industry, and you should look specific work like life saving, all this thing, disaster, all very specific thing to this particular thing. Now, even academia and industry, I mean, there was an internship program we were talking. We also take as an internship. We are based at Dehradun and Noida. We are 20-year-old organization, and Dr. Roy, sir, is our my mentor, and he has given me first opportunity to work in Northeast in 98-99 in biodiversity project. So, and then I would say there is a lot of work has been done in a thematic side, but government of India emphasis is on utility also, and utility is a kind of a thing where, I mean, industry can give a good input, right? And Assam is coming up with, I mean, some of the tender I have seen, Assam is taking lead in utility, and this is these are the input from my side, sir, and thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I think Mr. Kundu, I think how much time we have?
Sir, time was actually till 1:45.
Okay, so I think I will quickly summarize. I think few points I will try to make. Uh, it is a general appreciation all the people who have participated in your first user interaction workshop. You have made a tremendous impact in Northeastern region. When I say you means NESAC, the scientists of NESAC, all the leaders which are present in the NESAC who have led the organization, they have made great impact. And you have created a requirement among the State Department. Everybody is looking for more and more work from you. And another 2 to 3 months time, you will complete Silver Jubilee 25 years. I think it is a time that you should consult your seniors, and probably you should make a plan at least for another 10 years how we will grow. What you have been doing or what you have done so far may not be enough for coming 10 years, because people's aspirations, the basically the kind of problems and new expectations, especially in capacity building and education, this will require some kind of a readjustment in your institution building. So my suggestion is by 2025, you should present a new decadal plan, and which will include the aspiration of future, which to my opinion should be a next level of NESAC, which incorporates capacity building as a main focus, research, addresses a new technology areas like improvement in communicating the data, the data analytics, incorporating artificial intelligence in data processing, machine learning techniques, creation of a, a portal which can be accessed freely and used for various applications by the user department. So my suggestion is that if the seniors and your reporting system allows you, you should come out with a plan of another decade or another 2 decades how NESAC should grow. I must thank you very much for giving me opportunity to be chair this session. I myself have got a very good input, and I wish you good luck. The NESAC has done exceedingly well, and the credit goes to the scientists, the staff, and also the leadership which has provided the guidance to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for chairing the session. And also thank you very much for readily agreeing to chair the session, even though you came back from abroad just a day or two back. We would love to, we wish we could hand over to you the memento for you in person, but since you are far away, we will be sending to you memento. And here is a preview of the memento for you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It is my great honor.
This is with love from NESAC, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we are coming to the end of this session, and we have some special guests here. So we wish to just felicitate our special guest here, Professor G.D. Sharma, who is the Vice Chancellor of USTM. Our Director Sir will felicitate with a Gamsa and a memento. Sir was the Pro VC of Assam University Silchar, and presently the Vice Chancellor of USTM Meghalaya. We have Madam Namrata Tiwari, ITS. She was earlier in SAC Ahmedabad for a year or so, before 2 years. Yes, madam. So we thank you for joining our program. And we also have with us Dr. R.K. Sharma, advisor to the Chancellor of USTM. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, and we have Mr. Debojit Das from NIPCO. Yes. Then we have Dr. B.U. Chaudhary from ICAR, Principal Scientist, Soil Science from ICAR. Dr. Harnam Singh from Science Dehradun. Okay. Yeah. So we would like to thank the rapporteur, Kundu sir. Yeah, our organizing secretary will hand over a memento to our rapporteur. Thank you very much, sirs. So we have come to the end of this current session, and we'll break for lunch. After lunch, we'll again assemble here at what?
Yes. So basically, sir, first of all, thank you very much, Roy sir. You were my mentor at IRS, and now you are blessing us online for and very nicely organized session. Sir, actually, with excuse, actually what happens now, it is delayed. So
Yeah.
another session, which I consider one of the most important session, which is I want to hear from all of you, all great leader of NESAC, that is a reminiscence and way forward. So we will join after lunch. So 3 o'clock again, sir, we will join.
Okay.
So I request
Okay.
our all honorable directors to kindly join for lunch and come back at 3 o'clock. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Okay. Thank you. See you.
Yeah, and I request, yeah, please join for lunch and please come back. My request is. काम बन गया मुझे बहुत डर लग रहा था इसका
Welcome back to the remaining part of our today's program. Today's remaining program, concluding program, will be on reminiscence of NESAC during the past 21 years in the years by our former directors who have all contributed in leading and shaping NESAC to the present status, and to take their suggestions and advice on the way forward to serve the region. The session will be chaired by Dr. J.S. Parihar, former director of NESAC, and repertorying will be done by Sri Ramanikumar Das, scientist from NESAC. Dr. J.S. Parihar, sir, former director of NESAC, served as a scientist at SAC Ahmedabad from 1974 to 2014. and work in the field of art observation applications in agriculture, including horticulture, wildlife habitat and environment, project planning and program management in art observation, geometrics application. He was instrumental in leading the project on forecasting agricultural output using space, agrometeorology, and land-based observations, FASAL. Post-retirement, he was serving as Professor Satish Dhawan Distinguished Professor at SAC Ahmedabad during 2014 to 2015, and was also a visiting professor at the Institute of Remote Sensing and Digital Earth, Chinese Academy of Sciences, Beijing. Please, sir, you can take over to chair this session. Over to you, sir.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for offering this opportunity to be with the colleagues and also now chair a session. I have a difficult task. We have here, normally in one jungle you have one tiger, here you have 7. So controlling the directors is a tough task. I'll still attempt. So I think everybody is available, including Dr. P.S. Rai. I understand Dr. Diwakar was perhaps, yes, Dr. P.S. Rai is there. And Dr. Diwakar is the one who is not available. So how much is the time given to us? Up to 4 o'clock. So 1 hour we have. Less than 1 hour we have. Now already it is, we have 50 minutes. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So about 7 minutes each. 49 minutes. So may I request Dr. P.L.N. Raju to give his reminiscences and the way forward. Dr. Raju, please.
Yeah. So good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I take this opportunity. Both mics. I think only one will work. Yeah. Good afternoon to all of you. And first of all, it is a really honor, and also thanks to Dr. S.P. Agarwal for keeping the specific this session, and then reminiscence and way forward, taking the idea, and then maybe if it is useful, he'll be taking forward. I'm also very happy that Dr. J.S. Parhar is chairing this, and I happens to work with him, and not directly, but as a promoting the this one use of space technology through society, that is Indian Society of Remote Sensing, and also International Society of Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing. And it also gives an opportunity to understand what way we have to present. Like I still remember yesterday what Moses Chellea was mentioning. It has struck to my heart that what is required for the department, or what is required for the user. He should understand. He said users may not know what they want or what they can get, because they don't know anything about the space technology. From outer side, they develop some impression, okay, this is hi-fi technology, launching satellites, and then only to public this thing information and telling about prestige about India, we are able to launch the satellite. But actual utility of this thing, they will only know once they go deep into that. And I also worked with Dr. P.S. Rai. Good evening, sir. And then most of the time my services was there at IARS. Under his leadership, we also imbibed his qualities, and then try to implement those things when we get an opportunity at NESAC. And then when I came here, basically it was new to me, and then many things, and then it was also given an opportunity to implement all the experiences what we have gained over the years, and try to expand the activities whatever the way it is was possible. And then thanks to all the former directors like Sudhakar immediately my predecessor, and then Divakar for some time, and Bhattacharya and PPN sir. So, and then everybody has played a role for me also to contribute whatever the best way is possible. And then over the years, what has been done by me, and then what I think the institute or the center should be in the next 10 years, like Dr. Roy has already given direction that you should plan for the next 10 years, because we are also, as mentioned by Dr. Roy, that is nearing Silver Jubilee. And then if you consider the, what I say, 21, I think is a prime time or a prime age for, if you talk about a human being. And we are at the prime, that means full strength, and then whatever you wanted to take, and then you'll be able to do it. That is the age in which, and then take up the challenges, and you'll be able to implement many things. And then in that direction, I think whatever this you have taken up, I think it is your initiation. I think never done user meet in the last 21 years. And then beginning in that, it is the credit goes to Agarwal and your whole NESAC team. It also gives so many ideas, and then through the interaction what we had last 2 days. And also for me, I am again other side of the NESAC and gone to the where I am now. I am the user basically. So, and then being a user and then interacting with all these departments and IAS officials, and also we try to know that what is really needed from other side. So I would like to put my experience what NESAC should be, and also put user perspective from Assam side, both the things. And if you see that whole Northeastern Space Application Center and all these state application centers, so they're all different level. If you talk about Sikkim is the smallest state, and also the number of manpower involved is very little. And then also their area of is also widespread. Now they, as a science and technology, they do remote sensing, they do climate change, they do many things. Similarly, in Assam also, we have a limited people and limited expertise. So that way, NESAC as a big brother, so they should take care of all the areas, and then also try to expand to the newer areas based on the newer development, either in terms of the space technology development and IT development and communication things. So your requirements also changes. So I have listed out some points where I think NESAC may consider to if they can take up those things. One is I would like to put first Assam is my own requirement of these things. So major issues is the disaster management in terms of whenever the disaster happens. Every year we are faced with landslides, we are faced with floods, and anyhow earthquakes. We never know when they come and these things, and thunderstorms, lightning. So you mentioned any disasters, so there is an important role to play. And then the technologies are available now, so how to make effective use of the technologies. One is I wanted to ask that NESAC to think out of the box. So one is we look into ISRO, where our capacities are there, and then look into the whole world, how the whole world is now. In terms of the satellite availability, you talk about optical remote sensing, there are 300, 500 satellites, and everybody telling that I have the data even for every 2 hours. And then also there are micro remote sensing satellites. It's not 1 or 2 satellites, there are big constellation of satellites. And then as a user perspective, how you can take all those into consideration. One is availability of through NRSC, ISRO, and DMC. That is one perspective. And can the NESAC think of that, using of all these things in terms of any disaster? How quickly NESAC can respond to that, using all this availability of resources. Another is soil erosion and deposition, which is a major problem. And then Director NESAC also knows that we have taken up a project with Assam, particularly how to mitigate the floods and also divert the flood water so that flood impact can it be reduced on the mainstream and the people affected due to that. So for that, we try to do some analysis, and then there are many measures. One is diverting is one, but otherwise treatment of the watershed. I think we should also talk to the different departments, soil and water conservation, and then water resources department. So that in upper reaches how to stop this one erosion and then siltation, and then grow more vegetation, and then how to increase the water holding capacity in the upstream, and then check dams and other things are also we have taken up in that. So and then one more important thing is I know that NESAC also having a big research team, thanks to ISRO for providing the 10 researchers, and then sometimes it is also difficult to justify if you don't show the good research output from the researchers. When NESAC started, limited scientists were there. So now the scientist strength is increased. So they may also say that you have sufficient scientists. Your researchers may not require so that as a caution, I am telling that we should take up some of the research activities, and then that also contributing operational. So for that, these researchers are always important. They should be continued. So for that, we should try to provide more value-added services. Suppose if we talk about land use, land cover, or you talk about wetland inventory or wasteland mapping. So whatever are now we talk about a CGDP, and then the type of the data or the type of outputs what we get, it is also immediately questionable at the user level, in the sense you are using a 2018 data and you are giving a product at 2023, and then in a 5 years time, and then you are telling it you use my data in 2003, which is of 5 years old. So as a user, I think it may not be that much acceptable. So that what I wanted to say, that you should also take initiation to generate the value-added product on your own. You say this is the branding from NESAC. So that it will carry and give more weightage and value to the NESAC rather than giving to the NRSC or ISRO level. So that more authenticity, and then people start using those things. So there are many things in that. One is a forest loss alerts, water body mapping, damage assessment, floods, crop loss, landslide, soil health, and forest burnt area. So, and then also now we are moving towards more in alerts and then forecasting. So for that also there are many things done by NESAC, but still there are many things to be done. One is related to vector-borne diseases, and another is now alerts for lightning, thunderstorms. So these are all more, we have to make it more operational so that it will really help at the ground level. Another is, as already came out during the presentations, that NESAC user meet also should also have a specific user meet for the each state. So that's why you should play a central role, and then also coordination from my side, like ASAC, we will take the lead, but it can be done combinedly for each state also, so that we are able to address their own requirements at their own level. It can be even one day also sufficient. Capacity building, already it was discussed, is very important. And then also wherever your capabilities combining with the state capabilities. So both combine together, and then we should be taken up. One point, like one Chaudhary, that Baran Chaudhary, what he has mentioned. So point is that the requirement of outputs like a shifting cultivation, a zoom cultivation area, already the work is done. So what I wanted to say that when we do it, we are giving to the ministry, so other user department also should get aware so that the product is used. So the more and more the data becomes old, so its value also reduces. The currency means the latest data utility is, it should be immediately made into use. So then unless we popularize and use it. And then we are doing a lot of what is that suitability analysis, like Dr. Bijay also then read horticulture mapping. But whether those products are brought into NESDR, why we are not bringing to that NESDR or the portal level. So that at the instant of a click, those things are also available for the users. I also wanted to, one more last thing is, you should have a one dashboard for whole Northeast. And everything as a repository, like any SDR is a benchmark we can take. But all these things, like Dr. Devakar has also mentioned, what any NRSA Bhuvan is doing, what VEDAS are doing, and taking advantage of all together, all three together, develop a portal and giving the services with all the things taken as a base. And then you have to provide the services, whatever is there. And then from my side, I'm also trying my best, whatever is Assam. So we are also announced expression of interest for empanelment of vendors or industry, so that anything, if somebody user comes, so I am ready. So suppose in next 30 days he wants some outputs, I'm able to provide that services. Maybe I'll do my own if it is easy. If it is a bigger task, I can also go to the industry and give the services. So I think that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raju. You have given a lot of points. My request would be some of these points just as a bullet you may just give, maybe mail or something, so that nothing important is missed.
I'll do that.
I understand Dr. Devakar is not yet on the line. If so, I'll request Dr. Sudhakar. And again, I will reiterate that we have to show a little better discipline in terms of time management.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Particularly when we are moving into past.
I was here from November of 2010 to April 15. I would like to share my experiences through the projects and would like to give a message out of the project. That is how I designed my presentation. When I was selected, I was told that you are being a forester, you should concentrate on forestry because Northeast is having more than 50% of forests. Although also indicated that I should concentrate on disasters. These are the two tasks and become a self-sufficient that time. So I had two tasks given to me before joining to NESAC. So first of all, I would like to say a few things on the forestry side. We know with my colleagues, we went on our own and met the PCCFs, try to convince that there is a center like NESAC who is doing excellent work. It can be used for the preparation of working plans, whatever type of maps we can generate. I am surprised. Meghalaya PCCF then immediately agreed to have a presentation. We had a presentation, then convinced them. They have sponsored about 1 crore for a project. Then similarly, we have done the same exercise with Assam. They're also convinced. And in between, to our surprise, Arunachal Pradesh PCCF called us, asked us to come immediately and present how you are going about this technology for the forest resource mapping. This is how it has happened. So in brief, I would like to give a message because everybody knows what work has been done so far. My message is that visit on our own. In fact, the director of the center should take a lead role in going to the user, telling that this technology is there. Still, I feel lacuna after hearing these deliberations. I feel there is a gap. So he or assigned forest scientist should reach the user and convince that this is the resolution we get. We can do this type of mapping. This is what is going to be helpful to you. So such type of interactions helps us. This is my message out of this one. Then second project, I would like to say that sericulture project. When I joined it, this project was about to be closed. I was surprised. And Vijay knows, we rushed to Bangalore to convince the secretary then. Luckily, the lady was controller of ICAR. So she knows about ISRO and all that. That has really helped. But our presentation has convinced her that this technology is going to be much useful for their management. This is how we revived this project. Now you can see the progress of this project to the extent that it has got an award. So my message is that, again, in this, better to revive this, whichever is left, you try to see that, pursue the project and see that is progressing. Then coming to the third, SysDip and district resource plans. That's what we have initiated. In fact, some districts were identified and NEC has approved these projects and funded also. And there were some objections from the other organizations that you are repeating the same exercise, because I am taking from SysDip and making into open source of system. That is my idea. Is that time I am the man who used open source and introduced it at the district level and visited to the district magistrates and convinced them this is the technology, you should use it. The moment they see this many layers, they're fascinated. In fact, they're thrilled to see. And that's why I said I was a bit hurt today when I came to know that my project was killed. Maybe whatever may be the reason, it has been merged with some other project. But the idea at that time was very much appreciated, this project. I never expected this will go off so fast. But it's okay. Once the director goes, their ideas changes. Accordingly, we have to update the knowledge. So, but still, I feel there is a potential in bringing the data at a district level with derived layers, not the same layers, derived layers, so that anything you can extract. What is the type of wastelands existing? What is the statistics? Which are the suitable areas for plantation? These are the things they require. For DPR preparation, what is that required? This is the requirement. So I am happy that there is another way of representation of the entire Northeast has come as a spatial data repository. But I suggested that there should be a provision to extract the district and get it the things. Then the fourth project is NEDRR, disaster risk reduction. I already presented this. We got excellent results. But here I would like to say that I have sent my scientists for the training. I sent to Pune IMD. I sent to NRSA. I sent to SAC. I updated their knowledge so that they improved the knowledge. So my message is that the scientists should be updated frequently to the different, you should send it to different organizations so that they get benefit out of it. So because of their benefit, the program has a little bit changed and the modeling has improved and our predictions have increased. So my message is that all the scientists should be updated during the process of their course. And in fact, I have given 35 laptops to all the scientists. Maybe this is the first center which has given as an incentive with the approvals. And then with the condition that they should publish 2 papers per year. Of course, some people have published, but there is some progress. So what I would like to say that, so encourage the scientists, get into their confidence, improve their technical skills, and give some incentives. You expect good results. This is the message I want to tell. With regard to the PhD and all that, I have already expressed to the director to 2 students from somewhere here, ICMR and Assam University. I became the co-guide of theirs. That means NESAC has already been recognized, and we put up our papers to NEUIM. NEHU has already passed it. You may see old papers so that he can get. And then empanelment of industries. Here I have given this many projects. Our staff is only 20. It is very difficult to process. In fact, Rai Sahab knows it. Under his guidance only, I prepared the empanelment of industries. I used that file, and then I put up here for tendering. I selected, the process was very stringent rules were given. All the industry people worked in the NESAC with the condition that they have to work and go. Finally, they submit this thing, go. Under the guidance of my scientists, we could visually interpret forest resource maps, land use maps, high scale, even 10,000 scale we would pay. So my message is that when a good industry is there, we can take. But there are some drawbacks. But that is some confidentiality is there, I will tell you. But still, there are some good industries who can give you. So finally, I would like to give a model. Why thinking of after hearing that? I feel that NESAC is now doing a lot of research. What is it? Capacity building. That's very good exercise. You are doing it. My thinking is that we should have to recruit some district resource personnel. District, you may be starting with the 3 districts, keep our man there. He is a liaison officer. He will contact the respective states and coordinate. And here one scientist should be identified. There should be a link between the district resource personnel and the scientists of NESAC. We have to recruit. We have to recruit and post in a district where he will be coordinated with the state. Or he can have a license, or we can have a dialogue with the state remote sensing center. Keep one person there. 3 districts or 4 districts, 1 person. So that he will coordinate the different things. He will know what is the requirement of the district. Then the data that is required to be generated, and then NESAC has to see that how this data can be used and presented at a district level, state level, and then it should go to the council. So my suggestion is a little bit different. We have to spend some our resources initially, so that there will be improvement of coordination. Because all the time they may not be able to interact with the NESAC, but we need to have somebody close to the states. Then coming to the projects, we have seen a lot of projects, especially I am impressed with the mobile practical use of mobile disks, but still there is a scope of microwave data use. There is nothing in progress. In fact, we were told microwave is only for Northeast because it is cloud cover area, you should use it. But still we are not able to use to the extent. And another is UAE applications. We have seen that definitely it has to be improved. So my submission is that we should have more interaction, user interaction, and we should have a direct contact with the states, and then make sure that their problems to be settled. So with this, I thank directors for inviting me here, and I enjoyed my trip. After 6 years, I came over here. I'm happy to see this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhakar. Very good inputs you have given. I'm sure we'll take note of it and we'll see how much. Now I'll request Dr. P.V. Nageshwara, and again reiterate my request about the time discipline.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I feel happy to share with you that I have had the longest serving experience here in Northeastern Space Application Center, nearly 8 years. And in the capacity of Deputy Director, Associate Director, and Director. The tenure of Director was nearly 4 years. I was selected and sent by Dr. K. Kastur Rangan, then Chairman ISRO, and he also happened to be the Chairman of the NEP 2020 drafting chairman. I was sent by then Chairman ISRO here because I was running the Regional Remote Sensing Service Center of ISRO very efficiently on a self-sustaining mode. It was called a self-sustaining center, RRSC Bangalore. So a chairman was impressed, and also we developed an APIB, Agricultural Planning Information Bank, for 3 districts of Karnataka. And impressed by that, chairman said, Nageshwara, it is you who have to go there as an application scientist to NESAC and contribute developing that region, along with the then director, Dr. K.C. Bhattacharya. I will not go into the details of that projects, but that project, APIB, Agriculture Planning Information Bank, is a single window access to all that information required by a farmer. And that was a model which was also emulated and modified into a project called 666 lakhs project called SILKS, Sericulture Information Linkages and Knowledge Systems, was developed and approval was obtained, and a project was in progress, very much in progress, and we accomplished the major task of completing the SILK project for Northeastern region. Rest of the country was distributed, and several state remote sensing application centers were playing important role. In a way, NESAC was playing an important national project at that time under the project called SILK. SILK stands for Sericulture Information Linkages and Knowledge Systems. In fact, the member secretary said, for naming this project SILKs, you should obtain a patent. I did not know what are the patent rules and how to apply for patent. Had I applied for patent, this center would have got a patent, at least it would have been on my name, because I was the, coined the name SILKs appropriately. Member secretary, pretty senior IAS officer, had a lot of praise for my coining that word SILKs. Having said that, I had also the good fortune of serving under the guidance of then director Dr. Bhattacharya to draft a sort of plan of action plan for a decade. It was constituted by Chairman ISRO with his signature called High Power Committee, HPC that time. Dr. R.R. Navalgund, then director NRSA, was the chairman, and I had the good fortune of serving as member secretary of that High Power Committee. We drafted, in fact, the zero level draft was drafted by me, vetted by our director, and approved by other members of the HPC. Of course, Chairman ISRO, Chairman HP also gave an excellent guidance for us to draft that 10-year profile, a decade profile I drafted for NESAC growth, and I'm very happy to see that a large part of it has been implemented by other directors who have taken over charge from me. After me. Also, when I went from here because of my personal difficulties and my daughter was unwell, I had to request Chairman ISRO and go back to my ISRO headquarters from where I came on deputation here. When I went back, Dr. K. Radhakrishnan was the Chairman ISRO, and he said, PPN, don't worry, you are badly needed here in the ISRO headquarters. And the responsibility given to me was to a program director for ISRO's Geosphere Biosphere program, again a national program. Under IJPP, I have given a lot of support for the space science and atmospheric science program of NESAC. I'm sure Kundu must be a witness for this support we have given here. After that, while doing as a program director of ISRO's Geosphere Biosphere program, Chairman ISRO, in fact, I mentioned during the previous session, Mr. P.P. Srivastava, he has also a similar surname like me, P.P. Nageshwara and P.P. Srivastava. I invited P.P. Srivastava to come to Bangalore and meet Chairman ISRO, and he came along with wife, stayed in my house. We met the then chairman, and the chairman constituted again a very important committee with V. Jayaraman as the chairman and me as the convener of that session. And we drafted that near and dear. Northeastern regional node for disaster risk reduction. As Sudhakar was telling, I also accompanied Parihar Saab and Sudhakar to that near and dear section of the NESAC. I feel so happy that it has been, fully functional and fully fructified into an operational disaster management information support system. So that way, those are my reminiscences. But I would also like to say that establishing a army telemedicine system, since my son is serving a doctor in the AMC, Army Medical Corps, in the Indian Army, in the rank of a lieutenant colonel that time, he used to give me a lot of feedback that, Papa, this region, and not only this region, several parts of the country need a lot of support the way you are guiding the NESAC. We need a telemedicine support for Army, because particularly in this region, connectivity at that time was very poor. Fortunately, we had one brigadier, Mr. Sharma, no, I forgot his name, brigadier who is at Guwahati Medical Hospital. With his support, later on he became Major General also. With his support and with an excellent support given by our previous chairman, Madhavan Nair Saab, we got the approval just like that for installing the Army medical telemedicine system here. And I take credit for establishing those Army medical telemedicine system here in this part of the region, and it is benefiting large forces in this region, armed forces and border security forces and others. Having said that, I would further go. In fact, lot of support from Earth Observation Systems Program Office of ISRO headquarters, the SCPO, Satellite Communication Program Office at ISRO headquarters, used to be guiding force for me, for us, both the director and associate director. So that way, program directors also played a very important role in guiding and bringing shape for the NESAC. Having said that, I have a few suggestions for way forward. I only gave reminiscence so far. The way forward I have is to advise the drafting committee for the recommendations is, in this region, human resource development through education and health sectors is highest priority here. For the simple reason, the land resource available for agriculture and other activities is limited, because large part of NER is forest covered, and forest ecosystems have to be protected in their pristine purity in this region at least, because this is biodiversity rich area like the Western Ghats in western part of our country. If the human resource development through education and health has to be improved, satellite-based communication systems, the tele-education and tele-medicine that we have been pioneers in this country, should be strengthened further. That way, we would be able to support when people are educated and people are healthy. Educated and healthy people can earn their bread through their hard work. Livelihoods will improve if literacy and health are good in this region. So for that purpose, there is a need for skilling and skill development and practical skills. Imparting practical skills in this region becomes a priority. The second highest priority I accord is natural resources management. It's not that we don't know the meaning of the word natural resource management. Natural resource management with sustainable development at the core of operating it. Sustainable development is not a, it's not a layman context. In true sense of, preserving the ecological services, ecosystem functioning, that the natural resources are, replenished, renewed, recycled. All those components, those 4 R's should be understood and made to understand the communities. Community-based natural resource management. Here, communities are very strong here because of, there are cultural, religious related communities here. Communities are very strong in Northeast. So community-based natural resource management should be encouraged here. The third point is infrastructure development for horticulture. I'm not saying roads and railways, etc., but I believe horticulture should be accorded highest priority in this northeastern region, for the simple reason that horticulture is a nutritious rich product compared to rice or wheat products. Rice and wheat are rich in carbohydrates, but minerals and nutrition is rich from horticulture products like fruits like pears, fruits like several fruits. In fact, I don't have to give that common sense here. Also, tourism, bamboo as a natural resource, cane as a natural resource, and bamboo-based and cane-based industries. We should give. There was a bamboo mission when I was director here. Much before I became director. When I was director, yeah, we'll close it, sir. Also, when I compared the yield values of horticulture crops, it is only about 7.5 to 8 tons per hectare, which is the national average of about 13 tons per hectare is the horticulture productivity yield of this region. Horticulture must be given. Chaman project is there. I am very happy to hear MNCFC has launched a project here. And in fact, Parihar Saab was a pioneer in having a horticulture project in this region. Now coming to some of the high potential areas of any region, mineral resources, large tracts of NER remain not yet surveyed by Geological Survey of India for various reasons. I used to be a member of their board of, their GSI board, and they admitted that several spots are still not covered and not yet surveyed on 1:50,000 scale of mapping, of geological mapping. We need to carry out that because mineral resources exploration is important. Tourism, horticulture, floriculture, and sericulture. My most favorite topic, development of sericulture. All 4 types of sericulture, this region is highly favorable for encouraging growth of this industry. Silk-based industry should be encouraged, and all support required for whether it is natural resources stock taking, whether it is infrastructure, geotagging of the sericulture infrastructure, all that we should encourage, and you are doing it. I'm very happy about it. Bamboo and rubber-based industries. Bamboo is a very important resource in this region. I mentioned it. The last point I have to say is Northeastern Space Application Center should encourage startups. Only when you impart education and health and skill development, automatically the youngsters of this region, instead of perverting and taking up antisocial activities, the youth can be encouraged to take up startups. And startups are possible with all those technologies that you have demonstrated with 1.5 days of deliberations. I have seen several apps which are developed here could also serve as income earning resources for several of these youngsters of this region. Remember, today the venture capital VC is flowing like anything. If you take Bhavish Agrawal, we had not even got one single taxi car with him. He is running 1.5 million drivers are employed by him. That means a man who has an idea, a person who has a plan of, a sort of, intelligent plan and intelligent idea can always make, he is 1,500 crore man, he is Bhavish Agrawal, owner I am talking about. So that way, micro, small, medium enterprises, and the name given for, is startups. Also, we should encourage connectivity of this region because this region has 98% of this region's borders are with other countries. I've seen a quick statistics of this NER. 98% of the borders of this NER are with foreign countries, China, Bhutan, Mizoram, Burma, and these nations are around us. So we have to provide connectivity. The look east policy or look east is a priority. Look east and east, some of the recommendations made by the donor, Ministry of Donor are very important, and we should give a lot of inputs from NESAC to facilitate this connectivity with the neighboring countries of this region. So that way, I feel that we will be able to, justify the presence of NESAC, a high SNT and a high technology institution here, the presence of this institute will be highly, highly appreciated, and we will be judged based on the services that we provide in empowering the people of this region first. Empower the people of this region. That's what is my take-home message. Thank you very much, Chairman, sir, for giving me this.
Thank you, Dr. Nesra. You have given very good thought points. Actually, I'm sure we'll be taking note and trying to see that they get some shape. I understand Dr. Divakar is not available. Now I'll request Sri Bhattacharya sir for his comments. Normally 7 minutes I had thought, but our Nayers have not sacked me. So my job is, I think, is good.
I will follow my successors.
I leave to you. I'll lose my job now. Yes. Please.
So, with the kind permission of chairman, I'll first tell you, because sitting here today with all my present and past colleagues, I was wondering how I landed into this situation. It may be of interest to you also. I will share that. So many of you may not be knowing that originally I am not a remote sensing person. I was working for almost 25 years in the development of ISRO's main thrust on launch vehicles. And the purpose of that launch vehicle was to put satellites in orbit. Initially, it was experimental satellite. And once we got confidence, then the directive of the government was that no more experimental satellites, real application satellites. So that's how the Indian remote sensing satellite project was born, IRS. All my colleagues here, they are familiar with IRS and the technology that brought to our country. It also brought a technology for us also, launch vehicle people, that the satellite people said that you have to place the remote sensing satellite as precisely as possible in the orbit so that we get the best of best images. Now, how to do that? So after doing analysis at different stages, it was found that the point at which the rocket will inject the satellite into the orbit, that has to be very, very precise. And we don't have that kind of instruments to put a satellite with so much of precision in the orbit. So I used to make number of visits to, that time it was called ISRO Satellite Center. They said that we want only this kind of navigation system which will put our satellite in the orbit. And we did not know how to get that kind of system. But the challenge was with us. We made that kind of system and we could put Indian remote sensing satellite in the required orbit, polar synchronous orbit, which will orbit around the Earth and provide all the satellite images. And a new generation of technology emerged in our country. After that, send one more satellite into orbit, one more. Then we were wondering that why our country needs so many remote sensing satellites. One should have been sufficient. Why so many? So then we were told that we are gradually improving our accuracy of mapping. Okay, still we could not understand what they meant by that. But we went on doing that. We made PSLV vehicle, very accurate. We made GSLV vehicle. So around that time, one day, one very senior person from ISRO, he was so senior that you might be seeing some vintage photographs where two persons are taking a what kind of, I mean, for rice pounding, that kind of thing, mortar and thing, and doing something. So they were making a rocket actually, putting the propellant, solid propellant into that rocket. One of them was APJ Abdul Kalam wearing a banyan, and the other person, he was also wearing a banyan and a short sort of thing. They were the pioneers of rocketry in our country. So that gentleman, he has become quite old. He came one day to our Vikram Sarabhai Space Center and called me aside and said that, do you want a change in assignment? I said, not as such. I am happy with my present assignment. No, you may have to go somewhere else to do a new kind of project. So next day the order came, I have to come to Shillong. To succeed, no other person than Dr. Parihar. Ah, sorry. Sorry, I have forgotten a part of this story. So I heard that Dr. Parihar was in Shillong doing all this thing, but I lost interest in that. Maybe one Dr. Parihar is there in SAC and he has come to Shillong, that's all. No, not much of importance. The next call came to me was from Dehradun, from no other person than Dr. P.S. Roy. He is visible in the screen there. He said, can you come to, yes. I remember you very much. Can you come within next 3 days to Dehradun? I said, what for? That he only said that you're the new director of NESAC and there is work for you. I said, okay, if it is really so, I asked him, what is the basis of all this thing? He said that your order will come, don't worry, but you prepare for coming to Dehradun. So order came and I landed in Dehradun. And my first lesson on remote sensing was from Dr. P.S. Roy, Dean of IIRS. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So that's how my life in remote sensing application activities started. I arrived in Shillong, Barapani, and the greatest surprise to me was that the small house, Meghalaya Electricity Board's quarter only, a small house, that is all about an NESAC. Yes. A small house. And the next house I remembered very much because when I was still in engineering college study, during summer vacation, I used to come because my eldest brother was an engineer in the electricity board and that was his quarter. So somehow I think I came full circle. From here, I had gone all the way to Trivandrum and I have come back again there. But the tough days started soon after. Because by that time, Dr. Roy has completed his assignment of training the first batch of recruiting the scientists for NESAC. And one day, all of them came back. So it was my headache to accommodate them properly, assign them work, and start NESAC. So then I used to remember whether Dr. Parihar knew all these things and willfully left this place, or he had some other idea in mind. So very soon, one day another call came, this time Parihar himself. Can you come to Aizawl? Do you remember? Yes. So I said, what for I should come to Aizawl? He said, you'll know the details afterwards. There was one more colleague, CS Jha. Both of you come to Aizawl. We are launching a project in Northeast. So your presence is required. So from that day onwards, actively I participated in the remote sensing activities in the northeastern sector. Yes. And after that, what happened is actually, I should say, VPN has already explained to you. Dr. Sudhakar is there. Dr. Raju is there. So now I need not repeat all those things. What I could do, and I did also, that an institution is known by, physically it is known by what building it occupies. This I have seen in BARC in Trombay. This I have seen in Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. This I have seen how ISRO Satellite Center has been built up from working in, I should say, hangars in the industrial estate, Pinna industrial estate. There were no sitting space for these engineers there, but still people worked. So I was wondering whether I will give that kind of environment for my newly recruited engineers, scientists, or give them the luxury of a most sophisticated laboratory in the country, which anyway I could not give. So I told them, this is what you have here. Be happy with this. It is your work which will take you forward, not the luxury of a big building and all that. But quietly, I started working with our headquarters people to build one good laboratory cum office building for this present NESAC building. And I remember on this occasion, the kind advices given by Dr. Roy from time to time. I hope you remember all those days. Yeah. And also one of my colleague, I asked him, C.S. Jha, that what do you think the total space requirement of laboratory and office and all that for this group of 15 people? No? Altogether, you were about 15. Yeah. He gave me some area. I said, multiply it by 10. That is our area requirement. He said, what for? I said, these 10 people, they will grow into a much larger number. More activities will come. Where you will accommodate them? We cannot construct buildings every day. So the building which we construct today, it should last for at least 10 years. And when I took that plan to ISRO headquarters, many people objected. What is your approved strength? You don't require such a big building. I said, this building is not for today. It is for next 10 years. So today, I am very much happy, satisfied that that kind of our action plan really worked. And I am more happy that people who came after me, those who relieved me from this challenging task, they have taken it further and further. And today, NESAC is considered one of the best institutions in the whole of Northeast. This I came to know how, about 5 years back, I was asked to be associated with another novel project of government of Assam to establish a center for Brahmaputra studies in the campus of the Guwahati University. So some people came to me and said that I have to be associated with them for this project. I said, I am neither a remote sensing person, nor a hydrologist, nor a water resource specialist. What for you want me? They said that we want you only for your guidance, nothing else. So I said, I am very happy, I will be with you. Then we started working with a very eminent person, B.N. Goswami. Yeah, I think all those who work with atmospheric studies, etc. So B.N. Goswami, myself, and few professors, we formed a team and started working on that. What we found that the kind of data required is not available. We asked the water resource department, do you have this hydrology data, that hydrology data? Nothing is available. So thank God, Raju was available. So he said that whatever data is not available, ask NESAC, they will provide. So we are in such a position today that anywhere in Northeast, you require any natural resource data, either it is already made and kept ready, or it will be made and provided. That is the strength the present institution has acquired today. Thanks to all my colleagues who succeeded me. And I hope, not only hope, I am very confident that this institution under the leadership of the director currently in charge of it, it will go further and further. But it is not a one-man job. If we are dedicated to the development, economic development of whole of Northeast, then every one of us have to work. It is not that submit a proposal to NESAC and our job is done. It is not so. NESAC will provide all the data, it will give all the design, everything it will give, but implementation responsibilities on the state authorities. So that has to be done. And when I was told by Dr. Agrawal that we are going to have an users interaction meet here, I thought that this was long overdue. It should have been conducted much earlier. Anyway, it is done, and I hope the message we will carry from here is that today we have everything. It is only our will and determination to do it. So once again, I thank Dr. Agrawal for giving me this opportunity. And I was always thinking that when and how we'll be able to see Dr. Roy. He is very much visible in front of us. So thank you once again. Thank you all my colleagues, all the delegates. It is really a pleasure meeting all of you here. And I hope this day onwards, we are making a very good start for the development of Northeast. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhattacharya sir. You have really educated us by some of those things, stories which you have told, because those were not known to us, that how to enter into difficult situations and handle it. Thank you once again. Now I'll request Dr. P.S. Roy. Actually, he was the one who has set up many things which have been used and being used today in terms of the human resource, those things. So not making wait. Dr. P.S. Roy, now floor is yours.
Sir, you are muted. Sir, you are muted.
You are muted, Dr. Roy, you are muted.
I have been muted.
Now, sir.
Now it is okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman, for giving me opportunity. I must compliment Dr. S.P. Agrawal for inviting and organizing such an event. And I really enjoyed 1.5 days or almost 2 days of deliberations which taken place. For me, be part of NESAC was an accident. I remember I was in Delhi attending some meeting, and I got a call from then chairman, and it's not very normal to get a call directly from chairman, because I was a part of IRS. Then it was reporting through NRSA to chairman. So then chairman mentioned that Roy, I want some help from you, and I need you to immediately go to Northeastern Application Center and join as a director. I was a little worried. First instance, I said for permanent or it is a temporary arrangement. He said it is just temporary arrangement. You go there and the order will follow. So I was going back. I will share the anecdote. I was going back to Dehradun, so I thought I will just meet my family and then wait for the order. Meanwhile, I was on a midway somewhere in near Cheetal, there was a call from Mr. B.B. Bhatt, Joint Secretary of Department of Space, and he said tomorrow Lieutenant General of Meghalaya is visiting NESAC and you have to be there.
You are Lieutenant General Sinha, Governor of Assam.
Lieutenant Governor of
Governor of
Meghalaya.
Assam, who was
Yeah,
chairman
so-
of Northeast Council.
Yeah, he was chairman of the, and sorry, I forgotten because it's a long back story. I'm sorry for that. This thing is. So I asked him that immediately should I go back? I explained him situation. Yes, you have to go back and take a morning flight. Reach. He is coming at 2:30, between 2:30 to 3. So I went immediately from Cheetal back to Shillong, and that's how I joined NESAC and conducted the visit. That time, Dr. C.S. Jha was there, and it was a beginning of a very, very interesting journey for me. I was very much supported by institutions like Space Application Center, National Remote Sensing Center, and I was also Dean of IARS. So PRL, these institutions, without their help, I could not have done anything during that time because hardly the few facilities were there. Anyway, these are some of the reminiscences which I have, but I'm very happy to see that today NESAC is a very, very respected institution, not only in Northeast, but in India. Many people recognize that it's a leading institution and doing a very good work for the development of Northeastern region. So it's heartening for me and all of you who are associated with NESAC that we have been somehow connected with this and institutions of repute today. And obviously the team member or director leaders, they have contributed to it. What I will do in the rest of my 5 minutes, I will outline some new challenges which NESAC has got. It is very obvious that NESAC is in a stage that you can do any kind of a space application related which serves the society. You have built the capacity, you have set a procedure, SOP is there, you can do the job. You can also provide a leadership of in the region to connect space technology to the society. But you know, the coming years will change very fast, especially with the requirement of the society. There are few challenges for which NESAC should prepare. One is basically because of climate change. The Northeast, which is vulnerable to the disasters, it is going to increase. And this will increase many-fold. I am talking about something like 2035, 2030, that kind of a time domain. It is going to increase if things are not addressed and we do not prepare ourselves. For that, I would like to ensure that NESAC should do the analysis whether technology is being assimilated properly through a network which actually delivers. So you have established a network, And this network, whether it is well delivers the issues up to the society, whether mainstreaming has taken place. This mainstreaming is very important. And what are the bottlenecks in this mainstreaming of this technology to serve the society? So I would say that NESAC should do the analysis and identify the bottlenecks. I personally feel that there are a few weak points, and these weak points are mainly because the capacity, many past directors have mentioned, the capacity building in the region is poor. One of the important part of the state centers are not all state centers are sufficient enough fully have a capacity, and they have resources. They do not have resources. Then subsequently the academia and also the at a ground level the administrative network. So these are weak points which I have identified, and you need a capacity to build the capacity up to the second important weak link I identify. You don't have industry which will take your technology to the grassroots level. The institution which has taken a growth profile, especially number of people in last few years, same pace will not be there in coming years. You have reached to a final number almost. Organizations do not grow with the numbers. So you have to multiply the number of people who are working, or you have to partner with the industry and also with the some of the network institutions. Now, last few points which I personally feel will be required. This has been mentioned that by me and others also, that this it is a disaster prone area. You have all kind of disaster. Last 20 years the weather pattern is vividly changing. There are so have we do we have a risk assessment and of the climate change of this area? Do we have mitigating solutions, and do we have a kind of a alternatives identified to tackle the climate change, the impacts? So this will be a kind of a area where you need to focus your energies. There are institutions already working there, but everything you cannot do alone. You will have to network with the local institutions, knowledge institutions like IITs. There are some IITs, they are working outside. There are Jadavpur University, Calcutta University. There are some university in that region, they are working in this area. So probably you will have to work with them and also provide them space-based inputs. Finally, I will say that this entire area is dominated by natural system, forest system getting degraded. So we need a strategy which can give you a restoration strategy, how to revive the ecosystems. And restoration ecology is a very important subject today, which doesn't go as a science book kind of which is written in a book. You have to need socioeconomic linkages, establish a socioeconomic linkages. You have to involve society per se for restoration of the degraded systems. And you have also need to develop a nature-based solution to revive natural systems which are rich in biodiversity, you have to see that loss of species is checked. Finally, I will thank once again to giving me opportunity. These are few thoughts came to my mind. I thought I will share. Hope it will be useful to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rai. You have really given a very interesting touch to this in terms of the natural resources and the climate change and the issues which are to be considered very seriously when we are planning for the future activities. And I'm sure they will definitely form a part of any consideration which we make for the future. So since Dr. Diwakar is not there, so now it is my time. I'll try to stick to my time with little diversion because my colleagues have been spilling over, so I'll spill but little bit. Well, friends, to begin with, let me thank current director, Dr. Agrawal, to remember me and invite me. I was in Pune when he called that we are organizing something, whether you are available. I said, look, for NESAC, I'm always available. So thank you very much for remembering, and I'm here. Well, to me, it was a very interesting incidents, come happening, come experience. Sometime in the beginning of 2000, within ISRO DOS, discussions were on that ISRO wants to set up a Northeastern Space Application Center. And then some names were sought. Some of us were encouraged to think about it, and we got a call from ISRO headquarters. I went there, and we were to meet Chairman ISRO. So when I was called by Chairman ISRO and I met, so he asked me what all we are doing. So I told, whatever work we were doing, and the crop production forecasting were the major tasks which I had. And then he asked me that, what do you understand about this requirements in Northeastern region? And we are considering Northeastern Space Application Center. So I gave my understanding of, I understand that region has very specific features. On one hand, we have mighty Himalaya. And then we have another mightier river, Brahmaputra. And southern boundary, which is not normally considered to be very this thing, but we have Bay of Bengal, which in a major way influences its weather and climate. So all the big formidable problems are all around. And today, to my that knowledge, Dr. Nageswara has added 98% of the boundary of Northeast is shared with the international things. So after listening all that, he said, what will be the impact if you go to NESAC? I said, sir, look, this craft work which we are doing, I have been leading, you have put me right from the very beginning, 1984 onward, that I have to work on the crop forecasting, and with time I have developed as a leader of that team. But in the time, team has also this thing, so the project will not die. People are there, they will be able to run it. But I cannot say that it will be zero impact. There will be some impact. Okay, with all that, this much discussion, I came back to Ahmedabad next day. Next day evening around 6 o'clock, I got a call from director of the center, Mr. Gopalan, to his office. I went there. He said, Parihar, now you have to go to NESAC. I said, sir, when I have to go? He said, at the earliest. Okay, I said, sir, I'm ready. Next day, I got a call from Mr. V.V. Bhatt that now you have to come to Bangalore in 2 days, and chairman wants to have a discussion with you. So I went to Bangalore. It was February beginning. And once again, he asked, now you know what is the job? I said, yes, sir, some 3-4 page write-up was there. I have read it. So this is the kind of thing. He said, look, you have to build a center for which Northeast region, the people should be proud of. Number one. Number two, don't wait for your building to be ready. You have to start your work from the beginning itself. So you have to set up the lab and your work has to start. I said, okay. So with this much guideline, okay, I came back to Ahmedabad and started planning that, okay. I started reading those documents and those things. Then again, I got a call from Mr. V.V. Bhatt that, look, Now we have to take possession of the land. Nagaland government has agreed to give the land. So a visit to this place was planned. We came here accompanied by then scientific secretary and our chief engineer as well as the chief architect, Department of Space. So that's the first time I visited this piece of land where our main building is there. So to me, the center began not on September 5, 2000, but much early. So then I started talking to the people and now how to go about it. I said, who will be there? Who will be working with me? He said, no, first you have to start. So I said, this will not do. So he said, look, I need a team, so you have to give me. Then I asked, okay, who are the kind of people? I said, look, I need somebody from satellite communication, somebody from remote sensing. Remote sensing partly I can handle, but the science and this communication. So on that basis, then some people got ad hoc identified, and then somebody formed in the administration. And I used to come here and go around the place, discuss with Northeast Council. Because to begin this center, the prime responsibility was given that, look, all the states have to be part of this center memorandum of association. This center is joint initiative of Department of Space and Northeast Council. So this memorandum of association has to be agreed upon and signed by all the states and the Northeast Council, and then the society has to be registered. And it took me 7-8 months. You know the dynamics of Northeast region, but it's and I went to most of the states in person, met the chief secretary and that kind of level of people to get the support base generated, drafting, re-drafting and re-drafting and correcting those things, taking into account. And the meantime, when I had come for this building land, the old structure was identified that will be our first office cum lab. And when I went to see that area was some fire affected and part of that building was also burnt. So I talked to our chief engineer and chief architect who had come that, okay, look, though it is a small place, some 3 rooms, and but we have to make the lab. First we have to have a lab. Because chairman has said that, look, don't wait for the building, you have to start the center. So we said, okay, we have to. So I took the drawing of that, went to SAC, gave to our civil engineer at SAC, and I said, look, modification in this you make. And first thing you do is you remove all the toilet, bathroom and everything from inside. We just demolish it. The structure we have to retain, and so that plan was made. He said, sir, but then people who will sit, they need the toilet and all that. I said, look, don't worry about that. So first part he made it. It went to headquarters, they approved. Then I said, look, when people will sit, they need the facilities, canteen and all this. So that's how we created. He said, you have demolished. I said, look, if I had not demolished, then these rooms were not even possible. You see, a bedroom cannot be converted into big lab. A dining room cannot be converted into big lab. So this was the beginning. But the lesson to me was, and to me there was a history to that, if the rocket can be made in church building, I was talking about a remote sensing lab. Why it cannot be started in a house? Because when I joined the Space Application Center, we were sitting in a hired flat, and that's where we had the labs. So I was lucky to get good colleagues like Chandrasekhar Jha, Nageswar Rao from NRSA, some of the colleagues from Space Application Center, administrative officer from our place. So that's how this whole thing began, and slowly we started. And in the 2 months, sometime I think in July or this thing, there was a meeting of the Northeast Council to be held at Guwahati. So this Secretary Northeast Council, Mr. Shyam, he called me that, Dr. Parihar, this meeting is there. And I think you should attend and you should make a small presentation in that. So I just made some presentation material and I went and made presentation. Luckily it was on day 1 itself. Then almost 4 o'clock on the day 1, the ADC to Governor Lieutenant General Sinha, he came. Here, Dr. Parihar, how long you are in Guwahati? I said, I'm attending tomorrow. And then He asked, can you stay back for a day, though it is Sunday? His Excellency wants some briefing from you. I said, okay, if he wants, I'll stay for. So on a Sunday, I went to Raj Bhavan. I briefed Lieutenant General Sinha the detailed plan what this center will be. And he said, look, if there are any difficulties, you tell me. But this center has to start. I'll get Prime Minister to inaugurate it. Okay, I don't know whether these were the pressure technique on me, but these were the kind of atmosphere generated. And so luckily we were able to get these things on, and by September we were able to get the society registered and some of the things. And we were able to also draft a science and applications plan, because when you start the center, you have your association, that is the administration, governance and those things. But there has to be work. And so with all this, we could set the things perhaps not in that timeline, but to me, important thing was that the kind of enthusiastic support came from Northeast Council, the kind of expectation they had that this center will channelize the development of this region by providing the inputs which will come from geomatics, and satellite communication will lead to revolutionary changes in terms of communication, and lots of science will happen. Also, the state remote sensing centers, they came out in a very enthusiastic way and supported. So with this center started. Due to some personal reason, I could not continue as a regular director here. But I have been in touch with the center very regularly. Directors of the center have been kind enough to invite me. I was also part of that committee, which was that high-powered committee for the drafting a science plan. And including even 2 years back, Dr. Raju invited and I came and I participated. Now for the future of this, the kind of development, the kind of achievements which this center has taken place, it so happened that about 2 years back, I was talking with Dr. Raju that you are now going to become 20-year-old. Think of organizing some activity where you should discuss, review what all achievements are in the 2 decades, and also formulate a plan for the coming 10 years so that you can plan for the further developments, you can ask for the resources for that. But then in between COVID-19 came and that part could not take place. But to me, what emerges as all my very learned colleagues who have directed the center have summed up, they have given suggestion, the disaster and the atmospheric science and the weather, these are the most influencing factor in this region. So anything which has to be done with respect to one, technology developments today and technology developments which are taking place in coming future. What best services can be provided so that we can improve upon whatever is possible today. So like morning I was talking that if this 10 days back some event has taken place, as a case, how day to day we are able to give. Because you see when something like this happens, unfortunately, you see, we have a lot of, with good respect to all the established departments, but in last few years you would have seen that any event of disaster happening, in the news it is ISRO. ISRO is not a line department responsible for any of those things. We were the technology developers to demonstrate and educate the people towards the use of it. But whenever the event happens, it is ISRO. And you are in an area which is the most vulnerable for all this. So we have to be the most updated in terms of technologies and those things. So we have to have very clear visualization of what all is going to be available from technologies. And then formulate this plan. So we must review all these things, whatever we have done. And on that basis, we should formulate it. I will also consider here one thing. Now government is talking that if you are going to ask for a satellite or a data, who is the user, you have to tell me. User has to come forward and fund it. You see, for disaster, if you take forest fire, you are taking MODIS data. The day MODIS dies, what happens to a forest fire? We have to generate a requirement of MODIS or better payload for the Northeast region, which is very vulnerable to disasters. And that is the demand which should come out of this exercise for 10 years, so that ISRO should be forced to launch that kind of satellite, and maybe Northeast Council arranges for funding or any other department arranges it. That's not our consideration, but we must come out forcefully with that justification it is needed. And that is where I'll request all the users here, whether the state remote sensing centers or the line departments. And I am seeing that many of the states, because 2004 onwards, I've been very closely associated with many of the states in a project called Technology Mission on Horticulture Development, where Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Manipur, some of these states, they have made good use of this site suitability based on GIS and remote sensing. Now all of you have to come out with your requirement forcefully and create pressure on Northeastern Space Packages Center to get that kind of data and the services. That is what will strengthen, and that will ensure the continuity of the services. Otherwise, when you need it, you are not able to meet these requirements as long as you are depending on the foreign sources only. Now, with this, I think I will try to conclude. But before that, I would like to also compliment this center by saying that you have outperformed than whatever the goals we had visualized in the first science plan, even that SPC plan. All the directors have kept on adding their own new elements, and they have grown and become big projects. And this is the beauty of ISRO. In ISRO system, every scientist has his own niche area and tries to do something and give visualization to the center or the organization. This is important. Whether it was wetland mapping, whether coastal zones, snow glacier, I know my colleagues, they have done it. Now my young colleagues here in Northeastern Space Application Center, you are knowledgeable people about this region. You have to come out with that kind of this thing with your experiences. You will be able to generate that kind of program in your niche areas and develop those mature programs. And whatever some old words of wisdom, me and my colleagues, they are here, will be able to give to you. So with this, I wish all and the grander success to this organization, but I can tell you, nobody can stop you because government of the day recognizes your potential. The Northeast Council, whatever aspiration they had when they joined hands with ISRO in setting up, it is more than fulfilled. Yesterday, the presence of Secretary Northeast Council, as well as the planning advisor itself is the testimony to this. And since this program, particularly the kind of developmental funds which flow to this region, the need for planning it, monitoring the implementation, and also post-implementation, keeping track what is happening. So all these things have reached to that level of maturity where you have a very, very meaningful role to play in the development of Northeastern region. And we are fortunate that we are having that technology. We are associated with that technology through which we are able to work in the cause of the service of this country and service of the citizens of this region. I'm indeed very thankful to all of you and all the State Remote Sensing Center and many of even other people who have been useful and helpful to me whenever I have gone to any corner of this region. I have got support everywhere, including citizens in this region. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me, given this opportunity.
So thank you very much, sir. Indeed, I feel blessed today to have the guidance and the words of wisdom for our past leaders of, former leaders of this institute, and we are getting guidance continuously. Sir, that with your reminiscence, I found that how much difficult time you faced. In that way, I'm lucky. I'm having, you were talking about the single house buildings. I'm lucky that I'm having 3 campus of this institute today. You are talking about 10 scientists, 10 GRF, but I'm lucky that I'm having 41 scientists today. So in that way, really, I'm lucky. But certainly the struggle which you have done, the path you have shown to this center, I will take forward. And this is, Now I consider that this is my responsibility, that whatever your vision and wisdom you have shown and you want that this center should go, I will take it forward. What I would like to say at this moment that it is not the director, it is the people of this center who are responsible. I fully salute my 41 scientists who are sitting here in this hall for their complementing work, extraordinary work which they have done in last 21 years. Also, I am really thankful because I understand the concept of NESAC. It is not like other ISRO center. We are the linkages between two very important center. One is the Indian Space Research Organization, which is our what you call Department of Space, which gives us salary, which gives all the funds. But also through NEC also we are getting many funds. So we have to look into that development of the Northeast region. But for that, we have many other organizations also. Before I came here, when I got this news that I'm going to be the next director of NESAC, the first thing which came into my mind is whether these 40 scientists are sufficient to develop the entire Northeast region or to support the development activities of the Northeast region. Then I realized there are 7 space application centers. And if I can, convert these 7 space application centers in all 7 states, because Meghalaya, we are part of Meghalaya, so Meghalaya is not there, then probably NESAC can go further, and we can really penetrate to the grassroots level people. So I'm thinking that how to increase the networking between that NESAC and all these 7 space application center. Not only that, I found that here different organizations, they are looking at us. Sir, recently there was a disaster, big disaster, Dima Hazar district. More than 60 landslides occurs there. And there was, no one was there to help them. That time our UAV team went there. They could able to map important locations. Currently one team is already there with NDRF. There is no road, but our team is going there with the NDRF, with the camping. Okay. So this is the dedication which our people are having here, and I'm looking forward for all your suggestions you have given, and I'm sure that after few years you will realize, you will again say that yes, after I'm thinking to plan silver jubilee function in after 3 years, and I will again welcome you there also, and you will say yes, now we see some more improvement in NESAC. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you. My salute to all of you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Director, sir. And thanks to Chairman, sir, Dr. J.S. Parihar, for chairing the session on reminiscence and way forward. It was very nice to hear about the history of our center and how it has evolved over the years. And the suggestions and advice from our past directors will be a guiding light for the future of our center. Now, I would like to request our director, sir, Dr. S.B. Agrawal, to felicitate our former director, Dr. J.S. Parihar, with a memento. Thank you. I would also like to request our organizing secretary, Dr. Dibajyoti Chutia, to felicitate our rapporteur, Sri Ramani Kumar Das. Before we proceed further, we have a small surprise for the leaders from NESAC who have conceptualized and successfully organized this program. So may I now request Dr. Parihar sir to kindly felicitate our director, Dr. S.P. Agrawal, for organizing this program and making it a grand success. May I also call Dr. K.K. Sharma, our senior most scientist, who has been there since the beginning of, since 2002. So please. And finally, to our organizing secretary, Dr. Dibajyoti Chutia, for his contributions and full dedication to successfully organize this program. Thank you, sir. Yes, please.
And I would like to thank Ramani sir for the idea. The person behind the idea is Ramani sir.
Thank you, Rekha. During the past 2 days, we had 4 technical sessions, 2 interaction sessions, 1 brainstorming session with representatives from important institutes from the region, and finally with a concluding session on reminiscence and way forward. During the 2 days program, many information were shared across the forum from different centers of ISRO, and many feedback and suggestions were also put up from the different users, which will really be beneficial for us to prioritize the different responsibilities that has been entrusted to NESAC. Thanks to all the participants and presenters of the program. So now I would like to, as we come to the end of this 2 days program, may I now request the organizing secretary, Dr. Debojiti Chutia, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Roki. Good afternoon to everyone. So it is my honor and privilege to offer the vote of thanks in this August gathering at the concluding leg of NEUIM 2020. On behalf of the organization, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Chairman ISRO and Secretary Department of Space, Sri S. Somnath, for presiding over the first user interaction meet of NESAC and for his invaluable insights and suggestions. Your gracious presence and inspiring words will always motivate all present here to set new examples of excellence. Thank you once again, sir. We'd like to express our sincere gratitude to Honorable Secretary NEC, Sri K. Musai Salai, for his able guidance and under which we shall continue to grow and thrive as an organization with various developmental activities. He came here yesterday in spite of his busy schedule. Thank you very much once again, sir. We convey our sincere gratitude to Scientific Secretary ISRO, Sri Santanu Bhattacharya sir, for his valuable comments and suggestions. We understand the need of keeping up with growing stakeholder expectation and look forward to your guidance and support in all our endeavors. We are very grateful to Director NRC Dr. Prakash Sohan for his valuable address and giving lot of suggestions and guidelines. We will surely work in this direction for effective utilization of space technology. Thank you, sir, once again. We are really grateful to Director PRL Dr. Anil Bhadrath sir for his valuable address and constructive suggestion towards research and developmental activities at NESAC in collaboration with PRL. Our heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the previous director of NESAC, Dr. J.S. Poriyar, Dr. P.S. Roy, Sri K.C. Bhattacharya, Dr. P.P. Nageshwar Rao, Dr. S. Sudhakar, Dr. P.G. Divakar, and Sri Priyal and Raju sir. It is hard to find words to describe the joy and happiness we feel at this moment at having 5 of them bless us in person here and 2 in virtual mode. With their distinguished presence in such an important event for the NESAC. Your presence and words of wisdom encourage all of us. We are really thankful to them always for providing strong support and inspiration as friend, philosopher, and guide to NESAC. We take this opportunity to thank our respected guest during brainstorming, Dr. Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, USTM. We convey our sincere gratitude to Dr. R.K. Sharma, Advisor Chancellor, USTM. We'd also convey our gratitude to Mrs. Narmata Tiwari, GM BSNL. We also convey our gratitude to all the senior officials representing NEGRIMS, ICAR, BSNL, NIPCO, NEHU, ICMR, NIC, NECTAR, CWC, NIST,
Brahmaputra Board, NeUIM, Assam Agriculture University, Tripura University, NIT Meghalaya, Assam Don Bosco University, and other central government organizations, academia for attending the brainstorming session as well as the entire event. We also thankful to our industry people, Mr. Harnam, for attending this 2 days NESAC NeUIM event. We sincerely thank our director, Dr. S.P. Agal sir, for his invaluable guidance, constant supervision, and able leadership without which this event would have not been possible. Thank you, sir, once again. We convey our gratitude to Dr. John Matthew, Associate Director, EDPO Program Office, Dr. N. Aparna, Dr. Group Director, NDC, NRSC, Dr. Rajiv Jaiswal, Associate Director, EDPO Program Office, ISRO Headquarters, Sri Hiren Bhatt, Head, CGDD, SEC, Mr. Arun Raj, Group Head, Bhuvan Geo Portal and Web Services, for accepting our request for technical presentation. We hope all the participants will be highly benefited from the knowledge and information shared by all of you during the presentation. We also convey our sincere gratitude to all the heads and Director of State Reminiscence Center for attending this event. We thank our senior colleague, Dr. K.K. Sama, and all of my senior colleagues who are present here, and other senior scientists of NESAC for their excellent presentation during the technical sessions, and also providing necessary support and guiding for conducting the NEUIM 2020. Our gratitude and thanks go to the conveners, co-conveners, members of the various committees, subcommittees for working tirelessly to ensure the successful conduct of this 2 days event. We are also thankful to Administrative Division of NESAC, who provided the necessary logistical support and saw to the fulfillment of all the tasks that made this event successful. We convey our gratitude to the Canteen Committee of NESAC for ensuring that all the requirements during the event were efficiently and skillfully taken care of. Our thanks to all our project staff, project assistants, JRF, research scientists, and the non-technical staff, CISF, Home Guard, Security Wing, and Food Canteen team, the workers, cleaners who provided all the assistance for the different activities leading up to and during the event. We have around 450 registration, and during inauguration time, around more than 200 participants, they joined online. Last but not the least, we thank all of you, the participants of NEUIM 2020, for making this event a grand success by taking the time out of your busy schedules to contribute to the development of our understanding of user requirements. We congratulate you heartily at this conclusion of this fulfillment event, and eagerly we look forward to novel and path-breaking collaboration in near future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Roy, sir, thank you very much for guiding us.
My greetings to everybody, all the colleagues of my past colleague in ISRO and NESAC. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you, sir.
Nice seeing you.
Thank you, sir. With this, we have come to the end of the 2 days NESAC user interaction meet. Tea will be served outside. Tea is there waiting for all of us. And I think there can be a photograph session with all those who are present here. First day. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And we can move forward for tea. Thank you, sir.